sort of, and we have like 5 different models, by the way, and 5730 is the median. It's our valuation and earnings work. And, there we're baking in, kind of a GDP number in the 1 to 2% range. So I would really want to see GDP get kind of kicked into that 2% range plus for this year. We'd also want to see inflation numbers, kind of come down a bit more. Our economists are looking for numbers, kind of in the kind of upper 2% range for the end of the year.
For CPI, right? Because PCE is at 2.
Right. We have one model that uses CPI, another that uses PCE. So we'd really want to see inflation come down a bit more because that's depressing the PE multiple. I will say, though, when you look out longer term, my model for next year, when we sort of input consensus numbers on earnings, different macro variables, there are a few different scenarios we run, but we can get to a range of 6,200 to 6,800.
Right.
So, we don't feel doom and gloom, but we feel like for where we are right now in the macro backdrop that we have some decent visibility on, we feel like we're kind of fairly valued to a little bit over our skis.
Well, you won't have to wait long, at least when it comes to CPI, those numbers coming out on Wednesday morning. Got to leave it there. Lori, great to kick off the week with you. That is RBC's Lori Calvasina. Meanwhile, let's get a check on these markets right now because the S&P 500 almost perfectly unchanged right now, trading on a knife's edge as we await some of those catalysts in the form of trade, in the form of inflation data. Let's take a look at where we stand right now. Almost an even split when it comes to what's gaining and what's losing. 262 names in the green, slightly less than that in the red right now. You take a look at what is trying to drive this market higher. You have the likes of NVIDIA, Meta, Alphabet, Apple. The list goes on. All the names you would want to see, but then you take a look at the downside here, what isn't doing too hot. You have Intuitive Surgical, but then you have the likes of Tesla and Broadcom, Microsoft weighing on this index. So a real push and pull going on. Let's take a look at how this plays out on the sector level as well. You can see up at the top, communication services. That's actually exactly what I want to click into right now because the sector is up 0.7%, and right at the top, Warner Brothers Discovery. And that's after news that the company is splitting into 2 publicly traded companies, separating its streaming and studios business and its TV network operations by the middle of next year. Let's get a better understanding now with Bloomberg Intelligence media analyst Geetha Ranganathan. And clearly you can see that investors voting with their feet here, saying that this is a good idea. What's your take to this news this morning?
Yeah, absolutely, Katie. So this is something that, all media companies have been challenged with. You have 2 very distinct businesses. One is the TV networks business, which is secularly challenged because of cord cutting, because people are leaving the pay TV ecosystem, but still generates a good deal of amount of, EBITDA and cash. And then on the other side, you have, either the studios business or the streaming business, which up until now has really kind of been pressured by losses. But I think finally we're kind of seeing that business kind of really gain momentum with profitability. And you really have a disconnect here because you have a growth profile for the streaming business that is extremely bright, and for the TV networks that is not so bright, and kind of having them all under the same umbrella really depresses valuation. So by separating out the 2 businesses with very different growth profiles, what Warner Brothers Discovery is going to be able to do is kind of really narrow that valuation disconnect, and it becomes kind of this positive catalyst for boosting the multiples and valuation.
All right, Geetha, thanks very much. Geetha Ranganathan talking to us about Warner Brothers Discovery and the split that is driving at least one of those stocks higher by almost 10%. Coming up, the U.S. and China restart trade talks. We're live in London next. For the latest, this is Open Interest.
Hello.
God dagen!
Halla.
Ja, det er liv igjen.
Hva sier du?
Det er det liv igjen, sier jeg.
Ja, jeg sleit litt med å komme på, så satt jeg en telefon, og så drev du og kuka styret her. Ja, fytte faen. Nå er jeg på, jeg er ikke så veldig flink som teknisk at du gjør nå, med disse PC-ene.
Nei, sånn er det.
Har folk overlevd da?
Hva sa du?
Har folk overlevd?
Det tror jeg er litt blandet, som det høres ut for tynne marginer allerede I går, så han var jo ganske greit ned I natt, og da tror jeg det for noe.
Skal jeg finne ut hva som skjedde?
Ja.
Ja, det som skjer da, jeg kan bare ta det her nå. Det som skjer at når jeg trykket 0,01 0,01, 0,01, så gjorde jeg det for at så mange små kontoer skal kunne få være med på tradesene mine, ikke sant? For det veldig, ikke sant? Og så har jeg tjent ganske mye penger siste uka, så jeg har da en litt større konto, så jeg har bare tenkt at jeg skal ha I hvert fall 0,2, 0,3 skal jeg ha. Og det var min plan. Og så trykker jeg 0,01, 0,01, så viser det at alle kontoer, uansett hvor små de får 0,01. Siden det den...
Ja, det riktig.
Ja, det visste du ikke jeg. Så sånn...
Ja, du får ikke noe mindre låt.
Nei, det visste ikke jeg. Så jeg prøvde å ta hensyn på fredag. Så prøvde jeg å trykke 16 ganger så jeg skal få det jeg skal ha, og så kan de som har mindre konto få det som passer kontoen deres.
Oi!
Skjønner du? Så selv om jeg tjener penger, så blir de kontoene blæsta. Fordi hvis en liten konto har 2000 kroner eller 3000 kroner, så den plutselig eksponert for 1 million.
Ja, ikke sant, nettopp.
Og jeg visste ikke det. For jeg trader bare. Jeg ante det ikke. Så jeg ringte og snakket med de på plattformen og stedet, hva faen det som skjer nå liksom? For folk sier de går I brudd. Jeg er ikke 0,5% feil vei engang. Og så sier de at...
Ja, ikke sant.
Nei, og så skjønte jeg ikke greia da. Og så nå går gull opp. Jeg tør ikke kjøpe mer. Jeg tror vi skal ha gull I dag opp til 3360 opp dit, tror jeg. Jeg kan jo ikke kjøpe noe engang. Da blir de kontoene også sprekt. Så jeg må bare vente. Så det som jeg ble fortalt da, I stedet for at jeg skal kjøpe 0,01 16 ganger, så kan jeg bare kjøpe 0,05 3 ganger for eksempel. Da får de bare 0,01 3 ganger.
Riktig.
Ja, og da overlever kontoen med dem, så de kan være med på alle tradesene, og så kan jeg trade med det jeg skal til. For jeg har en mye større konto, og jeg har flere $100 nå, og da må jeg ha nok så at jeg I hvert fall tjener jeg må tjene I hvert fall en 1000 til 2000 kroner for at det skal være noe vits å trade med så stor konto, ikke sant? Så jeg kan ikke ta gevinst på $3.
Nei, nettopp.
Så jeg fant ut hva som skjedde, altså jeg får ikke gjort noe annet med klage, så vi får bare finne en løsning på det. Så når jeg kommer ut av posisjonen her, så får jeg finne måter å få hjulpet folk med donere litt cash eller noe sånt på, for jeg tipper at jeg kommer til å gjøre en ganske fet gevinst her. Så får vi finne ut av hvordan vi gjør det der. Alex, det bare sorry ass. For det gull går jo opp her. Jeg var til og med pluss på 2 posisjoner I sted.
Ja, så satt jeg smålonga litt, ja.
Ja, jeg skal være litt forsiktig I dag, ass. For det har Trump pratet med Kina I UK I dag, så vi vet jo ikke hva som kommer ut derfra. Kjenner vi Donald Trump, så kommer han til å si at alt fantastisk.
Ja, men det var verre I natt, skal jeg fortelle deg. Det var håpløst å få sett posisjoner I hele tatt.
Ja, var det bare all over the place?
Nei, det var vanskelig.
Ja. Nei, det var jo rakettmissilangrep mot Ukraina da.
Jo, men det jo hver dag.
Ja, for så vidt. Det var for så dritt det.
Ja.
Men skjønte folk hva jeg sa? Alle skjønte det.
Men se hva Prepino skriver her nå. De bør jo uansett ikke trade med 5000 på kontoen. Det for lite. Altså, hun sier minimum 10 til 15 000. Kanskje det kan være for tynt og til et større fall, eller en større bevegelse feil vei.
Ja, jeg tenkte på en ting til. Kan man, hvis man følger meg med 5000 kroner, kan man ikke bare skrive at man følger meg med 2,5, at man har 2,5 som margin? Da vil også det være...
Men sa de det?
Hæ?
Sa de det på frontbroker?
Ja, du kan gjøre det.
Ja, skjønner at du kan gjøre det, men sa frontbroker at det hjelper på margin?
Ja, for da følger de meg med halvparten jeg har gått inn med, og da slipper jeg å ta hensyn, for jeg får ikke trade som jeg vil nå, vet du. Sånn som nå så sitter jeg og ser at det skal gå opp. Jeg tror det skal til 60. Jeg får ikke kjøpt noe. Jeg må bare sitte her og dingle liksom. Det blir litt feil, det også. Men
Ja, det blir fett.
Ene som Propina sier, veldig mange som følger meg på Coop3, som følger meg med bare 1000 kroner for, liksom, og 1000 og 2000, bare for å se liksom, hva man får ut av det. Jeg skjønner greia, men i et sånn marked som nå, så det går ikke an, det nesten. Da må man stille inn på den at man bare følger med halvparten 50% margin, et eller annet sånt. Man kan ikke følge med 100%, det klin mulig.
Ja, nei, det går ikke an å komme med små kvoter, skal ta seg i en periode der ting går opp og ned. Da må det gå enten rett opp eller rett ned.
Ja, ikke sånn som det nå. Så jeg vet ikke helt hvordan jeg skal få kommunisert det, for det veldig mange som ikke skjønner det.
I hvert fall fjern det Telegram. De følger med $500 og sånne ting, for det for tynt. Det må du få vekk.
Nyhetsbrevet. Det koster også smart. Jeg fikk skikkelig dårlig samvittighet til helgen, for jeg skjønte jeg var så jævla happy liksom. Bare fy faen, jeg har tjent masse penger hele uka. Og så fikk jeg masse meldinger, faen kontoen var blåst. Blåst? Jeg sitter jo alle transaksjonene ennå. Og så bare, hva skjedde? Jeg bare, hva det som skjer liksom? Og så bare skjønte jeg at for hver jævla, uansett hvor mye gull jeg kjøper, så får de 0,01 på de små kontoene.
Ja, riktig. Det stemmer. Det stemmer nok. Det er såpass stor forskjell på en konto på 30 000 og en på 200 000, at han på 30 000 han får også 0,01.
Jeg snakket med en i stad som var drithappy. Han har opp 22% på uka. Ja. Han har 35 000 stående på konto. Mens da de som har mindre på fredag blåste opp.
Riktig.
God dag, godt folk.
God dag, Stig.
Den bruker de pengene du har til å sette trade. Om du minus, så tar den ikke hensyn til det, dessverre. Den gjør vel det hvis du skriver at du skal bare følge meg med... La oss si du følger meg med $1000 sterke til. Så kan du skrive at den skal følge meg med 500 i stedet for 1000. Altså du følger meg med 1000, men du bruker bare 500 av det. Da har du plutselig 500 ekstra margin. Da bør det gå veldig fint.
Ja, jo, men han skal vil fortsatt få posisjoner på 0,1 hver gang du setter inn. Ikke sant?
Ja, det hjelper ikke med på marginene. Det må gjøre det. Gjør ikke det, Stig? Du kan det der.
Hva er det?
Nei, sånn som vi fant ut på fredag. Sånn som her nå, ikke sant? Så var det mange som tappte. Selv om jeg gikk masse i pluss på fredag, så tradet jeg med 0,01 for å skulle liksom få med alle små kontoer, så alle skulle få være med på mora, ikke sant? Og så viste det seg at uansett hvor stor og liten kontoen så får alle 0,01. Jeg trodde det ble fordelt. Hvis du har liten konto, så stopper det liksom. Men du får 0,01 da. Så du får samme risken selv om du har 10 000 kroner, eller om du har 50 000 kroner, eller om du har 1000 kroner. For nummer 1 så det veldig mye mindre marginer som kreves på gull, og så får den uansett det minste lot-sizen.
Ja.
Men det stopper kun når marginen lav nok.
Ja, men hvis man da for eksempel gjør sånn at, la oss si du følger meg med 5000 kroner da, og så skriver du at når du skal følge meg, så skriver du på den koppen, så skriver du at du skal bare følge meg med 2,5. Kontoen din på 5000, men du skal bare følge meg med 2,5. Det vel det samme som å si at du følger meg med 50%, vil jeg påstå. Sånn rent matematisk.
Teorien, så ja.
Det hjelper ikke, sier til. Jeg kan ikke forstå at ikke det hjelper.
Jo, men skal du se, her skriver jeg at følger deg med $300. Det klart at den kontoen ryker. Ja, det gjør den.
Ja, selv om du følger meg med, hvis du har 300, og så du følger meg med halvparten av de 300, så ryker den. Ja, for det er lot-sizen. Ikke sant, det gull.
Ja, men en ting du må forandre på i hvert fall, at du ikke setter 0,01 hvis at du egentlig vil ha større låt. Da setter du 0,03 hvis du vil ha det, ikke sant? Og da får alle sammen 0,01 i stedet for å få 0,03 over 3 da. Altså 3 posisjoner.
det fant jeg fort ut, for nå når jeg skal ta gevinst her, så må jeg trykke 16 ganger. Det litt lettere å trykke en gang enn 16 ganger. Så,
ja. Riktig.
Tenker det beste å bare lage en egen kanal som heter Copy Trading, der du skriver ned alt sammen hva minimum burde være, og hvordan det funker.
Ja, jeg tror det kan være smart. Så nå går jeg pluss på den ene shorten her nå. Det så jævlig trist at ikke de får med seg det.
Klart.
Ja, vi må ha et bedre system på det. Altså, jeg får så jævlig dårlig samvittighet.
Sa du short?
Nei, jeg må se om vi får et system på det, for jeg får så dårlig samvittighet. Jeg blir litt deppa, for jeg gjør mitt beste for at folk som tjener penger, og så viser at de som har for små konter, de får ikke vært med.
Nei, men det sa vi vel i utgangspunktet før vi startet, og at 20 000 var vel et minimum da.
Ja, du sa det.
Men det kanskje ikke kommunisert på Discord.
Nei, det mange som ikke har 20 000.
Ja, og det var kommunisert da på Telegram.
Jo, det gjorde det starten faktisk. Stemmer det.
Ja.
Men sjef, tror du nådd bunnen for i dag, og hvor tenker du tager deg for lang i dag? Tenker du på gull, tenker du Nico, eller tenker du på Nasdaq? Gull. Jeg kan si med en gang at hvis gull kommer under 3310-ish, så kommer vi falle til nye bunner. Men jeg tror ikke vi skal det. Jeg tror vi skal videre opp. Så jeg har sagt at jeg tror vi skal opp til rundt 60 i dag. Jeg er heldig. Mot at ikke Trump kommer med noe sprell. Nasdaq gidder jeg ikke å kommentere engang, for den følger bare Twitter-meldinger fra Trump og Musk, så den gidder jeg ikke nevne engang.
Det er ekstremt mange som har gått short på Nasdaq.
Nå, eller?
Ja, når det åpnet i natt, så var det over 60%.
Kødder du, eller?
Nei. Så vi kan forå opp til neste nivå. Det har holdt nivået som vi har vært på nå, så er det 21 700. Det har holdt det ganske bra, så vi får se om den fortsetter oppe.
Luki, ikke noe nytt på kinoapparaten. Ingenting. Jeg gleder meg når vi kan bli ferdig med den Gale-Mathiasen som med den Trump og den greiene der. Ting blir litt mer normalt.
Jeg føler meg bra, liksom at vi går til all time high på Nasdaq.
Ja, jeg har gitt den litt opp. Den faller ikke på nedgraderingen av Tesla, faller ikke når Apple skviser marginer, den faller ikke på Broadcom ramler med 5%. Jeg skjønner ikke hva som holder den oppe, jeg forstår ikke.
Nei.
Altså når Tesla var ned 18% fra Tesla, var ned 14% på handel, og så 4% etterpå, så var vi ned 25 poeng på Nasdaq.
Ja, stemmer.
Det skal liksom ikke være mulig da. Men jeg tror gull kommer til å gå til 3500. Så 60% er short Nasdaq, ja.
Jeg har gått ned litt i løpet av dagen da.
Det er risken her, altså. Ja, 56 nå også.
Ja, men sånn ut ifra alt sammen så ser det ut som at vi skal litt opp.
Ja, han tar imot hele tatt på 50, faller ikke det hele tatt. Han har prøvd flere ganger nå, går ikke ned. Vi fikser det der, Loki. Vi fikser det der. Vi fikser det der. Men da tar jeg og trader med... Jeg skal sørge for at jeg aldri trader med mer enn 0,03. Så hvis jeg skal handle mer, så bare handler jeg større posisjoner, for da blir det 0,01 til de. Det sånn man gjør det da.
Det var vel løsningen, det.
Men på Pelican-stig, det sånn at det prosentvis at du slipper å tenke sånn som jeg gjør nå, eller må du også tenke sånn der?
På Pelikan?
Ja.
Det går det på hva du setter for det. Oi, jeg kan... Det 2 sekunder.
Det måtte være bilstig.
Ja, det stemmer bra. Nei, på Pelikan så setter du sånn 1 til 1, eller 1 til 2, eller 1 til 3, eller 1 til 10, eller 10 til 1.
Så du slipper å ta hensyn, liksom?
Ja.
Ja, jeg kommer tilbake 2 sekunder.
Warner Brothers Discovery, home to the annual summertime TV ritual, says it'll divide itself up into separate public companies, one encompassing movies and its streaming service, HBO Max. The other will include global networks, CNN, TNT Sports, and Discovery. All in a bid, it says, to keep up with consumers who continue to switch from cable to streaming. The Dow is down 83 points. This is CBS News.
Ja, det så stygt ut, GT3-sund. Det stemmer nok av det.
Fikk at Warner Bros. Splitter i dag, det selskapet 2, ikke sant? Fått med det?
Nei, jeg har ikke lest noen nyheter. Skal vi se da, om Gull klarer å bryte litt opp her. Hva tenker du, Robert?
Nei, jeg skal ikke si, jeg har suttet og bare treda 10 og 20 her, altså. Jeg har ikke zoomet ut noe særlig.
Jeg har en liten om på Nasdaq her, så får vi se.
Jeg har registrert at Frontbroker tar kommisjon når man kjøper i tillegg til spreads, kommisjon når man selger. Nei, kommisjon, de kaller det forskjellige greier. Det samme som på plattformer så betaler du betaler bare spread. Og så betaler du, hvis du ligger over natta, så betaler du swap, eller så betaler du beløp av beløpet du girer, altså renter, og det kaller man commission. Noen kaller det commission, andre kaller det for sånn på TD, vet du der, Stig, når det blir sånn på natta, så får du sånn der, de kaller det for justering, adjustment. Så kommer det an på, det samme fisen, for alle bruker samme liquidity-providerne, så det ikke noe annerledes der enn andre steder. Helt likt, samme der som på Skilling, som på eToro, helt likt.
streaming on YouTube as well. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast Live. That's where you'll find us. We're also on your smart TV as well. So you just go to Bloomberg Original, search there, and that's where you'll find it. Coming up.
Nå kommer Gull. Prøver Gull seg. Får vi se om han klarer.
The latest on U.S.-China trade negotiations. I believe they're over in London here, so we'll get some reporting there. And Barry, founder and managing partner at Threadneedle, discuss the latest on these markets.
Faen, dere ser jo ikke Gull der. Her Gull.
Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference. Are we going to get any new cool stuff coming out of Apple in their annual conference there? We'll get the latest from Anurag. Geetha Ranganathan, Bloomberg Intelligence. She covers the media business. We got a little bit of an M&A kind of trade here, a breakup story. Warner Brothers Discovery going to split up that company there, see if they can unlock some value for that media company. So we'll break that deal down.
Luca, du har vel penger om $4 på den ene longen, tror jeg. Hvis ikke jeg tar feil.
Ja, GT3, altså hvis vi dratt ned mot dit, så datt vi antageligvis lenger ned. Men så lenge vi heller over 700, så er det bra.
I'll say little change. Best performing individual stock in the S&P 500. Of course, that belongs to Warner Discovery. Those shares right now up 9.6%. Christine's going to break it down in just a few minutes. Investors waiting for some word on progress on the trade talks in London between the U.S. and China. And Sharon Bell at Goldman Sachs says the recent rebound in stocks may not be sustainable.
Having fallen, of course, very, very sharply around those Liberation Day announcement, you've recovered all of that now. The market's bounced in the US, in Europe, in China as well. So you've seen a very hefty rise in markets and valuations are now expensive.
And the most actively traded shares of Tesla, they are down right now 3.2%. Argus Research.
Se da, må klare å bryte opp her. Han må over 30, så skal opp mot 60. Gull bør egentlig gå ganske mye i dag, skjønner du. Bakgrunnen av hvis du ser på dollaren også, svekket seg ganske mye tidligere i dag. Ja, stemmerosjene i Russland har fått litt peiling nå.
Tar imot på diagonal, ja.
Helt rå.
Ja, man skal følge med selv også, men jeg kan styre kontoen min litt annerledes, som jeg kommer til å gjøre nå. Jeg skal sette større posisjoner på min, så slipper vi det tullet her. For det gikk dritbra forrige uke når jeg bare treda med små beløp, men det ble så lite for meg, så jeg måtte bare øke litt.
Det er Nasdaq.
Det er jo bedre for deg også.
Ja, mye bedre for meg. Har du long Nasdaq nå, Stig?
Ja, jeg gikk long litt lenger ned her.
Split news. So basically the plan is to split its streaming and studios businesses and its TV networks operations by the middle of next year. So now the streaming
burde klare å gå, hvis vi blir litt over 800 og den helsa der nå, så burde vi klare å gå mot 22. Sånn egentlig.
Det har begynt å kalle bevegelsen av Nasdaq som for animal spirits again.
Comcast has announced something similar, so this is just the bankers taking it apart. They put together just a few years ago, getting paid both times. Basically, it's a situation where you take the good businesses, the studio, the streamers, and you separate that from the less good businesses, which are the cable networks, which are flat to declining.
Ja, det er kjedelig, GT3. Det er jo kjedelig. Skulle gjerne ønske at den gått ned, men jeg hater av og til å ha rett, så at det går utover andre bekostning, men Ja.
Det så man bare gjøre.
Ja.
It's important. It's important for Paul. All right, let's go to Qualcomm.
Qualcomm, that's another M&A-ish type of story. So ticker QCOM.
Jeg kan ikke si at jeg tror at det går ned hvis det ikke går ned, liksom.
Nei.
Det
blir fett.
Vi ligger jo ikke, var det ikke 60 stykker som var short Nasdaq nå, ish?
60%, ja. Ja, 56. Og meste peker jo opp.
Skal vi se på CMC.
Han er lang. Kjempelang.
Samme 60% short, ja.
Ganske finurlig det greiene der. For det som skjer nå, når alle er short, så går liquidity-providerne i markedet og så kjøper for å hedge shorten.
Gull er det 60-40 på kjøp.
Ja, GT3, altså det foreslår at du lærer deg å lese grafen. Er det du selv? Alltid mulig å hente inn igjen.
Jeg har tatt masse penger mange ganger.
Legger man ned litt arbeid, så er det mulig. Det er kjedelig, men en del av gamet, dessverre. Altså, det er safe i forhold til hvor mye penger du har på kontoen. Så ingenting er jo safe. Men,
ja. Videre.
Jeg kan jo trøste meg at jeg sitter og tjener penger nå. Det er sant.
Det er jo bra, det.
Jo da.
Det er jo bra for deg, William.
Ja.
Dere som er pluss på gull nå, på min fra fredag, nå må dere vurdere å ta det ut da, hvis jeg skal ta ned risikoen deres. Kan dere ta den ut nå? Jeg tar ikke gevinst, så jeg skal sitte, jeg tror det skal være mye mer opp.
Jeg beklager, Luker. Det var ikke meningen.
Du kan skryte etterpå, Loki, når gull står i 60. Men jeg skal holde på det. Jeg vil helst kjøpe mer, jeg vet. US China Talk, talks of folks on rare earth, så det er derfor gull går nå. Prat med Kina og edle metaller, derfor går gull. Det kan sikkert gå mye mer da. Så ringer en investor fort.
Extremely high tariffs for U.S. goods going to China. They brought those down. The U.S. is at about 30% on Chinese goods now. China brought theirs down to 10. So those are by no means low tariffs. Those are still having an effect. They're diminishing the share of trade that's moving between the two countries. So tariffs are going to be there for a while. Those aren't the kinds of things you start taking off this early in a negotiation. Those are leverage that you take off later on down the road. Once you can accomplish some of the other things that you accomplish. And for the moment, the U.S. is focused on seeing those rare earth elements.
Hva du tenker steg da, 45 og snur, eller?
På gull du snakker om?
Ja.
Ja, altså jeg har jo linja meg på 360-egen, men jeg ser egentlig ikke noen grunn til at den skal gå opp dit. Sånn egentlig. Men det er jo neste nivået, så heller den jo nivået her, så er jo det neste.
Ja.
Så har du jo noe på 44-45 der.
Ja, og det er jo noe om.
Totalt sett så tror jeg jo ned preppene.
China would say, yeah, well, we'll just starve you of rare earth elements and see how well your auto industry survives a couple of months of that. So both sides have a fair amount of leverage. This is a game of pain thresholds. How much pain can your economy take? How much backlash can you take from the general public, from lawmakers? So we're at the very early stage of the leverage that's being applied. And you could argue that both sides have a fair amount of it. It's just who can withstand it the longest.
All right, very good. Brendan Murray, global trade editor for Bloomberg News, joining us taking place between the Chinese and the American trade deal.
Det er jo ikke bra for viksen min, men det er bra for den vi kjøper litt lenger ned.
Ja.
Kan vi kjøpe viks? Nei, den setter takk.
Jeg synes det var fin den reaction i natt på 3.11. Gikk under og så gikk den opp på retesta og tekstbok. Shortene på tur der ned i natt.
Det er det.
Jeg har satt opp til klokka 3 og noe sånt.
Ja, det var noe samme åt meg av.
Og så er jeg opp klokka 8 igjen da.
Ja, det var ikke jeg. Våkna på sofaen her i 12-tida i dag.
Såpass, ja.
Ja, men det har med, skal du si, med formen å gjøre.
Faen, det var mange som så på sofaen.
Hæ?
Det var mange som så på sofaen, skjønner jeg.
Ja, men da var det bare sprengt kontoen sin.
Ja.
Da var det sovnet på sofaen, sikkert.
Helvete, jeg er flink sykting. Det er bra, Pepina. Jævlig bra.
Nei, men Lena, du gikk noe tidlig i går kveld.
Hæ?
Bakt brød.
Rollbakt brød da? Hva faen, tror du det var noe trading her? Ja.
Det er boller det der.
Rundstykker og brød sikkert.
Ja, det er sånn armbrød, ja. Nass fortsetter opp.
China Talks.
Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with us, Bloomberg Business Flash. And we are being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle offering the country cloud bill in hand. If you move to Oracle infrastructure, spring U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies.
Nvidia har gått nå på siste tida.
Still waiting for some word on progress in the trade talks in London between the U.S. and China. Nothing yet, so we're mixed with the major averages. S&P 500 up 7, the Dow down 99, that's down about 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 right now 72 points higher, that is a 0.3%. Little history lesson, the parent of CNN, HBO, and other channels, they were formed in 2022 when you had the merger of AT&T's Warner Media and Discovery. The deal did create a company weighed down with debt when cable TV was hemorrhaging viewers. Fast forward to this morning, Warner Discovery now splitting its streaming and studio business TV networks. It is the best performing stock in the S&P 500 right now, Warner, and it is up right now.
Nvidia opp
Two more downgrades for Tesla.
24% på måneden. Det er helt sjukt.
One problem, in a growing number of cases, they don't have enough desks. The death of the office rhetoric that was commonplace, you remember, during the pandemic, immediately thereafter, apparently was
Det er hele indeksen, liksom. Broadcom opp 20% på måneden.
Ja, bare send det opp.
Du kan egentlig bare kjøpe Du vet at du har en ETF som heter Magnificent 7. Du burde egentlig skille den. Du burde egentlig bare kalle den for Nasdaq. Nesten sånn som det er nå.
Again, he's never at his desk. This is here in the studio for 5 hours. All right, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, this is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through a lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies in 130 industries all around the world. So the S&P is trading at 6,008. Now what? Ann Berry is founding and managing partner at Threadneedle, joins us now. And the question I was asking before break is, do we need actual good news for a sustained move higher to all-time highs? Or is it less bad news going to be enough?
Unfortunately, it feels like less bad news is going to be enough, Alex. And I continue to be perplexed as to how the market level can be higher today than it was before we started down this Liberation Day tariff regime. So I think the market sentiment is such, like, don't shock us with something terrible and we're just going to keep on humming on up. That's how it feels at the moment.
Technology, and give us your thoughts on just the tech sector in general. Is that still a leading sector for this market overall?
So I think tech has been extremely highly valued for sort of 2 years at this point. But what's been really interesting to me about this earnings season is a lot of these businesses, those that have been giving out increased guidance, have been rewarded with increased investor support. And I think there are some areas of tech that continue to be interesting. A lot of these software companies that are becoming one-stop shop for enterprises, both large and small. So it does feel like there are certain pockets of opportunity, but I do think that the market's becoming slightly more disciplined around which are providing more guidance towards the upside and not hiding behind this, macro uncertainty narrative.
Well, to that point, does the macro uncertainty still touch these specific areas of tech?
Well, I'll sort of answer that, Alex, from two different perspectives. And one is from the actual client perspective, the customer perspective. And so when I think about the boardrooms that I'm sitting in, the conversation we're having is, whether we're manufacturing businesses or consumer businesses, we are concerned about the macro outlook, despite what I think is a euphoric equity market. And as a result, when it comes to hiring decisions, when it comes to CapEx, capital expenditure decisions, we're being more thoughtful and more conservative. But the one space that is still getting
snakker om nå at det euforia på aksjemarkedet, og at markedet går opp på ikke ille nyheter. Det går ikke opp på bra nyheter, men ikke så ille nyheter, det de sier. Det har vi visst lenge, ikke det?
I do see spend continuing to go there, and it's about
vi faller ikke på makro I det hele tatt.
And what's the state of play of AI? I mean, prior to all this tariff talk in 2025, all the market talked about, cared about, valued was AI. We've kind of stepped away from that a little bit. What's your view today about AI and maybe how investors should have exposure to it?
I'm not sure that we have stepped away from AI, but I think instead of it being this sort of novelty that's grabbed headlines, it's something that instead is woven into all the depths of the earnings narrative. So if you look back at the earnings call transcripts, the vast majority of businesses were talking about the ways in which they were currently or planning to incorporate AI into their own product development, into enhancing efficiency, into using it for marketing and for sales and to reaching out consumers. So I think it's actually now become something that's become table stakes. We've moved past AI as a headline grammar into, if it's a headline, it may be for the downside because it's a surprise to the market. So I think it's now here, and I think it's where a place where we're looking more watchfully to see evidence of return on investment. And we're starting to see it. We're starting to see some businesses come out and talk about specific ways it added to the top line and to the bottom line. I think those who aren't coming out saying that are going to suffer in the second half of this year.
So the question, what do you like?
Well, there's a couple. Let's start with the US. On that theme, I do like Intuit. It was sort of a surprising one to me because I'd had in the back of my mind this bias when you looked at what had happened to H&R Block over time, that when it came to the core tax product, they do TurboTax. That was set for complete AI disruption. It was going to be fully automated, and the IRS had been talked about for 2 years now, issuing their own software, and I thought that's going to be really difficult for folks like TurboTax. They knocked it out of the park. They're on the path for 47% growth this year. And what they figured out is that, yes, the consumer, yes, the small business wants to have AI to improve the efficacy of their tax filing, get their refunds faster, but they also want human beings they pick up the phone and talk to. People are now, I think, sufficiently spooked by the pace of change and the complexity of change in the tax system that they're wanting a human being to talk to and to walk them through what it is they should be doing instead of filing themselves or relying on just technology. So to me, that marriage of human and artificial intelligence is one of the reasons I like Intuit, and there are others like it.
And thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Ann Berry, founder
and
managing partner of Red Deal from New York City. The only problem I have with Intuit is, how do you pronounce it? Intuit or Intuit?
I say Intuit.
Yeah,
but my pronunciation, as we know, is not the best in the
tomato. I don't know, but a pretty cool company. TurboTax, yeah. My daughter uses TurboTax.
Folk diskuterer blåse en konto. Story. Det flere som har hatt veldig små kontoer som 1000 kroner og 2000 kroner og sånn, som har vært eksponert når jeg handlet gult på fredag. De kontoene skulle aldri ha handlet gult. Med så mye kontrakter som det er ikke mye heller. Det er 0,16 kontrakter.
What are the expectations going into Apple's developer conference here this week?
Yeah, the expectations are very low. I mean, we're not expecting a whole lot coming out of WWDC this year, largely because Mark Gurman has done such a good job of telling us what is going to most likely come out of it. Not a whole lot of new AI features. Apparently, the one thing that is up there is to open the platform up for third-party developers to create new AI applications.
Nei, jeg skulle trade 0,16 på fredag, og så skulle jeg være snill og ta hensyn, så trykket jeg 0,0116 ganger. Så da fikk veldig mange små kontoer jævla mange
whether they decide to beg, borrow, or steal from somebody else, we'll find out how that partnerships are scaling up.
So what's going to be the flashpoint then for WWDC? Like, what's going to be the highlight if we're not going to hear that much about AI?
Da tror jeg gikk litt stopplås,
again, this is not rumored. We don't know what it is, but last year they came out and said they're going to do a partnership with OpenAI. So when you're asking, the ecosystem a question about something, and you can go outside and have OpenAI's help or ChatGPT's help to get that answer. So that's good.
Barclays cuts more than 200 investment bank jobs to pare costs.
Det drittdårlig nyhet, bare så det sagt.
So is it possible that they can do a tie-up with Google Gemini?
Så Barclays kutter ansatte, en av verdens største banker, og så popper Nasdaq på det.
But I think down the road, Gemini.
Det er noe som bruker det.
Barclays er verdens største banker, de sier opp masse ansatte, så går Nasdaq rett opp.
Come up quite a bit in the last 2-3 years. I think all the tech companies were caught unaware when ChatGPT came out.
Hadde du sagt det til meg for 10 år siden, så hadde jeg ikke trodd på det.
Showcase their own features. So that could be one surprise, but again, we have not heard any rumor that that's going to happen.
Red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal right now. Barclays cuts more than 200 investment bank jobs to pare costs. And we'll have further reporting on that coming up. So, Anurag, you mentioned kind of the various legal issues facing the company here. I'm looking at the stock. It's down 18% year to date, underperforming the market pretty dramatically. Is there just some clarity on some of the, I guess, liability Apple may face?
Yeah, I think, you could say that, it's trading at 28 times earnings where you don't have anything, really positive coming out right now. You have the big overhang of the fee that they get from Google. Then there is this pressure on the App Store because of all the changes that's happening. The China story is not looking good in terms of the local demand in China. The President Trump is not giving them a break when it comes to building phones. So to be honest, there's nothing really going well for them. And yet the stock's still at 28, 29 times earnings. Right. And I think that just tells you how people, really understand the long-term value of the ecosystem and the company. But there isn't much really to be happy about in terms of, the growth prospects or the profit prospects of it.
Do you think that 28 times earnings is a solid way to value the company?
I think it's a very tough way to look at it because, I can take the argument on one side that it still has a really long way to go in terms of gaining market share for the rest of the world when it comes to emerging markets, when it even comes to the US, because young people are still really into the Apple ecosystem, and down the road that market share should go up. But on the other hand, the big overhang for at least, in this case is the roughly 20-odd billion they get from Google for the default search. If that goes away, that's a lot of that falls into the bottom line. So the 110 billion or so you have in free cash flow, maybe that cuts down by like 15% or so. So that's a very big number, frankly, in our view. Once that overhang goes through, then I could, make some more positive or constructive, views on what could happen to Apple over the 3-year period or so.
Anurag, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Anurag Rana, technology analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us via Zoom from that technology hub known as Chicago, Illinois. That's where we planted our flag there for Bloomberg Intelligence for technology. Chicago.
No, huge.
Exactly. Then we got folks out in San Francisco as well here. But again, when was the last time when we were just yawning through an Apple developer conference?
I know it. And I think we're still kind of waiting for, are we going to get a super cycle? And I've been hearing that since 2016, and we have yet to have that. And then when we don't have the AI product to then justify a super cycle with high-paid iPhones, then you got yourself a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, I decided not to wait for the super cycle, so I just upgraded to whatever I got. 16.
Well, because your phone was like an iPhone 11.
Yes.
So exactly. I don't even know how that was actually still working. All right, coming up, we're going to go to Paul's Wheelhouse, talk about the Warner Brothers Discovery plans to split into 2 public businesses with Geetha Ranganathan, one of the best out of Bloomberg Intelligence. This is Bloomberg.
GT3 på hva? Neste nivåen på hva?
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a
For
day.
det var 0,01
Bloomberg Television and the Bloomberg
16
Business
ganger.
app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Jeg skulle bare tatt 0,16 en gang, så hadde du fått 0,1. Det er det vi fant ut nå.
Flash. Still waiting for any hint of progress in trade talks between China
Jo,
and
jeg
the
tror
U.S.
det.
Those talks are taking place in London. Investors also focused on data this week. That's going to include a look at inflation with the consumer price index and the producer price index midweek. Meantime, Drew Mattis at MetLife says of all the data this week, he's actually focused on the inflation expectations that come out at 11 this morning.
The New York Fed survey on consumer expectations comes out today, and we'll get a huge bevy of information on not just what consumers are expecting inflation to do going forward, but how inflation is impacting their lives.
We'll bring this to you live, of course. For the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, higher technology in the lead right now. Warner Brothers Discovery, best single performing stock in the index, that was up 7.5%. Barclays preparing to cut over 200 jobs in the investment bank division in the coming days. Part of the CEO CS Venkakrishman's plan to boost the profitability of that division. The cut's going to impact staffers in investment banking, global markets, research, managing directors being the most senior roles affected, representing about 3% of the investment bank's headcount. S&P 500 Up 7 right now, 6,007, about 2% away from the
Kjøpte
all-time
Nordea
high.
her,
Dow Jones
pluss
Industrial
minus.
Average down 166
Begynte å
points.
kjøpe
The
på
Nasdaq 100 right now, 86 points higher. And we check the market.
3,23, 3,35, 3,40, 45, 47, 48, 50. Så rundt de nivåene
All
her.
right, thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies
Skal
and
vi kjøpe mer
130 industries all
Conqueror?
around the
Jeg må
world.
ut av alle posisjonene, og så må jeg ta
The
større
split up that's
posisjoner.
not a surprise at all for anyone on Wall Street is Warner Brothers Discovery splitting into two publicly traded companies, one with HBO Max film and TV business, the other with its cable business. The stock is up 7%. And for more, Geetha Ranganathan, Bloomberg Intelligence analyst on U.S. media, is with us. Geetha, do we like this plan? What in it was it all surprising?
We like the plan, Alex. This has been many months in the making. So last December, they had actually reorganized the existing business into these two separate units, the TV business and then the streaming and the studio business, kind of eventually paving the way for exactly the announcement today. I think the surprising part, and this is a little bit of a pleasant surprise for Warner Brothers Discovery, has really been on the debt side. So as you well know, the linear TV business is challenged, but the bigger problem for WBD has really been a huge amount of debt. And this debt was really as part of the combination of Warner Brothers and Discovery, which happened a few years ago. At that point, the company had over $55 billion in debt. They've paid about $19 billion down, but they still have $35 billion. But what they're doing now as part of this transaction is they have a tender offer out there. They're really kind of looking to streamline the capital structure. So when you have these two new public companies, there's going to be a much more manageable debt load at both of those companies. And I think investors are really reacting positively to that news.
Geetha, when they put the companies together, one of the arguments was to create scale to compete against Netflix and Disney. What happened to that argument?
Yeah, exactly, Paul. Yes, they did create scale as far as the TV networks part of the business was concerned. You have Discovery, which is really the leader when it comes to nonfiction. You have, the Warner networks and HBO, which is the leader when it comes to fiction and quality dramas and scripted series. And they thought that would do well, but unfortunately what happened is, and all media companies, as you well know, Paul, have this conundrum because they have the TV business, which brings in a lot of the cash, but is literally a no-growth business. In fact, it is in decline. Both advertising as well as affiliate fees are in decline. But then you had the streaming business, which initially kind of had a little bit of trouble because, in that whole game of subscribers and that land grab for subscribers, they actually ended up incurring a huge amount of losses. But there is this whole wave of content cost rationalization. We've seen a turnaround in all of the streaming businesses, and Warner Brothers Discovery actually has kind of led the charge there. So they were actually the first to get profitable in terms of streaming. And so now we're seeing this huge disconnect, or at least they are saying that there is this huge disconnect between the TV networks business and the streaming, the studios business, which should arguably get a much higher multiple. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the reason for this split. So we're seeing now multiple companies do this actually. So Comcast, which has the NBC division, they're splitting off their cable networks. We had Lionsgate and Starz, where you have Lionsgate as a independent movie studio, Starz as the media networks, and now you have Warner Brothers Discovery. So there's this whole big movement now towards, this vertical kind of separation, if you will.
I mean, do they all come together then and create kind of one less great TV network thing? Yeah, that's kind of the plan. So the most logical combination, and this has been floated around for months now, is that with this news of the Comcast, the NBC cable network separation, would that become like this kind of roll-up vehicle? And that's kind of what, a lot of the industry experts are thinking. They're expecting now that you have this news today with Warner Brothers Discovery, everybody's kind of expecting down the road some combination of maybe that Warner Brothers Discovery TV assets along with the Comcast assets, and who knows who else kind of spins off their networks, and then that becomes this giant kind of TV network umbrella. Going back to Paul's point about scale, because scale really matters now at this business.
All right, how about
Paramount, your other
sick child in your coverage. What's going on there?
Yeah, so we really don't know what's going on there. So there's been a lot of ups and downs, Paul, with the whole closing of the deal. So the Paramount Skydance transaction, it was announced last year, sometime in July. It was supposed to close by the first half, by the end of the first half of 2025. But there's just been so many different press reports.
Og så bare satt når man så det at han 2 millioner, 1 million 90, 1 million 850, 1 million 700, 1 million 300, alle bare takk, nei, den skal opp dit. Hva faen være meg?
Yeah, actually closes. So there's just too many things up in the air. And then again, there is the lingering question because we know that Skydance was really only interested in the Paramount studio business. So again, what they kind of do with the TV networks business, what they do with the streaming business, that's all a huge question mark. So visibility very, very limited right now for Paramount.
I guess I just wonder if you stick all the cable networks together, how does that actually generate real income? I mean, I know that's a cash cow to some extent, right? But then you have a lot of debt and there's no growth. So like, what kind of asset is that?
Yeah, it's definitely a melting ice cube kind of an asset, which is exactly what, you know, the TV networks have been. The argument that all of these media companies are making, Alex, is that somehow by kind of banding together, you know, because each one of them will have 1 or 2 networks that is kind of a must-have network. So if you're looking at Warner, you have CNN. You know, if you're looking at again, if you're looking at the NBC networks, you have USA, you have MSNBC. So you know, there are definitely always going to be some must-have networks in each portfolio. And kind of putting them all together will stem that rate of decline, or at least that is the argument that they're making. But again, we've seen that cord cutting has actually been far worse than what was initially projected. So again, it remains to be seen. But the idea is they want to milk it till it kind of runs dry.
Geetha, do we have any early feedback from Orlando with the new Universal Park? John Tucker's asking.
It's supposed to be awesome.
It is awesome, and we, you know, the initial. So this actually only opened about 10 to 15 days ago. And so far, everything seems to be going in the right direction for Epic Universe and for Comcast. And we know that they are really kind of doubling down on their parks business. They actually have a new park coming out just out of London, and they have all these other attractions that are opening in the US as well. But so far from Orlando, the signs are pretty strong.
So my daughter's 10.
Okay.
She's never once asked to go to Disney, and she has asked to go to this thing.
Really?
Yes.
See, it's
det er 1 million i profit, og så
But now you're gonna go
Sam Bank, den kryptobørsen. I helvete, tapte typen din penger på greiene der.
Right. Yeah, no, we're not doing either of those things. Okay. I'm just saying more just on like the buzz for the actual kids who are going to make their parents do that. Go figure. All right, Geetha, always good to catch up. Geetha Ranganathan, Bloomberg Intelligence Analyst on U.S. media. So it reminds me of like an oil asset. Where like, if you have an asset that's pumping oil, you don't want to invest, just let it run dry. Like, is that what these...
That's what I think and they turn out to be good bonds to own, because there's lots of...
De der som...
They're not necessarily good.
Det fungerte omtrent som sånn der Ponzi-scheme.
So that's how that works.
Du var sånn broker, du liksom, de tradet liksom for deg, kjørte arbitrasje, og så puttet du opp i 10 000, så fikk du tilbake 20, så puttet opp i 20, så fikk du tilbake 25, puttet opp i 25, og så kunne du holde på sånn, det var flest holdt på sånn over et år. Og så plutselig så bare sayonara, så var det ingen som fikk ut pengene sine. Hvem var det? Hvem faen var det igjen? Innsidekjøp på K forrige uke. Jeg har kontroll på aksjene mine, skjønner du. Bare ikke Trump. Vi var oppe og snuste på 3,26, nesten 27 nettopp. Vi må over 30 for at det skal være noe fart i gull. Jeg innsiktsjøp i K hele tiden, føler jeg. TGS også kommer antakelig til å gjøre veldig bra. Se om det ble nedgradert i forrige uke, var det vel. Det var ikke DNB som nedgraderte TGS-en.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio along with John Tucker. We're streaming live on YouTube. Check us out there, Bloomberg Live Podcast. We're also on your smart TV, Roku, all that kind of stuff. Search for Bloomberg Originals, and that's where you'll find us. Let's talk a little healthcare here like we like to do every week. But Sam Fazeli, Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharma Analyst. He's actually at his desk in London. He's usually traveling all over the place, going to these crazy conferences, learning about the science. I want to talk about the money, Sam. More and more biotechs are returning cash to shareholders. Why are they doing this?
Yeah, hi, Paul. Thanks for having me back on. So I think we're coming to a realization that they can't just sit on a large pile of cash. The latest one that just happened was $700 million in the bank, and the assets weren't particularly going in the direction that I think shareholders were happy with, which is why the company was sitting at a negative enterprise value of like 100 million or 90 million, depending on when you're looking at it. And I think they thought, well, no, actually 288 million, sorry. They thought it's time to return some of that cash to shareholders, and you're seeing more of this happening. Investors got tired of companies essentially constantly saying, we'll find better things to do with your cash. And the investors go, we know what to do with our cash.
That is like a really weird thing for a biotech company, right? Because isn't the whole value proposition eventually is that you spend all this money on R&D to make that super cool thing that's going to make $1 billion?
Right, sure.
But
if you start off saying, I am the expert in this area, and I'm going to take this expertise and translate this idea into a product, and that doesn't work out, then you say, actually, I have another idea that wasn't necessarily your expertise. That's where investors get a little bit edgy. Yeah.
So, Sam, I know the FDA.
121,
What's new about it, and is it better?
Well, actually, they did a real trial of comparing this new version, I'll tell you what's new about it, with the standard vaccine, Spikevax, that we've been getting. I don't even know how to pronounce the new name. Mnexvia, something like that.
Sure.
I could never. It's not an easy rolling off the tongue. What they've done is that they've taken the dose from 50 micrograms to 10 micrograms. And what that does is that it gives you less reactions. And in fact, in this particular trial, they showed even higher antibody responses compared to the old one. So there is a small possibility. It was only a few 10% or so higher. A small possibility that you get a much better efficacy in a real world setting, but it seemed to go in that direction here. So, and that now is going to become the base of all their vaccines going forward.
Right, but that's a good news if you take the vaccine, but then you're not allowed to get the vaccine unless you have underlying comorbidities, right?
Yeah, Alex, it's only you who's not allowed to get the vaccine.
I know, like the one person who COVID loves the most.
You don't have a whole bunch of the qualifying factors. You're not old. you're over 64.
No.
You're not a comorbidity, except the one thing you have, which is something that doesn't show up in these conversations, is a risk of a really bad reaction to COVID, right?
Yeah.
Something that you've What is going on, though, is that the company, Moderna specifically, has committed to the FDA to a placebo-controlled trial in a 50 to 64-year or 65-year group of individuals.
At Barclays skal si opp den her med ansatte, det er sånn, i vanlig marked så er det bare sånn varsko. Det er sånn røde lamper overalt. Skulle faen bare mangle at det falt.
This trial needs to be large in order to show a difference. And remember, a whole bunch of people are going into these trials now with previous immunity, which means the difference is going to be smaller, which means you're going to need larger trials. So I hope it works out, and I hope the punitive for Moderna.
New obesity data from a newish biotech, Metsera, and their obesity issue. What's going on there? What do they have for the market?
Yeah, so they've got a new mechanism, which they're not the only people following it. Lilly's doing it, Novo's doing it, Zealand, and now in partnership with Roche are doing it. And it's targeting not GLP-1s, but amylin, in the same sort of pathway of hormones that regulate hunger and satiety, etc. But slightly different. And the theory is that you're going to get a drug that is less difficult to tolerate, i.e. nausea and vomiting is the biggest one with these drugs because they impact the gut. And so here they've presented data that shows pretty good weight loss at a 36-week readout, 36-day readout, 5 weeks. And you've got, unfortunately, 100% nausea rates, but they are at the very low grade, i.e. just feeling a little, I'm assuming, yuck. And then what you've got is that it only seems to, majority of them seem to pass after the first week. So I think this is good.
That's why I love Sam. He's like, they just feel a little yuck. Like, this is why Sam knows everything so well, he can use words like that.
Exactly.
All right, Sam, you're the best. Thanks a lot. Sam Bazzelli, Bloomberg Intelligence, Director of Research for Global Industries, as well as Senior Pharmaceutical Analyst joining us there. All right, guys, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder for you. You can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM, channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Our next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now, and you have a market with pretty small moves. If you're looking at the dollar, stocks, or bonds, investors looking at those trade talks between the U.S. and China for signs of whether tensions will be diffused. Those talks
Hva heter det der selskapet som
just about 2% away
svindla alle tidligere? Ikke FBX, hva heter det for
a bull market for the equity index. And again, Treasury's not doing that
Var
much.
ikke faren din også, ble ikke han også lurt?
On Thursday, everyone's looking at. You got the 10 on Wednesday, you got 3-year tomorrow. Just what next week 10 will be. Yeah,
Nei, den der hvor du puttet opp i cash, og så skulle du få tilbake x antall arbitrasje, så det funket et års tid, og så plutselig stoppet alle utbetalinger, og folk sitter i baller, masse penger som bare liksom skal komme. Så hadde de bindet opp pengene i bitcoin, og var liksom ikke måte på. Hva var det for deg?
Ja, det var jo det her det copy-opplegget som faen helt bra.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Happy Monday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. We have a great hour lined up for you. We'll tackle everything that's coming out of D.C. with Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst. Plus, we just got some inflation expectation data. We'll break that down with Michael McKee in just a moment. Mandeep Singh, also Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst, will be joining us to cover all the tech news of the day. And then Adam Coons is Chief Portfolio Manager at Winthrop Capital Management for the latest on the markets. And we'll talk about Mr. Cuomo and part of your interview, Paul, and Tom Keene with Andrew Cuomo.
Yep. Absolutely. We had him here for about almost a half an hour. So we talked about a wide range of topics. topics locally for New York City and nationally for the Democratic Party.
Looking forward to listening to some of that interview as well. But let's kick it all off for you right now with the Bloomberg Business Flash. And for that, we go to John Tucker.
Okay, since we are data dependent, let's start there. The New York Fed, the one-year inflation expectations, that's actually coming in better than expected. 3.2% the prior month with 3.6%. And economists surveyed by Bloomberg, they were looking for 3.5%. So that's kind of giving stocks a lift right now, as well as bonds. S&P 500, 5 points higher. That's up 0.1%. We're at 6,005. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, pairing some of the earlier losses, right now down 89 points. The Nasdaq 100, 56 points higher. The 2-year yield, which is policy reactive, is down 2 basis points.
TFX.
4.01%. Investors also waiting for any more progress in the U.S.-China trade talks taking place in London. And meantime, Robert Teeter at Silvercrest Asset Management, he remains relatively optimistic about company earnings.
So I think we're headed to pretty decent gains, high single digits. It's going to be all over the place, though. Very noisy quarter, in my opinion. A lot of bifurcation. Some companies are kind of giving you that sense that they're hunkering down a little bit. Others are giving you the sense they're leaning into this. I think leaning into it is the way to go.
Warner Brothers Discovery
Jeg kjenner igjen det som gjorde flere millioner på det.
S&P
Men jeg kjenner det ikke da.
Tesla shares among the most active, also lower. It was hit with a pair of downgrades. Circle Internet Group's shares, they continue to climb. The third day of trading, gaining as much as 8% right now. This would be a 285% rise above the stablecoin issuer's IPO price. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. A red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. The New York Fed says one-year inflation expectations fall to 3.2% from 3.63%. Last period, the consensus was 3.5%, so a little bit better there. All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney along with Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at today?
Looking at Aon at the moment, Paul. So that's ticker AON, and that stock is down more than 4% at the moment. We're going to get an investor day from that company this week, and the company said that management will reaffirm the firm's 2025
Det var ikke en børs. CFX var sånn der
reminder,
arbitrasje
most of those key metrics, including adjusted operating margin. Its consensus also showing that its margin improving about 70 basis points for this year, and guidance implying roughly 80 basis points. Full year organic growth expected at about 5%, but that is a slowdown from the prior 3 years. So not a good day for insurance brokers here.
Not so much. All right, how about Intuitive Surgical?
Intuitive Surgical, ticker ISRG, that's also falling today, Alex, down more than 6% at the moment. It's a robotic surgery company, and it just received a cut from Deutsche Bank from hold to sell now. And Deutsche Bank citing, quote, significant risks to its instruments and accessories business. Its analysts saying that encroachment to the company's I&A segment by remanufactured instruments is inevitable. And Deutsche Bank also saying that about 46% of Intuitive's revenues in that segment will be at risk of encroachment by third-party remanufactured devices.
Okay.
Synchrony. What is
Synchrony Financial?
What
yeah,
does Synchrony
that's
Financial
right.
do?
It's a fintech company. It's
okay.
up,
Gotcha.
ticker SYF, and shares are up more than 2% because there is a report now that Walmart credit cards will once again be issued by Synchrony. So it's a Walmart tie-up. OnePay is a fintech company backed by Walmart, and they've picked Synchrony to issue a co-branded card that can be used outside of Walmart, as well as a private label card that will be just for purchases at the retailer. And so OnePay will begin offering these cards later this year. Synchrony actually used to issue to Walmart credit cards up until 2018 for nearly 2 decades, and then they switched to Capital One. So I guess they're just switching back.
Okay.
Wasn't Synchrony rolled out of GE after the crisis? That it was part of GE. It was their Bank Capital.
Ooh, that's way back.
Bank Capital arm.
That's way back.
Anywho,
That's a good one.
All right. All right. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it, Christine. Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. For more conversations just like this, subscribe to new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports and the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen. So there is a lot of drama unfolding in London between U.S. and China trade representatives as they continue their conversation. But in D.C., DC, there's still stuff going on as well. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, joins us now. Nathan, obviously the headline over the weekend is the riots in LA and then the National Guard being sent in without the governor having asked for it. How is that unfurling in DC right now?
So I would say, it was one of those things where President Trump wanted this fight because it plays to one of his key messages that won him the election, and that was on immigration. But, in terms of how it plays in terms of things like the One Big Beautiful Bill or to tariffs or to the, that's really not happening just yet. There was a lot of discussions about Medicaid cuts and SNAP reductions and Inflation Reduction Act. And those messages are very difficult for Republicans, but they're still moving forward. So when it comes to Los Angeles and this idea of troops, I think President Trump certainly wants that to try and deflect some of that message away from Medicaid cuts, for example. The question is, we anticipate the One Big Beautiful Bill going into July. Will California go into July? Time will only tell.
So where are we on either, cuts to expenses like Medicaid or new revenue like taxes? Where are we in that discussion these days?
Yeah, so there's really three things that came out of the House bill. It's the Medicaid, it's the SNAP benefits, and it's the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, each one of those was given a certain time frame of when those tax credits, and in the Medicaid cuts, an example of when they would actually take into effect. Now, the House conservatives insisted for Medicaid, for example, that it would start in December 2026, the Inflation Reduction Act 2028, all this being said. Now, what the Senate is doing at the moment is looking how to moderate it. And so Senator John Thune gave a statement just last week saying that we're going to anticipate a lot of that pushing back. So what we're telling our clients is that go back to the original House and Ways and Means text, where for a lot of these tax cuts and a lot of these tax extensions, they would start taking place in like 2028 or 2029 beyond Trump's rest of his administration. That's where we think the Senate goes. Now, when it comes to Medicaid in particular, obviously it's a very difficult vote for a lot of Republicans that have either constituencies or states that are heavily development or heavily reliant on Medicaid. We think that most likely that those ultimate decisions, if you will, are going to be votes to kick the can and push those cuts off so that if a future president wants to come back and revisit it, that person would have flexibility.
Right, interesting. In terms of the feud between Elon Musk and President Trump, I guess it's a twofer. Like, one, where are we with that? But then more importantly, kind of what is Doge doing within the government without Elon Musk?
So it seems like we're sort of at a truce at the moment. Now, I say that, obviously, it could change almost instantly. But in terms of where we are with that, the White House sent what is known as a rescissions package, trying to codify around $9 billion in cuts. Now, this is mostly USAID, state, and NPR. We looked at it from an investment point of view, and we actually don't think there's much there market moving. But the reason why it's important to talk about is that this is the first of many rescissions packages that will come probably throughout the rest of this year. Now, the White House can essentially say, look, Doge has identified these $1 billion number of cuts. Now we need Congress to go in there and actually approve this. Now, you don't need a filibuster. It's just a majority vote in the House, a majority vote in the Senate. But obviously, there are differences between what Doge wants to do and what senators want to do. This happened one time in 2018, and the Republicans just said, look, I can't vote to cut these things that are ultimately going to impact my district. So we are going to continue to see things like clean energy, tax credits, loans, grants, and so forth like that. Those rescissions packages are most likely coming later this year.
Last week, Alex and I were broadcasting remotely from Washington, D.C. area. And one afternoon, I was walking around town, walking past the Department of Agriculture, which is a massive building taking up like a whole square block. And it was quitting time, and people were coming out by the thousands. It goes back to, we don't know what these people do, but I'm sure they're doing good work. But now that Elon Musk is out of the picture, is Doge still a thing? Are people just going to come back into the federal workforce now?
Well, anecdotally, I would say, yes, Doge is still a thing. Just talking to my friends and family around the region, they certainly are still active. And there are Doge employees at pretty much all of these agencies. And what I would say is that rather than being the bully pulpit of Elon Musk, now each agency leader is the one that actually has to make that decision. For example, over at the Federal Reserve, Doge isn't there yet, or as much as I can tell, they're not there yet. But Fed Vice Chair for Supervision, if you look at Michelle Bowman of her speech for last week, it had a lot of Doge elements to it in terms of saying, look, we need to get cut, we need to actually become more streamlined and so forth like that. So the idea of Doge is certainly going through the agencies, but the bully pulpit of Elon Musk isn't there, so you will see cuts and you will see streamlining efforts continuing throughout the rest of this year.
All right, Nathan, thanks a lot. Super appreciate Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, joining us from Washington, D.C. All right, the economic data that we got just at the top of the hour had to do with Fed inflation expectations for the short run, that 1 year falling to 3.2% versus 3.63%. So, like, we're getting there. And 3 to 5 year also lower than estimated. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joins us now. Okay, so are we celebrating this or what?
No, I mean, it's a survey, but...
Hey, 3% is close to a two-handle, I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, but the problem is it's still 3.2%. But it is good news for the Fed because it does suggest that people are not... We're not getting unanchored in our inflation expectations. And the explanation is probably that what we've seen is Trump taco. He's backed off on his tariffs. He's put things on pause. And so people aren't quite as concerned as they were when we were going to have massive tariffs. We still don't know what the tariffs are going to be, so this doesn't settle anything, but it does suggest that people are still think that the Fed can control inflation even if it jumps higher.
So we are on Wednesday and Thursday going to get some inflation data. Wednesday, the CPI. Thursday, the PPI. I don't see anything else really jumping out at me. When are we going to start seeing inflation data, if at all?
Well, on Wednesday and Thursday. I mean, both of those indicators are expected to rise on a year-over-year basis. The CPI going from 2.3% to 2.5%.
Okay.
And the core to 2.9% from 2.8%. So
we're seeing it, okay.
That's going to be the first rise that we've had in a long time. And so that will get people's attention. Now, this is already forecast. So does it have a big market effect on Wednesday? That's hard to say. You know more about how traders think than I do. But it will be the first real evidence that there is some sort of tariff effect. And then PPI will be even more so because much of what we import is, and tariff is intermediate goods.
But then that gets so confusing because then you have any sort of preemptive buying before that and stockpiling and inventory build, which will distort PPI also. So, I mean, again, getting that clean read is going to take a while.
Well, it's going to take a while, and we still don't know what the patterns of buying are going to be. We did have the big pull forward of imports in January, February, to a certain extent March, and then in April we saw a big reversal of that. These are going to be May CPI, PPI figures, so they should give us a more clean read than we've gotten to this point. But then what happens when we get tariffs numbers? Do they lead people to once again start importing stuff? Do they lead them to cut back on importing stuff or change what they import? So it's impossible to really make a conclusion out of anything at this point, which is why we send Anne-Marie Corder over to London, hang out with Scott Bessent and try to get an answer.
I mean, I guess that's going to be potentially important, I guess, what we hear out of London here. I'm just not sure if we're going to get any news, but I guess the market's discounting some base level of tariffs, it seems like. I mean,
well, it seems that they have priced in maybe the 10%. Now, have they priced it in effectively? There's it's funny, the people who are on the trading desks are making all these trades, and we're seeing the markets go up, and then the analysts who are sitting back going, these guys are nuts. So it's kind of hard to say where we're going to end up with this and whether or not there's a oh geez moment at some point when the markets say, we really didn't think that it was going to be this bad.
Or have we already seen that? And is it just more like less bad news is actually going to be more supportive for the market? And then if you get any kind of actual trade deal with some other country than the UK, does that wind up being good for the market?
Well, and remember, the UK is not a trade deal. It's a deal to talk about getting to a deal. So
and also, we don't have a deficit with them, so there's that.
Where do we all, where do we end up with this? That's the really impossible thing. So that's why next week the Fed meets, not going to do anything. They'll put out a new dot plot, won't mean anything.
It won't mean anything because there's still too much uncertainty about what trade policy will be.
I mean, the pause on tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs, ends on July 8th. So July 9th, the president could come out with a totally revamped high tariff program if he doesn't get any more deals, and then anything the Fed said next week wouldn't make a whole lot of difference.
Which is why I feel like we need to bring back fan charts.
We have fan charts.
Yeah, but they don't really talk about that. They have the dots. Like, I feel like this is the perfect opportunity instead of the dots.
Well, there has been there was a lot of talk about the Fed should do like the Bank of England and do fan charts.
Exactly.
So what's a fan chart?
A couple of years ago. It's
like different scenarios.
So it opens up like a fan.
Right. It shows you the Fed's path is the median, and then it shows you the upper and lower bounds of their forecasts. And a couple of years ago, they started providing them, and nobody looks at them.
So, do that on next Wednesday.
Well, that'd be kind of hard to.
Yes, he doesn't want to do it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, for me to stand on TV and go like this.
The fan. Yeah, all right, fair enough. But to the point, there's
you
just
can
like
look it up yourself.
Oh, no, you can just tell me the next day. All right, Mike, thanks a lot. Michael Mickey, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joining us there. Right, because if you have a wide array of options, wide array of economic assumptions as well at the end of the day.
That makes sense to me.
All right, well,
nobody knows what's going on.
No, coming up, Adam Coons has put money to work in this market. Chief Portfolio Manager at Winthrop Capital Management will get his latest on the markets and what would make him more bullish or more bearish, or where's the value no matter what. Plus, we'll play back for you some of the interview with Andrew Cuomo, New York City mayoral candidate and former New York governor, after speaking with Paul Sweeney and Tom Keene earlier. Wide-ranging interview, and we'll break some of that down for you. In a market where equities are not really moving anywhere that much, volume is a little bit mixed, and you have the S&P pretty much flat on the day. The Nasdaq up by 0.3%. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Monday.
Gull testes snart day high. Man må bryte 3.30 for at det skal være noe fart videre. Det har jeg på gull. bryter 30. Dårlig.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg News
Michael, jeg holder, skal ha over 60, tror jeg,
stocks
får se.
drifting as the two biggest economies, the U.S. and
Jeg tror
China,
gull skal ha langt
continue
opp.
talks on trade. Those talks taking place in London. As soon as, if we get any word, of course, we're going to bring them
Jeg
to you.
var
One of the
litt
sharpest
irritert,
moves in the market
ikke
coming from
irritert, litt
Warner
sånn,
Brothers
litt skuffet at ikke alle kan være med på det,
right now,
og så er jeg litt
7.7%
skuffet at ikke jeg kan kjøpe mer.
in the S&P 500 right now.
For den falt mye i dag tidlig, og jeg fikk ikke kjøpt selv. Nå sitter jeg med de fra fredag, så nå går jeg pluss på de, men litt trist at ikke alle kunne være med på det her.
Hold on to CNN,
Litt trist.
TNT Sports, and other entertainment, sports and news, and TV
Det var derfor jeg
around
kjøpte
the
den.
world. Consumer expectations for future inflation. You heard Mike McKee talking about it. Improved across all fronts in the month of May. Household pessimism about the labor market somewhat eased. These are the findings of the latest New York Fed survey just released. Right now, the S&P 500, it is unchanged, right at 6,000. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 102 points lower, and the Nasdaq 100 right now 36 points higher. That is up 0.2%. This flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, thanks so much, JT. Appreciate it. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. You can also check us out on YouTube as well as any smart device that you have. Check us out on Bloomberg Originals on your smart TV, etc. All right, well, let's look at the market right at 6,000, right? We're officially in a bull market, but then kind of now what? What's the next catalyst? Adam Coons, Chief Portfolio Manager at Winthrop Capital Management, joins us now. Adam, I've been asking this question all morning. Do we need less bad news for the market to really move higher, or do we actually need good news?
What I would say is we need consistent news. I think the biggest issue for markets is that uncertainty that comes from the whipsaw.
Jeg har bestemt meg for å trade inn hele Nasdaq-tapet, sånn at jeg skal trade inn den kontoen.
That kind of thing. So I think
Den
once
var litt sur den her, altså, for den var jævla fin.
then we
Jeg tror den
can hit
trenden ble
all-time
veldig
highs
fin.
again.
Tenkte aldri
Obviously,
skulle vært på
I
trenden fra
think
fredag.
the momentum is in the direction of this bull run to continue. But that can change, at least right now, the way things have been going. That could change tomorrow with one news headline. So we're still cautious, but I would put it in the camp of, cautiously optimistic.
Have you altered maybe your stock bond kind of allocation at all, Adam, to account for this volatility?
Yeah, we did, and we've done a couple of different things. So for us, we had the advantage of, not because we saw this coming, but coming into 2025, given that valuations were, kind of at their, I'm not going to say they were, in a bubble or anything like that, obviously, but they were stretched. And we'd come off 2 years in a row where the S&P had returned over 20%. So we dialed back the risk just because of, we'd had such a good run. We didn't really want to time the market, so we moved more into defensive stocks, utility strategies, high dividend paying stocks like that. And so for us, the pivot really came when we saw the downturn into being able to add back to names that we had begun to underweight, like NVIDIA, and just simply taking them back to market weight, which was a win for us to, not capture all that on the downside, but then capture it back on the upside. So right now we're moving back towards that, kind of trading this a little bit more, where we're starting to dial back the risk again. I do want to reiterate, we're not outright timing and moving to cash or anything. What we're doing as far as we're just kind of playing the factors and shifting our factor exposure to, more defensive sectors, more defensive names. So since we've had this run up, and we're still thinking there's some potential for unpredictable markets. We're, like I said, just dialing that back and kind of moving back to the allocation we started the year with.
What do you think then about overseas as well? So there's been a lot of talk about that U.S. exceptionalism trade, and it feels like what we've now learned that means is taking down maybe your exposure to U.S. equities a touch and then just diversifying out, not like dumping U.S. altogether. Where do you sit in that narrative?
Yeah, so obviously, if you had done that earlier in the year, that's a phenomenal trade. Depending on the day, if you're looking at like the EFI index, international developed markets are up 16% relative to U.S. like the S&P 500, and that is a huge difference from what we've experienced in markets over the last really decade, where, like you said, the U.S. markets have really been the dominant player, the place to be. What I would say is that feels kind of like this has gotten a little too overrun. So for us, we're considerably dialing back the international exposure because, for us, it's one of those when we look at the back half of the year and, what can outperform. If the U.S. market does move into some sort of recession, which we are not calling for that to be the base case, but if it did, it would be hard for us to see a scenario where international markets like Europe and Japan don't also follow suit. And if the U.S. markets are, off to the races, we think that would kind of create that, the term obviously we use a lot is that FOMO trade, where people would want to get back into the U.S. markets as soon as possible. So I think you would see in that scenario a rush back to U.S. dollar denominated assets. Obviously the dollar plays a big role in that. You've seen it drop below 100 on the Dixie index. I think we'd see that get above 100. You'd see U.S. stocks pick back up. And not that the international stocks would go down, but they probably would just kind of be flatlined as those allocations were shifted. So for us, we think that if you are overexposed to international, or if you did go overweight international, great job, prior in this year. Now I would shift back towards the U.S. markets.
Adam, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Adam Coons, Chief Portfolio Manager, Winthrop Capital Management in Indianapolis, Indiana, with some good commentary there. Well, Bloomberg Surveillance co-anchor Tom Keene and I, we spoke with Andrew Cuomo, New York City mayoral candidate and former New York governor, in a wide-ranging interview. We began this portion of the conversation by asking Andrew if he is surprised that the Democrats haven't had someone big to challenge President Trump's presence. Let's take a listen.
First, the Democrats have to get the cadence of the game. They are coming up a day late, right? I don't believe this. I believe this immigration and Los Angeles, and it's going to get worse, and it's going to be New York. I believe this works politically for Donald Trump. I also believe it masks the budget debate, which is really the consequential debate for urban America short term. And he's on to a new topic. And the Democrats wind up a day late, because if you're arguing about the budget today, you're missing Los Angeles and New Jersey and the whole immigration debate.
We're going to wrap up here in a moment here for Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. Andrew Cuomo with his Politico. There was a mayor from Chicago who can be a little spicy named Emmanuel. He's out this weekend, and Rama's all wound up about the weak in the woke Democratic Party brand. And I would say he was basically... he is mayor of Chicago, and potentially you as mayor of New York are the ones fighting the fight to get the Democratic Party to get some backbone. Does that lead to a presidential effort in 2028? I mean, is the Democratic Party going to shift back to that centrist tendency that we talked about in 1985?
Centrist, forget the trying to define political ideology. I worked with Rahm in the Clinton administration. It's sort of practical and common sense, right? The Democrats lost to Trump. Why did we lose to Trump? I don't believe Trump won. I believe the Democrats lost. I believe what happened is the Democrats became disconnected from their people. They became disconnected from the kitchen table issues. Talk to me about my mortgage. Talk to me about my job. Talk to me about the economy. Talk to me about public safety. I don't want to hear about these esoteric issues right now when I'm worried about my life today. And do something for me. You're the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party fundamentally believes in the functionality of government, and you haven't functioned. Show me something that you did for me that made a difference in my life. Joe Biden, you were president. What did you do that I can see, feel, or touch? That's where the Democrats blew it.
Paul, this is so important. I want to get back to some of the basic stuff Paul was talking about. I mean, day one, the congestion tax. Day one, bike lanes. Day one, nobody can afford to live in this city. What's the day? Paul asked us earlier. What's your day one mandate to those kitchen table Democrats, independents, and disaffected Republicans?
What they're saying first is make me safe. I'm afraid to take the subways, and I haven't felt that way in 15 years. Make me safe. And that is public safety, that's mentally ill, homeless, etc., blending into quality of life. That's job one. And then affordability, I need to be able to pay the rent.
I got 45 seconds because of all the fancy stuff here in the Bloomberg News organization. Your father stopped America with a convention speech. Are you going to be at a convention running for president in the future?
I'm running for mayor, and that's enough.
There you go. That is Andrew Cuomo, New York City mayoral candidate and former New York governor. So, Alex, we had Mr. Cuomo for about 25 minutes, pretty extended conversation. And, of course, he's running in the mayoral primary, which is June 24th for the Democratic Party here in New York, then the general elections in the fall. It's a crowded field. So we spoke to him a lot about New York City issues that he'd be running on. What are the key issues for New York City? And, of course, safety, top of the list. And then we also asked him on some of these national questions. What happened, for example, in Los Angeles over the weekend? So wide-ranging interview. And he has obviously some very strong points. I think most people have a pretty good idea who Andrew Cuomo is.
Yeah, exactly. And what he's saying about kitchen table issues, like how much you pay for food, etc. And this will bring me back to an article that's one of the top read. Guys, get ready for it. The Food and Drug Administration said more than 20 million eggs have now been recalled after 21 people were hospitalized with salmonella.
Oh,
Just
great.
talking about, kitchen table issues.
Yeah.
Apparently these eggs, everyone listen up, distributed by the August Egg Company and were sold to retailers like Walmart and Safeway stores between February 3rd and February 19th. 79 people across 7 states have gotten sick with a strain of salmonella linked to these eggs, and that's according to the CDC.
Great. So in case you didn't have enough to worry about, I mean, so we have the chickens now.
So we have the chickens, and then now we have the
chickens are having the
salmonella.
eggs, but now there's some salmonella in the thing.
And we got to recall that, and then we'll see how that winds up going.
Because I think egg prices have been coming down.
Coming down, yeah.
Because they're making more chickens, which was my suggestion.
They're making more chickens. They're
Okay.
magically making more chickens. And I just used a raw egg yesterday in my carbonara sauce, so.
Really?
Yeah.
I stay over at that side of there.
Yeah, but we live in Park Slope. We have the fancy Union Market kind of thing, because that's all we got there. We got nothing else. All right, let's take a look at where the markets are. Let me see. Whole lot of nothing is actually happening. You have the S&P is flat, NASDAQ up 0.3%. Volume's not terrible, though, for the S&P and the NASDAQ, but honestly, not a lot of change. We're all looking forward to WWDC, the Worldwide Developer Conference for Apple in Cupertino, California, later on this afternoon. Apple very much underperforming the rest of the FANG index.
Yes.
I don't know if we're a Mag 7 world anymore, if we're back to the FANG acronym.
Yeah, I don't know. But these conferences, these developer conferences used to be real market movers.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
but
yeah.
less so these days.
I mean, maybe we've already priced in the lack of market movement.
Yes.
I don't know. We will
AI.
see. Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst, will be joining us after this. This is Bloomberg. Happy Monday.
kan sjekke sånne jævla mye her da. Men Så gul opp og teste det jeg har igjen.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, being brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support of future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to Commonwealth.com to learn how. Right now, the major averages, they are mixed. S&P 500, 5 points higher. We're at 6,006. The Dow Jones Industrial average, 45 points lower. NASDAQ 100, that is higher, up 41 points. That's up about 0.2%. And investors awaiting any sign of progress in the trade war. It's anybody's guess if the latest China-U.S. trade talks taking place in London today will move markets. Lori Calvasinas with RBC Capital Markets.
We do need to see.
Det sånn sur bismak at ikke de på fredag kan være med.
That last China trade de-escalation was, our economists as well as a number of other economists around the street really raised their GDP forecast meaningfully. And the question is something going to happen that's going to cause that kind of reaction again? We're just going to have to see.
And Warner Brothers Discovery splitting into two independent companies. The best performing stock right now in the S&P 500 up 7.4%. You should count on your electricity bill in June, July, and August rising 4% from last year, mostly because of more expensive natural gas. This according to the Energy Information Administration. So that would bring the nationwide summertime average to $186 a month for your. Actually, it doesn't sound bad. Up from $180 last year. Just turn the air conditioner off and open the windows.
Open the windows. Okay.
I got a fan and everything.
But what about
Do
the
they
humidity?
listen?
What about the humidity?
Whatever.
There's no breeze in Brooklyn. There's no breezes in Brooklyn.
There's no. You have the humidity, then the humidity
No,
seeps
open a
in.
window and use a box fan. It's much cheaper. Stop turning the air conditioner on.
The humidity gets in.
By the way, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my kids.
No, understood. Understood. Yeah. I figured. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Also on your smart TV, search Bloomberg Originals there. Mandeep Singh joins us, senior tech analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence in our studio here. Lots to talk about. I want to start with the Apple event. Alex and I, they got their developers meeting out there in Cupertino this week. And I remember when this used to be like a really big deal. It's not so big anymore. And if so, why not?
Well, I mean, it depends on where you're coming from. I think for developers, it is a big deal.
Okay.
They're not going to launch any new devices at this show, but clearly in terms of operating system and, AI features on Apple Intelligence, I mean, this is the event.
What's the take on the street Apple and AI. What's the feeling about Apple and AI?
The consensus opinion is Apple is lagging behind when it comes to AI. And look, they have an integration with ChatGPT, but people don't use it that much because it's not intuitive as it is on a Samsung phone where Gemini is integrated, and you can instantiate it a lot more swiftly than a ChatGPT instance on an Apple phone. But look, I think in the end, it comes down to Apple still having that distribution that no one else has. People aren't really switching their phones. No one that I know of has switched from an Apple device to a Samsung because the AI features are better there. And until that happens, they have time. So they will figure out how to best use the models. If the model layer gets commoditized sooner than expected, then it's actually a positive for Apple because
they don't have to differentiate. In the same way.
Hardware to me is the real lock when it comes to smartphones. People are just so used to using their Apple devices that it's a very hard sell for them to
my
move.
oldest he's an engineer, he's an Android guy. And he tried to explain to all of us, all the rest of the family, how we have to switch because it's better technology. And we're like, dude, just let it go.
I don't understand how to type on an Android phone.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, no.
Seriously.
But this is to your whole point.
Yes.
That said, so if Apple's sort of like secure business model is secure and it's not going to go anywhere, it's just a matter of like fine tuning it and getting the right model, etc. What else are you looking at? So if this is whatever, what are you looking at?
So services business is what really drives the terminal value for Apple. Look, everyone is fixated on refresh cycle and when people are going to upgrade their phones. To me, what a lot of people miss is Apple has about 1 billion subscribers that generate services revenue of around 108 billion this year. Think about the magnitude of that business. Apple is considered a hardware company that's got a services business, which is predominantly software subscriptions, 1 billion subscribers, which continues to grow. There are a lot of first-time Apple device buyers, and anyone who buys Apple ends up subscribing to one of their subscriptions.
But hold on a second. But then go back to the AI part, because if they had 1 billion users and they were able to offer something material for AI for like $5 a month that everyone wants to use, that's a lot of money they can generate, but they can't get there.
They will eventually, and that's the bull case. Right now, everyone is writing them off saying, oh, Apple hasn't figured that out in AI, but they don't have to figure it out. They can just offer the best model usage on their platform and charge for it, and that will contribute to services revenue. Services revenue has got a 75% gross margin.
Yeah.
All right. We'll stay on the AI theme because that is the tech story these days. Meta set to throw billions at startup that leads AI data market. What does this mean?
Well, so we know Meta has their own large language model, and they have open sourced it, but still the adoption continues to be way lower than all the other models like OpenAI's and Gemini and what Scale AI offers is data to train your model. So all these companies, whether it's OpenAI, Anthropic, or Google, they use Scale AI data to train their large language models. So what Meta is doing is what Microsoft did very early on with these large language models, invest in OpenAI. So Meta is betting on Scale AI to be that company that everyone wants data from, and they want to be the biggest investor. Remember, these companies can't make any acquisitions. They have to do acqui-hires or some of these type of deals where they get a big stake, and eventually when Scale AI goes public or it really scales up in revenue, then Meta happens to be one of the beneficiaries. And also they get the data because, as I said, their model is really trailing everyone. In fact, DeepSeek adoption is way higher than Meta's model adoption right now. Both are open source, yes, in the leaderboards. And so they need to improve their model.
What else is on your mind?
Well, the Apple conference, I mean,
so that's still your jam. All right.
Is. And in the end, it comes down to how much AI is going to contribute to revenue growth, because that's the single biggest driver out there, from chips to software to everything related to tech.
See, so it does matter. So I asked Mandeep what he wants to talk about, and that was literally just...
That was it?
That was it. So there you go.
AI for dummies again. Version like 520. Learning versus inference. Is that the way to break it down? And what are those two things?
Yeah, training versus inference. And so inference on your phone, again, what Apple will likely show today is you can do a lot of inferencing on your phone. You don't need to go to the cloud to run ChatGPT. There's a use case for Siri to incorporate a large language model, do inferencing on your phone, where you don't need to make a connection to the cloud. It's all private. The data on your phone is using a large language model to act as a voice assistant. And that's another use case where Apple just sits perfectly. I know they don't have the best large language model right now, and everyone thinks they're behind. But where else are you going to deploy your voice assistant? It has to be the phone.
Apple. Right, yeah. So to answer your question, inference is like the stuff that you and I might use.
Okay.
LLMs are the big trainings that then help us use that.
Ah, okay.
So one's the big hyperscalers, large language models, and one's like near us where we can use it.
Because somebody at the bar at Shipwreck tonight is going to ask me about this. I need to have the answer down.
Okay, there you go.
Say, hey, you're smart.
Did I dumb it down enough? Like, is it? And we're here. I
nailed it.
I think you got it.
Yeah.
All right, Mandeep, thanks a lot. We always appreciate you. And Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst, joining us there. Still pointing out, as long as people are buying the iPhones and have an iPhone, switching over is going to be really hard. Therefore, thus, they're going to be okay when they eventually wind up finding their AI model. All right, coming up, Ben Elliott is Bloomberg Intelligence Consumer Finance Analyst. He'll be joining us on Walmart credit cards returning to Synchrony after that pact with the fintech company. We will break down what that means for both companies. And again, I really feel like Synchrony was out of GE.
Really? Oh, we can do a little.
Unless I'm really wrong, and then that's very possible. But we're going to figure that out and break that down. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Monday.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, it seems like everybody has a branded credit card. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Walmart credit cards return to Synchrony after a fintech hack. Everybody's got the branded credit card, including our good friends at Walmart. Ben Elliott joins us, consumer finance analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Ben, talk to us about Walmart here. It seems like a big deal for Synchrony, because I thought at one point Synchrony was the financial partner of Walmart. So fill us in what's going on here.
Yeah, so they had it for about 20 years, right up until 2018, when the renewal sort of negotiations between the two companies got contentious. Walmart was demanding too much for Synchrony, and so Synchrony sort of backed out. And at the time, it was a really big deal, and so this is an equally large deal that they're coming back.
Why did it go away?
So the way Synchrony works is they have these large partners, right? The top 5 partners are more than 50% of their net interest and fees. And what they do is they share the economics with the partner programs in something called a retailer share arrangement. So every couple of years, the partnerships are up for renewal, and Walmart is a gigantic corporation. They have huge leverage, and they were demanding essentially more of the economics than Synchrony could provide and still be profitable.
Ben, talk to us about these kind of branded credit cards, if you will. I mean, my daughter is a master at managing points and doing all that kind of stuff.
It's like a full-time job.
It is, but it pays off every time she's traveling somewhere. It's on points. Talk to us about that, the business of those kinds of cards and kind of the economics.
Yeah, so Synchrony is not so much in that business. They're in the business of providing a credit option, usually to sort of a lower creditworthiness, lower income borrower that is really focused on a single retail partner. So this partnership is going to be, there's going to be 2 cards. One's a general purpose card that kind of does what you're talking about, but the rewards sort of value proposition will typically be a little bit lower. The card will be more accessible. And then the other card will be just used at Walmart. And details are still pretty light on what the reward structure might look like, but the goal is to drive throughput at Walmart and not necessarily at sort of other retailers.
So they also have cards with like JCPenney, Lowe's, Amazon, PayPal, for example, and you mentioned sort of a different type of band of consumer. How is that band of consumer doing?
So Synchrony likes to say that they're managing, they're not thriving, and they're not struggling. This is it's sort of like a subset of wallet share, right? So this is the Synchrony is just seeing how these consumers are behaving at a single retailer for the most part, but there's not a lot of stress. But if you look back at 2018 when they first decided not to renew the Walmart partnership, it's kind of overnight their charge-offs went down like 60, 70 basis points. So presumably this particular customer set is charging off a little bit higher, like maybe 1 percentage point higher than your typical borrower. So there's going to be, it's an interesting time for Synchrony to go out and look for these sort of more marginal buyers, basically to get growth.
Ben, your coverage of consumer finance companies, you get a good view, those companies get a good view of how the consumer is doing, how they're spending their money. What are you hearing from these companies these days?
So if you look across spending categories, everything is still typically growing a couple percentage points above GDP. There's one obvious standout, which is travel, which is basically people cutting back on their most incremental spend. But if you kind of think about travel, right, you're booking your flights a couple months, maybe a year in advance, and growth in that category is down double digits. So if you kind of extrapolate that forward, will we see a similar shrinking in hotel spending, entertainment, leisure, things like that? Could be a little bit of a canary in the coal mine.
What is Synchrony's flexibility when they're managing, when they're saying that their consumer isn't thriving and they're not dropping off, but they're managing? What does that translate for Synchrony?
Well, so this goes back to what we talked about, the retailer share arrangements. So you share both the profits and you share the costs, right? So, if charge-offs were to rise, the retailer, in this case Walmart, is going to pick up some of those charge-offs. So that kind of softens the blow a little bit for Synchrony as an issuer. But they have other sort of tools in their toolbox. One big one was the late fee, which CFPB had been trying to cap at $8 instead of about $30. But they can use those things like that to incentivize borrowers to pay even when it gets to be more painful.
Ben, are your consumer finance companies, are they talking about credit quality concerns at this point yet?
Credit quality is still great. For companies like Amex, it's pristine, unimpeachable. But the thing to look at is delinquency, just the mechanics, the way charge-offs work. First, you have to go delinquent before you stop paying. And we're not really seeing any sort of increase beyond kind of like seasonal trends in delinquency.
I mean, that's a pleasant surprise. I would have thought we would have been seeing it a little bit more, but the consumer.
But Amex is would be a different type of.
Oh, Amex would, but I'm talking just general credit cards. We haven't really heard it too much yet.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. I guess the question is ... when. Hey, Ben, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Ben Elliott, Bloomberg Intelligence Consumer Finance Analyst, joining us on Synchrony. Okay, well, that's a Monday.
Sure.
I mean, we'll see if we get any movement anywhere so far this week. We do have PPI and CPI, so that's something, and
Wednesday,
any sort of
Thursday.
headlines that come out of trade deals. But again, it's like, do you just need less bad news or do you need good news?
Right.
What really propels us to take out that all-time high?
Yep, exactly. So, but mixed messages on the market today, with the S&P up about 7 points, the Dow down 28, and the NASDAQ up 61. So not a lot of direction. I'm going to quote oil for you. We're at $65 for WTI crude.
That's a
and
comeback.
that's something.
And that's with OPEC announcing that they're going to continue with hikes. Morgan Stanley, though, saying that potentially you're not really seeing the impact of those hikes from OPEC Plus in the actual physical market. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder for you. You can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM, channel 121 is presented by Ship Station. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now on a very calm Monday morning. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
CBS News on the Hour.
Olá,
Sponsored by
Tommy.
Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick in Los Angeles. After 3 nights of protests over federal immigration raids, the destruction is evident. Rick Montanez is there.
A lot of damage and
Allemaal
destruction
gezongen,
out
hè?
here.
Elke
We are
zon,
just
hoor.
off the 101 freeway across from one of the federal buildings, a few blocks from the Federal Detention Center. And you see these cars here. These are Waymo cars that were vandalized and then set on fire, and they burned down to the ground completely. We're still seeing a large police presence, but at this point, not really much in the way of protesters, at least not yet anyway.
In the meantime, the governor's threatening to sue over President Trump's deployment of the National Guard. Legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
Governor Newsom is saying you're invading on state sovereignty. We don't want the National Guard to be federalized. And not only did we not ask, we're actively saying we don't want them here.
Scott McFarland reports on the latest on the Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador and brought back to the U.S. to face charges.
We expect him back in the federal courthouse in Nashville at some point this week for the next step in his new federal criminal case. This smuggling case and this case that has brought 2 felony charges so far against Abrego Garcia, with the Department of Justice leaving open the door to perhaps bring more.
President Trump's new travel ban took effect today. It bars citizens from 12 mainly African and Middle Eastern countries. Stacey Lynn reports.
The president says the ban is necessary to preserve national security and prevent terrorism, saying the countries had deficient screening for passports and have historically refused to take back their own citizens.
The Trump-appointed head of the National Institutes of Health calls dissent the very essence of science. Today, health workers wrote him a letter that said, "We dissent," and outlined how new policies are impacting their work. Jim Krasula has that.
The letter says Trump administration policies waste public resources and harm the health of people worldwide. Jenna Norton signed the letter.
What is happening at NIH is so egregious. The harms that we're seeing happen to our research participants and to public health.
The NIH workers readily admit they have jeopardized their jobs.
Some very important trade talks are taking place in London between the U.S. and China. The White House's Kevin Hassett.
The purpose of the meeting today is to make sure that they're serious, but to literally get handshakes and get this thing behind us.
Investors on Wall Street are carefully watching for any signs of progress in those talks. On Wall Street at this hour, the Dow Jones Industrials are down just slightly, about 28 points, and the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are flat. This is CBS News.
måtte fylle kontoen. Nei, jeg har tradet masse. Jeg skal ta ut, jeg har tjent masse penger de siste 2 ukene på trading, så jeg skal ta ut etter hvert, men jeg skal vente. Nasdaqen er blitt nedgradert 2 ganger nå, profitordninger i selskaper som kommer ned. Det tar bare jævla lang tid. Jeg må hente noe mer brus, jeg.
Authorities in Tennessee have finally caught up with a wayward zebra. Deborah Rodriguez reports.
There's a zebra in a bag.
Ed the zebra has been captured in Rutherford County after he escaped from his owner's home outside Nashville more than a week ago. Video from the local sheriff's department shows the animal dangling in the air below a helicopter as rescuers fly him out of a subdivision in the community of Christiana. He's been trailered back home. His owner tells CBS News Ed is safe and 100% healthy. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Warner Brothers is splitting off its cable operations from its streaming service, creating 2 independent companies. The move is an effort to adjust to so many people cutting the cord with their cable companies. HBO and HBO Max will become part of the streaming company. The cable company will include CNN, Discovery, and TNT Sports. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The big dance begins in London. Welcome to the Monday edition as the world's 2 biggest economies meet on trade. We'll have the latest on the U.S.-China talks underway today with Bloomberg White House editor Jordan Fabian, with the S&P 500 now back above 6,000, just like nothing ever happened. California Governor Gavin Newsom accusing President Trump of illegally sending in National Guard troops to the streets of L.A. A wild weekend. We're going to talk about the political fallout with Republican strategist Ashley Davis at S3 Group, with analysis later from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano, alongside Republican strategist Lisa Camuso Miller. Today, it's all after a look at Wall Street with his 6,000 hat on. Charlie Pellet joins us with the update on the markets from world headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. Happy Monday, 6,008, where we stand right now on the S&P 500 index. Stocks pushing higher for the most part, up 8 points right now. That is a gain of 0.1%. We've got the Dow Industrials, though, in the red, trading lower by 38, down now by 0.1%. A NASDAQ up 68 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain of just about 0.4%. The 10-year at 4.48%, with a 2-year 4.00%. Gold up $18 the ounce, 33.28, up by about 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, 64.81 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin back well above 107,000, closing in on 108,000, up now by 1.6%. So stocks, bonds, and the dollar all seeing small moves. Trade talks between Washington and Beijing kicking off in London. Our Jordan Fabian will have a whole lot more coming up in just a moment. Keith Lerner is Chief Market Strategist at Truist Financial, and on surveillance this morning, he told us investors are broadening their list of concerns.
It's almost as if that we were focusing on just one T, which is tariffs. Now technology is back into the forefront. I think the market is just, dealing with the uncertainty around tariffs. It matters, but it's not the only thing that matters today.
Keith Lerner of Truist interviewed on Bloomberg Surveillance. Warner Brothers Discovery says it will separate the company into 2 publicly traded businesses. Shares of WBD, they're up now by 5%. Again, recapping, S&P holding on to a 6-point gain above 6,000. 6,006 right now, up 0.1%. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, good to see you. Hope you all had a great weekend, and welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, And YouTube, where you can find us now. If you're not already watching, search Bloomberg Business News Live. You catch our live stream here in Washington and from New York throughout the day. Add Bloomberg Originals, and we've got a powerhouse here to start the week. With much happening, of course, as we look to both coasts today. Used to talk about the three-ring circus, and we've got one. We're painting out of three buckets once again. You've got what happened over the weekend in Los Angeles, the president's decision to call in National Guard troops moving around the governor in something we hadn't seen since the mid-1960s. The political fallout is real. You've also got U.S.-China talks happening with the resumption of talks today in London. As we mentioned, this is a big one, of course, for our audience and a big one for the markets. With the S&P 500 hanging above 6,000. Remember that? It was 2 months ago today we fell to our low for the year after Liberation Day. We've clawed our way all the way back up, just about, back above 6,000 without a single trade deal, at least a real comprehensive trade deal being announced. What was it, James? 90 deals in 90 days. Maybe we'll get one today. Kevin Hassett was on TV earlier talking about a handshake. They're just getting in a room to shake hands and codify what's already been agreed upon. And if that happens, maybe we'll get a readout later on today. And maybe it'll move the markets for the better. If you're with us on YouTube, you can see the negotiators heading into the meeting today. Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Jameson Greer representing the United States, marching in there. Pay no attention to the stories of Scott Bessent literally getting into a fist fight with Elon Musk. Part of the residue of the breakup last week, but I digress. There's a big invest event, 2 o'clock, by the way, right around the time Bloomberg Business Week begins. It's going to be about the Trump accounts for newborns and so forth, but it's going to be a who's who of corporate America. The CEOs of Dell, ARM, Uber, Goldman Sachs, ServiceNow, and Robinhood are all expected to attend. So that's where we are in sports here. Lawmakers coming back into town. They're going to deal with reconciliation. That'll be a big theme as we get into the week a bit further. But we want to dial in on U.S.-China trade talks with the help of Jordan Fabian, Bloomberg's White House editor, who is turning stories left and right on this from both sides of the Atlantic. Jordan, it's great to see you. Should our expectations be as high as Kevin Hassett, and why is this as simple as a handshake? What are we actually going to hear about today if it comes down to rare earth minerals, batteries, and so forth?
Well, like you said, Joe, this is more of a handshake to codify what had already been agreed to last month in Geneva. And so we might hear noise about China has agreed to restart exports of rare earth minerals, and the U.S. may have taken off some of the export controls that have been really ratcheted up recently. But my question is, what does that all amount to? Obviously, the critical minerals are very important for auto manufacturers, military contractors, et cetera.
Yeah.
Getting those started back up is a big deal, so I don't want to discount that. But if we're viewing this in the prism of this is going to end up with some kind of grand bargain between the U.S. and China on trade, we're sort of back to where we started in May without headway made toward more of the meatier issues that are on the table.
What are we giving up here in terms of export controls and so forth? Hassett was asked about this, and we're not talking about sending H-20s or Blackwell chips over to China, but lower grade chips. Have we been holding them up and we're about to release them?
There were some other export controls that were slapped in the last few months on some of those lower grade chips and some other critical technologies for China. But again, this is all moves that the U.S. made during that ramp-up period that we saw when tariffs went up to 145%. And so, again, those are taken off. We're back to the March baseline, and it's June, and so where are we? And what are we going after here? Those are some big questions, I think, still coming out of this meeting.
What would count as a breakthrough? Just getting everything done that you've already mentioned, or could they move the ball, set up another meeting that's going to actually dig into tariffs and some of the real matters at hand?
I mean, look, this is a multifaceted relationship. I know these talks are on trade, but you have these long-standing complaints through both parties' administrations on Chinese unfair business practices and intellectual property theft, and so do we make any dents on that? And then for China, is there any dents on like student visas and some of the things that they're concerned about that the Trump administration has imposed?
Not likely by July 9th, though, right? I mean,
No, well, it's important to remember the China deadline is August because that 90-day pause is separate from the other 90-day pause. A lot of 90-day pauses.
Well, there are, and I appreciate your delineating because July 9th will be a whole lot of other countries when it comes to reciprocal tariffs. Is the ball moving on any of them?
He's really had a lot of difficulty making headway, and there was a lot of optimism last week after the president called Xi Jinping and set up this meeting today, but it really belied the fact that the progress has been slow going with other partners. And so you have countries like Japan and India trying to get a deal done perhaps by the end of the month, certainly by July 9th. Remember, there's that G7 summit coming up this month where Trump's going to be in front of a lot of these leaders who want a deal, but there's been talks, there's been a lot of positive mood music, but not a lot of headway made, at least that we've seen.
Spending time with Jordan Fabian, our great White House editor here at Bloomberg in Washington, and we've just got a new post on Truth Social as we're talking here, Jordan, which tends to happen whenever we get together. We made a great decision, he writes, in sending the National Guard to deal with the violent, instigated riots in California. Of course, writing about what happened in Los Angeles over the course of 3 days, protests and some pretty violent clashes with police. Jordan, the president says if we had not done so, Los Angeles would have been completely obliterated, realizing that this was isolated to a pretty small part of the city. The very incompetent governor, Gavin Newsom, he writes, and Mayor Karen Bass should be saying, "Thank you, President Trump. You're so wonderful. We would be nothing without you, sir." Instead, they chose to lie to the people of California and America by saying that we weren't needed and that these actions are peaceful protests. He says a few more lines with America Great Again. At the end of it, of course, Gavin Newsom is accusing the president of breaking the law, illegally sending in, calling up the National Guard troops, 2,000 of them on the streets of LA. I've got a few questions for you on this, and we're going to get into this more with Ashley Davis. But you were covering the first administration. Weren't you covering the administration? Maybe you were even at the White House the day things went south in Lafayette Square when he held the Bible up. And you saw troops rolling through. Was this starting to feel familiar to you over the weekend?
It's certainly familiar, and one could argue that it's even escalating beyond what he did in his first term.
Yeah.
I think Trump has long wanted to use the military to project his power on U.S. soil, which there's obviously a lot of legal and constitutional and sort of symbolic tie-ups with that, pitfalls. So what we're seeing in Los Angeles is him, I think, seizing this opportunity where there was some unrest, as you said, contained to really escalate the federal response. And I'll also note that this is coming on the same week that he's staging a military parade here in Washington, D.C., and just wanting to use these symbols of power on our soil, which really is not something that's traditionally been done by U.S. presidents.
Sure. You've got the Secretary of Defense threatening to call up Marines from Camp Pendleton. This is an interesting moment here, Jordan. You mentioned that parade. This is happening, right? It's going to be Saturday.
Right.
Massive parade of tanks and so forth. We saw them coming in on flatbed train cars over the weekend. Military flyby. Do we know what the president's going to be doing? Is he up on the balcony watching this, or what's the day going to be?
Yeah, I think there's going to be some kind of viewing stand set up. Not sure about remarks or anything, but certainly the big parade he's wanted for a very long time. I was covering the White House when he went to France for Bastille Day. I believe it was 2017. It was a big military parade there.
He wanted one of his own.
Yeah, and he really got enamored by that. He was just enthralled by that display, sitting alongside French President Emmanuel Macron. And here we are, I guess, 8 years later, and he's got his wish. Yeah,
it's going to be quite the presence of troops, tens of thousands of troops staying in federal buildings. In the seat you're in, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser told us the end of last week, when I asked her about the potential for streets needing to be repaved and so forth, she said that's up to the military. They have the resources. So apparently that would be the Pentagon repaving Constitution Avenue if need be.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out. I mean, it might be that the city's on the hook for doing the work, and then they might have to ask for a reimbursement from the federal government, and they're going to pay up. We'll see.
They got nothing going on in Capitol Hill right now, including the D.C. budget. Jordan Fabian, great to start the week off with you, Jordan, as always. Bloomberg's White House editor. When you see the stories on the terminal and online, it's got Jordan's fingerprints on them, keeping us honest here on the fastest show in politics. As I mentioned, Ashley Davis will come in next. We're going to zero in much more carefully on what happened in L.A. over the weekend and what might follow for the rest of this summer. Straight ahead on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. U.S. stocks trading a little changed right now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was briefly higher before dipping back in the red, down 12 right now. Real little movement today for the Dow, down now by less than 0.1%. We've got the S&P up 0.1. NASDAQ higher by 55 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, looking at a gain right now of just about 0.3%. Your 10-year at 4.47%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.99%. Spot gold up $21 the ounce, $33.31. That is a gain right now of 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude, $64.83 a barrel, up 0.4%. And Bitcoin just about at $108,000, up now by 1.7%. Tesla shares are now trading higher by 0.5%. This on a day when it was hit with a pair of downgrades, underscoring mounting concerns on Wall Street about the EV maker's outlook following last week's clash between CEO Elon Musk and President Trump. Again, Tesla shares trading higher now by 0.5%. Both Argus Research and Baird cut the stock to the equivalent of hold ratings. Again, recapping here, we've got the S&P up 8 right now, up 0.1%. Balance of Power continues now, the Monday edition. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, Charlie. As always, watching Wall Street for us here on the Monday edition of Balance of Power. We all started our day listening to the same conversation. When I heard Tom Keene was going to be interviewing Andrew Cuomo, I canceled my plans at 9 o'clock on a Monday morning. Fascinating back and forth here in a conversation you would only hear on Bloomberg, and of course, took on a very different direction following the protests that we saw in L.A. Not just the protests over the weekend, but the clashes with police, President Trump's decision to send in the National Guard, the Secretary of Defense's threat to mobilize Marines from Camp Pendleton. Donald Trump, just on Truth Social a short time ago, it was a great decision, he says, to send the National Guard to California. If we had not done so, Los Angeles would have been completely obliterated. Now, knowing that Andrew Cuomo is running for mayor, he's, of course, got his own ideas about a Republican president sending National Guard troops to the streets of a major American city. Listen to Andrew Cuomo earlier on Bloomberg.
This gets into President Trump's strategy, I believe. And look, first of all, on the immigration issue, he was very clear in his campaign. He believes it's an issue that works for him. During the campaign, he said he was going to deport criminals, dangerous criminals. And everybody said, yes, support dangerous criminals, of course. Now we're deporting 7-year-olds and we're disrupting families. And by the way, we're deporting people who shouldn't be deported. So that's a change. But this issue works for the president politically. The president is also very good, and I worked with the president in the first Trump administration, worked with euphemism. We had a lot of controversy. This is a different tempo for him. Wayne Gretzky, skate to where the puck is going to be, not where it was. The Democrats have to adjust. They are skating to where the puck was. This immigration issue, in some ways, is a distraction from what Trump is really doing with cities, which is cutting.
Jeg hadde egentlig hatt veldig mange mer posisjoner litt lenger ned hvis jeg bare kunne kjøpt det, men nå har vi lært.
That you could really cause major difficulties for urban areas.
Governor Cuomo, pro tip: when you're going to talk a hockey, you're in a mayoral race. You pick Jean Rattel or someone like that with the New York Rangers. You don't go with Gretzky. Andrew Cuomo with us here as we look at this mayoral race. Okay, Robert Kuttner, no friend of yours, writing in American Prospect. He says, did Cuomo peak too soon? You've got the tensions of the primary. If you take the primary, the tensions of a general election with different independent candidates, and that is the present mayor in the back pocket of the president of the United States. And if we get LA, as Paul mentions, here, can you imagine this? I mean, I'll let you pick the geography, Governor Cuomo, but the present mayor of New York, can he protect the citizens of this city, given the relationship with the president after what we've seen in L.A.?
Short answer, no. And let's remember how extraordinary these issues, what's happening in L.A. This is the exact reverse of what normally happens. Normally, it's the local government that makes the decision on how to handle an emergency and calls on the federal government. So a mayor or a governor would call on the federal government and say, I need help, please send the National Guard, or please send in additional federal help. I don't believe there's been a time where the president has sent in federal troops. You'd have to go back to like the 60s, and President Johnson and Wallace, right? That's how far you have to go back. So this is Trump. This is Trump on this issue of immigration. I'm muscled. It's law and order. These cities, these Democrats, they're filled with illegals.
Ja, det var helt opp til 4-4.
Come in and I'm going to come in hot.
Ja, 44.
He started in LA. It will happen in New York. It will happen. He knows the formula, right? It happened in New Jersey.
Is this formula to go after you? I mean, this is
his formula is to create chaos in the cities, and he is the voice of law and order. And you know, cities, all those Democrats, that's where all those illegal immigrants are. And he's going to come in and he's going to clean up. The flip side is, okay, create chaos in LA, create chaos in New York, create chaos in Chicago. Pretty soon, you create chaos in the nation, and that's bad for the economy.
Andrew Cuomo in a fascinating back and forth with Tom Keene here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, adding the voice of Ashley Davis, Republican strategist, partner at S3 Group, former special assistant to the Director of Homeland Security. Ashley, it's great to see you. We just heard this whole conversation with Andrew Cuomo. You saw the back and forth. You heard me read President Trump's tweet earlier today. He says if we had not done so, calling up the National Guard, Los Angeles. We can talk about the directive and what law this falls under. Overnight insurrection. Politically speaking,
yeah, I actually am not sure that interview that Cuomo did this morning is going to be helpful for him. I just want to take a step back. For Cuomo, no, because, I mean, listen, a lot of people, whether you live in New York or not, are very unhappy with how New York has been as a city, especially post-COVID in regards to some of the crime. And he's running on a law and order platform, so you would think that this is something maybe from a states' rights perspective he can't be for, but I've been assuming he would want to make sure that New York does not turn into what's happening in LA. But yeah, to answer your question, absolutely this is a good political issue for the president. I don't think he cares one bit that if you see destruction happening in LA and the Mayor Bass and the governor are not doing enough to stop the destruction, especially when they're burning buildings, they're burning cars, his biggest issue is the fact that they're covering their faces and not having any ability to see who they are. Again, are these really protests from LA, or are they brought in like they have been in other places? But this is a winning issue for him. I would love to see polling on this in a week, because I would think most of the country would say why. The 40 people, and it's a very important fact, the 40 people that were arrested that sparked these protests this weekend, there was a layout this morning of the crimes that each one did. I mean, they're bad crimes. They're either murder, rape, significant burglary. I mean, it's not like that the people are protesting for, as Cuomo said, children and people that are, on their way to citizenship. Yeah. So this is something that's going to be very tough for Democrats to come over. And in my opinion, they're taking the bait over and over and over again. I mean, this is something that we've been talking about. It's like an 80% issue that people support us cracking down on stuff like this.
Yeah, Newsom was telling people not that this was performative. Don't play into the hands of the administration. I'm wondering what you thought of Newsom pushing back on this. This played out on television in a pretty remarkable way, with Tom Homan threatening to arrest the governor and the mayor of LA. Let's hear the response from Gavin Newsom on MSNBC.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? And he knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off these poor people. They're just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes, been here 10 years. The fear, the horror The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with.
This is wild stuff.
It's
good politics
almost
for him,
as good
too.
as I was just going to say, it's actually making Newsom relevant again. I mean, that was kind of, if he truly does want to run for president. But again, maybe times will change in 3.5 years when we have another president. But I mean, this does not show tough on crime, which was such a big issue this time around.
Okay.
I mean, again, we know President Trump may go too far.
Bryter han 44 og så skal opp til 60.
Right. Is arresting the governor going too far?
Well, I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, but that would maybe qualify as too far.
Yeah, I mean, this fighting on TV stuff, like over social media, is just a new norm.
This is quite a moment our society is in here, isn't it? Well, so let's talk about the actual fine print, because you used to do this for a living. The directive signed by the president cites 10 U.S.C. 12406, referring to a provision in Title 10 of the U.S. Code on Armed Services. If there's a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, it allows the federal deployment of National Guard forces.
Yeah, I don't think this is...
Are we calling this a rebellion?
What else would you call it?
A protest?
But the protest isn't just it's not a peaceful protest.
No?
It's a destructive protest. I mean, you saw the stuff. I mean, you saw what was happening. I don't think it's like people holding signs.
Well, it kind of started that way in some cases, and I'm not here to weigh in on that one way or the other, but when you start thinking about an insurrection, we don't want to call January 6th that, but we're calling this an insurrection to qualify for the deployment of troops.
We may agree to disagree on this issue because no, I just think that there was enough destruction going on. I mean, listen, everything else is in the courts. Obviously the governor did sue the president for doing this.
Yes.
I just have one thing to say. Katrina wouldn't have been as bad as Katrina was if the local government then would have allowed President Bush to call in the National Guard, and he did not overturn the mayor at the time of New Orleans, and that was when right after the levees broke and whatever, and that was one of the biggest destructions in our country. I mean, I think that this is a very fine line, but again, legally we'll see. I'm sure it will be in the courts, but politically, president's bring it on. He's going to be in the courts for the next 10 years anyway.
Well, I guess that's for sure. As a Homeland Security specialist, do you worry about the idea of Marines being deployed? And I realize that that's likely just a threat from Pete Hegseth, but would that be a line to cross?
I think that's a tougher line for sure. I mean, the Marines, and you have guns, and you'll have obviously troops, and it's a whole different scene. I think unless people are getting killed, if you see major destruction in regards to buildings burning, I mean, more than it's already happening, I just can't imagine that happens, but we'll see. One thing that we were talking about before the air is, does this spread through city to city to city, like some of the things that happened during COVID? Obviously George Floyd, I mean, we can go down some of the issues, but that's what you don't want to see happen.
Well, that's my question.
But is this a call to, is this going to be a Democrats' call to action? Are they going to fall on the hill on this issue and call for protest? I'm not sure if you don't have kind of what's been happening with a lot of these protests, not necessarily immigration, but a lot of these professional protests that have been happening with construction over the last 5 to so years, is you have people that are hired to come destroy things just to make chaos in the country. Russia or China or whatever. So but I would think anyone running for president is not going to want this they're not going to fall on their swords on this.
Well, this is what I wanted to get to you with, as someone who's actually been in the building. You're looking at the great unknown of this summer inside, we'll say, the Department of Homeland Security. How do you start modeling for the possibilities? Because this could, in fact, go into other cities. What if this did go into New York, as Tom Keene was discussing with Andrew Cuomo? What if there's another Occupy movement? Is that what Homeland is working on now?
I'm sure they are. Definitely. I think you have, and also you have a lot of events coming up, whether it's, a year from now is America 250, but we have the parade this weekend. You have a lot of different opportunities for chaos, but also what the department is doing right now, along with the DOJ, is really concentrating on some of the destruction in regards to anti-Semitism. So you have the anti-Semitism, you have the anti-immigrant movement, and then you have the flames being flared, that if you're in the coordinating of state and local law enforcement right now within the Homeland Security Department, you are making sure that everyone's prepared for something to to something to happen, especially in the major cities.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the footage of this Australian reporter who was on the streets in Los Angeles? And she's talking about the response from the police. It was right around the time they started shooting rubber pellets or the bean bags and so forth, and deploying the tear gas. I don't know if we have this for our audience on YouTube, but she's actually live in Australia. This is the video from this situation, and she's shot in the leg while she's out there. This is the type of thing that can really change the way a story plays in the media. There you see her being shot, and we don't hear her screams right now if you're with us on the radio, but it was a bit of a scary moment for her. These things can turn pretty quickly in public opinion, the way this is handled by authorities on the ground.
If you see peaceful protesters being strong-armed by the military, whether it's especially like the National Guard, yes, this can definitely change the conversation quickly. Obviously, that's super unfortunate. I hadn't seen that. Yeah. But by the way, there's going to be propaganda on both sides. You're going to see the same video of the guy with the Mexican flag and the taking selfies, burning burning the car and the mask.
Something particularly dystopian, by the way, about protesters burning robotic vehicles. I think we have truly reached a science fiction phase when we see stuff like that. But the aftermath here could be interesting. What happens in the next couple of days in Los Angeles? How do you cool the temperature?
Well, hopefully, I mean, from what we're seeing today, there's not as many protests. There is less and less. I mean, it would be great if they stop, and then everyone kind of backs off. It's just what's scary and what's making me a little nervous, and going back to your Department of Homeland Security, making them a little nervous and local law enforcement, is if this does escalate.
Yeah. Could Washington, could New York handle a situation like that better than LA?
Well, I think the current mayor of New York would handle it pretty well. I mean, and that is not a political statement one way or the other, but I think he saw, it's an election year, obviously there's
former cop.
Yes, but I think that he would probably call in the help. I mean, you saw that city was destroyed. It's starting to make its way back. Same with LA. I mean, there has to be a grasp on some of this, not because of the protests. I'm just saying in general what's happened.
Well, I appreciate your point of view. We went into overtime because I really wanted to hear what you had to say about this. This is a very delicate moment, and we're lucky to have Ashley Davis bring out one side of this argument for us. From S3 Group, great to have you, and thank you.
Thanks. Nice
Ashley, as always, with us on Balance of Power. We're going to play this to the panel next. Jeannie Shanzano is here, Lisa Camusa Miller, as we try to get to the bottom of the politics of this, what the fallout will be, and exactly what the administration should be doing. We're watching Wall Street as well, with U.S.-China talks getting real in London today. The latest session is underway with the Treasury Secretary, the Commerce Secretary, and the U.S. Trade Representative, all speaking with the delegation from China about a range of issues, from rare earths, batteries, to export controls, all, of course, at least aimed at some point at generating a comprehensive trade deal that might knock down some of the tariffs that we've been talking about. Wall Street doesn't seem to be too concerned about it, though. We're floating ever higher above 6,000, and we want to update the markets for you with the help of our friend Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, how's it look?
Right now we are higher across the board, Joe Matthew, since our last update. We do have the Dow Jones Industrial Average up now by 4 points. Little change, perhaps the key takeaway here, as investors keep an eye on those London, U.S.-China trade talks for signs of easing tensions between the world's two largest economies. S&P 500 index making a run for the best level of the session, up 10 right now, 6,010. That is a gain of 0.2%. We've got NASDAQ higher by 79 points, up 0.4%. Our Mag 7 index up 0.6% with the 10-year 4.47%. The 2-year right now 3.99%. Gold is up $23 the ounce, up 0.7%.
Trenden var 0,1. Jeg tar de samme tradesene alle på fredag. Realiserer litt gevinst, gå inn. Realiserer litt gevinst, gå inn på litt bare for å være med.
64.76 a barrel.
Jeg har ikke kunnet ta noen nye posisjoner hele dag.
$8,100 on.
Så blir alle blåa.
Indeed, a busy week for economic data with a report Wednesday on May consumer prices. As for the broader backdrop, specifically jobs, Claudia Sahm is chief economist at New Century Advisors. She was interviewed this morning on surveillance.
Men fremover den tredje gull så skal jeg bare trade sånn at dere får 0,0 prøve å holde meg til 0,03 maks rundt der. Så det her kan handle med 0,05 og 0,05 og 0,05, og så får dere bare 3 ganger 0,01. Det er jo ganske forsvarlig. Da slipper jeg
Claudia Sahm of New Century Advisors. Keeping an eye on Apple shares right now. They're up 0.3%. Apple's annual developers conference, WWDC, is underway, and it may highlight the company's struggles with artificial intelligence, which could further weaken its shares. Today, Apple up by 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie. Thanks, as always. Charlie Pellet watching Wall Street for us here on Balance of Power as we reach for the next answer when it comes to reconciliation. The questions have not changed in a while. We're waiting for the Senate to show up with its version of President Trump's big tax and spend bill. Are we done calling it a big, beautiful bill? The big tax and spend. The question about tax breaks, will they be permanent? Business tax breaks, not just individual Trump tax cuts, but also, of course, Medicaid. I'll say changes for the benefit of this conversation. And then, well, if you're watching or listening to Bloomberg, the granddaddy of them all being SALT. I mention this because the Senate Finance Committee is going to put forth its part of the bill, the big, beautiful bill, this week. Mike Crapo, Republican, Wyoming, the chair, is behind the drive to make these tax breaks permanent. That's going to change the whole dynamic now because we're hearing that SALT is going to come down. We're hearing that Medicaid changes could happen, maybe the provider tax with worries about the impact on rural communities. And that could be enough to sink this bill when it goes back to the House. It's about to happen. Senator Crapo is going to put forth his bill this week. And you better believe that the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is holding his breath right now. Let's assemble our panel for their take on this and a lot more. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is with us, our Bloomberg Politics contributor and Democratic analyst with the Center for the Study of the Presidency in Congress, and Lisa Camuso-Miller, Republican strategist, former RNC comms director, spent time working for a former Republican speaker. And Lisa, I'll start with you here. Are the shields up in the Speaker's office right now? They know something's going to come back they don't want.
I think it would have to be, right? I mean, Joe, I think more than anything, they have expectations. They've had a little bit of time to think about how they're going to respond to this. I think that they've known where the fault lines are. So the Speaker's office is already working behind the scenes to figure out what kinds of expectations they might have, what kinds of adjustments they could make to get themselves to a place where they could all get it done. It's going to be a challenge. There's no doubt about it. But I think Speaker Johnson knew that going in, and he's got the people around him that are going to help him get a compromise bill that's going to be able to get done and get signed, because they are really motivated to get this right.
We heard from Mike Lawler over the weekend. Jeannie, the Republican from your state of New York, says you hack up that SALT deal, I'm a hard no. And that goes for others in the New York delegation. That alone would sink the bill, right? We can only lose 3, I believe, is where we're at. What happens when the bill comes back to the House then?
Yeah, hands off SALT. It's become sort of a mantra around these parts and in other high tax places. And, Mike Lawler is speaking for enough Republicans in the House from these high tax states that it's going to be very hard to get their vote if they reduce the cap from what they agreed to in the House. The problem, of course, for the Senate is that they don't have people in the Senate GOP who are really focused on SALT or care that much about it, number one. And number two, they are really intent on doing some damage to SALT. And the White House, by the way, has said the president is okay with that. I mean, President Trump has been all over the place on SALT. And so if they do touch SALT, which I think they will, they're going to have to be very cautious because they will lose the support in the Senate, in the House rather. That said, I think we're hearing that Mike Lawler is going to talk to Thune. He's going to talk to other senators and tell them how damaging this would be. And they will come to some kind of compromise, I think, on the issue of SALT.
How much communication, Lisa, is going on behind the scenes right now between Mike Johnson and John Thune, maybe among their teams, knowing, if we know about this, they sure do, to try to limit the number of changes, to ask for some grace
when it comes to the bill coming back? Or am I crazy? The Senate always jams the House.
No, I don't think you're crazy at all, Joe. I think if anything, you're absolutely right. I mean, I don't think the principals are meeting. I don't think that the two, two leaders will be meeting until we're getting closer to the end on this negotiation. But staff all day long are working together, not only at the highest levels, but all the way down into the committees to make sure that they're trying to find a way to get this right. And look, this is the way the House and the Senate do their business together. Do we knock on one another and say that they do work differently than we do? Yeah, absolutely. But the truth of it is that policy folks are working together to try to find common ground in order to get something that can get done and can get to the president's desk. And I do think that they're still really working towards a July 4th completion project.
Boy, that would be something. Chuck Schumer doesn't necessarily see it that way. And before we get to that, we're going to have to deal with rescissions, Jeannie. This is something that Democrats were at one time worried about, and I'm wondering if you are at this point, because there's not a lot there, and we've got $9 billion, $9.4 billion in the rescissions package. Remember, this is public broadcasting, USAID, a couple of other things, including PEPFAR. And now this is something that brings us back to the George W. Bush administration funding to help fight AIDS and HIV on a global level. There are a number of Republicans who are uncomfortable with cuts to PEPFAR, and now at least 10 moderate R's, Jeannie, are privately saying in the House of Representatives that they're a no. Is it possible that this thing goes down and not a dollar is rescinded?
I think it is possible. At least the PEPFAR portion will go down, and rightly it should. The damage done to people around the world from the perspective of their health, if indeed they do move forward on that, is so astonishing. It's hard to wrap your head around that being the thing that they cut or tried to pull back. So I do think that goes down. I don't think they will, fail to get even a dollar, but I think it's going to be much, much smaller, because the reality of this entire big, beautiful bill and the rescission package itself is it is damaging to the people who need the support most. And that is what makes it, for so many of us, such a deplorable bill. It is hurting the people who need health care. It is hurting the people who need medical care. It is hurting the environment, which we all depend on. I mean, you can go down the litany, all in the interest of giving tax breaks to big business and people who make a lot of money. So this is where they are, and it is devastating from so many perspectives. And that is just one example from the rescission portion. And I would just say that is why Donald Trump is so intent on pushing out pictures of what's going down in LA, because he very much doesn't want to talk about that, but he wants to talk about the fact this invests money in the border, where he wants to make the case that is needed.
Remember when Mitt Romney was going to cut Big Bird's funding, Lisa? Turned out to be not the best time spent, considering the return you get on the dollar to make that argument. Are we really doing this? We're going to defund PBS once and for all here.
I mean, it feels like that's where we're headed, for sure. And I think Jeannie's point is one to take. I also think that we need to consider that when you are asking so many vulnerable members of Congress on the right and the left, for that matter, to make these hard decisions in the reconciliation legislation. When it comes to rescissions,
Lost in Heaven, det veldig vanskelig å si, altså. Masse skulle falt for 3-4 uker siden på nedgradering, profitordningene faller ikke, så jeg vet ikke. Jeg sitter fortsatt på mine, men jeg trader inn ved siden av, så jeg skal ta tap underveis. Nasdaq helt ødelagt. Den beveger seg ut fra hva Trump sier, det ikke noe fundamentalt, det bare piss.
The problem is I think people are going to be just downright tired and unhappy.
Hva som skjedde nå? Nå kom det meldinger til han sikkert, for ikke nasset banan
også. That much more difficult for them to get to a place where they can agree upon whether or not PBS should be part of the chopping block, PEPFAR should be part of the chopping. All of these things are just one blow after another that they know they're going to have to answer for when they go home in August, and when they compete for their seats up again in the midterms, which are just around the corner.
Hva som skjer nå? Det en melding fra Trump, eller?
When lawmakers rediscover certain constituencies, depending on the debate here, Jeannie, you back off and look at what happened with the Doge, or I guess is happening. They continue their work in the wake of Elon Musk. But that's what brought us here. This was supposed to be codifying the work of the Doge, not $2 trillion, but 9.4 billion. You look at the bill, which was supposed to lower debt and deficits, and there are still a number of folks in Washington who will say, and the administration, Republicans on Capitol Hill will say that it does when you factor in certain levels of growth and returns from tariffs. But the Congressional Budget Office, every major economist, all of the think tanks here in Washington say that it'll add trillions to the debt and deficit. This cost-cutting thing, Jeannie, turns out to be kind of difficult, huh?
It certainly does. And you can take any one of those areas you just mentioned, and we can talk about the impact on particular constituencies of these representatives and senators. But let's also look at the impact of the most vulnerable in our communities as it pertains to public health. This intent to cut and gut Medicaid and Medicare will be devastating in rural hospitals. It'll be devastating for large populations of elderly, young people. And then let's jump over to look at something we all should have an interest in, and that is something involving our environment, clean energy. We're looking at COP30 in November in Brazil, and we are going to apparently send a contingent to that, maybe, go down there. If they pass this bill, they will have destroyed things that were intent on giving green energy tax credits and other avenues by which we could move to clean green energy and allow all of us to live longer and in a better and healthier state around the world. So the impacts of this thing are devastating from many perspectives. And yet you see, even Tom Massey says it's likely going to get through in some shape or another. And so it is something that, you know, you just watch it go on and you realize the devastation that is embedded in a bill this big in the interest of saving money for wealthy and big business. And that is, I think, a tremendous disservice to the entire community.
Well, I know you've been through a few of these rounds, Lisa, when it comes to big promises and cutting spending, but it is likely that this bill is going to pass, at least in its current form, when it comes to tax and spend levels, minus some adjustments around the edges. The missing component is revenue from tariffs, according to a lot of Republican lawmakers who we talk to. Right now, the Trump team is in talks with China to try to craft a trade deal. How do these all reconcile, and will tariffs actually help to make the difference?
Oh, I mean, I think that that's the hope out of the White House. I think their expectation is that it will definitely make the difference. The other thing, too, is that, you know, when Jeannie talks about the fact that we have all these other things that are in the bill that are going to cause concern, if you walk outside of this beltway and you ask people out in the districts what they care about, they want change. And they're not really sure what it takes to make change, but they're willing to take a chance that these new unconventional ways are the ways to make change.
Bryter 44 mål på gul, så smekker vi opp mot 60 antagelig.
Opportunities as it relates to climate change and other risky kinds of ideas that they think about until, in fact, their basic needs are met. And so if costs can come down, if tariffs are going to make that difference, I'm not really sure they care about how the sausage is made, Joe, provided that the change happens and happens in a way that helps them and helps their bottom line. So while we all existentially know that all of these other things that Jeannie mentioned are part of the bill and are problematic, people want basic needs met.
All right, Lisa and Jeannie will be with us in hour 2 here, Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
Om du trader 0,5. Ja, da får du likevel 0,01 loss to heaven. Stemmer. Tester vi ny høy igjen på gul. Nå har vi ny høy på gul.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
The world's two biggest economies try to hammer out a deal. Welcome to the Monday edition. Teams from the U.S. and China meet in London as we speak. For the latest round, I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington as we try to follow the beat on this, Kaylee. It won't likely spell the end of tariffs, but the S&P 500 is floating above 6,000 just like Liberation Day never happened.
Yeah, so maybe there is some optimism about some kind of breakthrough being able to be reached at this meeting, but it might not be so much as about the levels of tariffs as it is about export controls and the export specifically from China to the U.S. of critical minerals. That really seems to be the focus of conversation, as there's been reporting that President Trump is giving some leeway to his negotiators to actually loosen up the export controls the U.S. has in place when it has been trying to restrict Chinese technological development.
I'll be curious to see how far this goes, because when we start talking about chips, we're not talking about high-tech NVIDIA chips, those that are the building blocks to AI, but apparently we have been turning the screws on some lower-level technologies that China wants to get its hands on. Kevin Hassett today describing this meeting as essentially a handshake to codify what's already been agreed upon, but we'll find out from Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, who's there.
Yeah, we will in just a moment. We also are, of course, following another story, and that is the deployment of National Guard troops in California, as we've seen some, at times, violent riots taking place across Los Angeles for the last few days after ICE raids, of course, started at all. President Trump, when speaking to reporters at the White House just moments ago, Joe, suggesting that after the California governor, Gavin Newsom, who did not want the National Guard deployed, threatened or dared Tom Homan to arrest him specifically, the president says he would do it if he were Tom.
It's a pretty wild moment as the governor of California calls the border czar a tough guy. We'll see what happens as we make our way through the day.
Indeed, we will, just as we are watching what happens as we make our way through the trading day. So with the latest on that, we turn to Charlie Pellet, who's up in New York for us. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. London to Los Angeles. We got you covered here at Bloomberg. Also keeping an eye on WWDC, the Big Apple event, just getting underway. Tim Cook now taking the stage. Apple shares right now, they are trading higher, up by about 0.4%. U.S. stocks higher across the board, with the S&P up 15 right now, 6,015, up by about 0.3%. We've got the Dow up 41 now, up 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite Index higher by 90, up by about 0.5%, with the 10-year currently yielding 4.47%. The 2-year 3.99%. All of this ahead of that key inflation reading on Wednesday. Spot gold is advancing $27 the ounce, 33.37, up 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude 64.90 a barrel, up by 0.5%. Bitcoin up 1.5%, 107,795 on a Bitcoin. Warner Brothers Discovery says it will separate the company into two publicly traded businesses, splitting its streaming and studios business and its TV networks operations by the middle of next year. The streaming and studios company will include Warner Brothers Television, Warner Brothers Motion Picture Group, DC Studios, HBO, and HBO Max, and will be run by CEO David Zaslav. The new global networks business will include entertainment, sports, and dozens of other cable TV brands such as CNN, TNT, and TBS. Right now, shares of Warner Brothers Discovery, they're up by 1.2%. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P higher by 16, now up 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues, kicking off a new week, the Monday edition. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, and a very happy Monday to you as we kick off this new week in Washington with our eyes specifically on what's happening in London. Another round of trade negotiations between the world's two largest economies, the U.S. and China, remembering that an agreement was struck in Geneva last month to lower tariffs for 90 days. But it was a little bit fuzzy as to what else was part of that agreement, specifically what China was committing to in unrestricting exports of critical minerals to the United States. President Trump got Xi Jinping on the phone last week to try to clear that up. And of course, they're working on hammering out those fine details as we speak. The principals right now at this hour, Joe, still gathered in London.
That was a perfect setup. And Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern is actually at the scene to carry the ball onto what happens next. Bloomberg's chief political correspondent outside that meeting. Anne-Marie, how's it going inside?
Well, they just arrived 5 hours ago, and they are still at the negotiating table. About half hour ago, we actually saw food delivery being brought in. So they plan, I think, on spending a few more hours here in London just past 6 p.m. So these talks are bleeding into the evening and potentially even into tomorrow. What we do know from earlier, the NEC director, Kevin Hassett, talking about the fact, the contours potentially of this deal, easing some export controls that the United States has in place for semiconductors going to China. And then on the Chinese side, the U.S. wants to see more licenses when it comes to rare earths and magnets. They want to see an advanced pace that they thought they agreed upon in Geneva. The issue, of course, is what are the red lines for both of these economies? For China, it's clearly getting their hands on these advanced semiconductors, but how far is the United States willing to go? Say, are they willing to use potentially the H20 NVIDIA chips as a negotiating chip? And when it comes to China, how quickly are they really going to ramp up those rare earths? And I think what this shows you is that we are just 4 weeks out from when these two delegations met in Geneva. It just shows you how difficult trade negotiations are and reminds us all of how difficult it was for the purchasing agreement in Trump's first administration. That trade war started in 2018 and a deal wasn't in place until 2020.
Well, when we consider who is in the room today, Anne-Marie, obviously He Lifeng and Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick are all there. Very high-level talks are taking place. But it was President Trump communicating directly with Xi Jinping by phone for the first time since assuming office for his second term that got our attention. Do we have any idea as to the extent to which this sets the stage for a face-to-face meeting between the two utmost leaders?
Well, that phone call definitely broke the ice. Remember, Secretary Bessent, after the Geneva talks a few weeks after, said that he felt like negotiations were stalling. There was a phone call, and that really led to the path to have this discussion today in London. On that phone call, though, the two leaders did discuss visiting each other. So President Xi Jinping invited President Trump and the First Lady to China, and then President Trump reciprocated as well. So potentially that could be a deliverable or something that at minimum is discussed at this meeting. Also, Kaylee, it's a great point to mention that Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is here. He was not there in Geneva. He's in addition to this meeting, and I think that just basically tells everyone that maybe we don't know how far the U.S. is willing to go, but easing of export controls is on the table.
Fascinating stuff, Anne-Marie. We have to be honest, though, we're still biting around the edges of a much larger potential deal here when it comes to tariffs. And I know we're looking at a deadline in August on that. Would it be a win for this to resolve to another greater meeting on tariffs, reciprocal tariffs against China?
Yeah. definitely, potentially. I think they would love to wrap this up before August, right? Because they're also dealing with a ton of other countries. The issue is, to your point, Joe, is that these are just two issues at the heart of a very bigger deal. When I spoke to the Treasury Secretary weeks ago, he had talked about how they don't want to decouple from China. There is a grand deal to be had. Of course, the issue is each country has red lines, and the other country is trying to get past those red lines. And the problem is, if you're in the United States and you care about national security concerns, there's a potential limit that you're willing to go and give to China. And then China is going to use what their leverage is, say in this instance, rare earths. So this goes beyond just trade. This has to do with national security issues as well. And to think that potentially they can get this done in August, I think is very optimistic, given the fact that what we saw just from a purchasing agreement of agricultural products by large took over a year during Trump's first administration.
All right, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordorner, chief political correspondent, live in London on the scene for these talks. Thank you so much. And we want to get more context and analysis now as we turn to Nazak Nakakhtar here on Bloomberg TV and radio. She's National Security Practice Group Lead at Wiley Rein, also former Assistant Secretary for Industry and Analysis at the International Trade Administration. Nazak, welcome back to Balance of Power. As we consider what the U.S. may be willing to give here in these talks with China taking place today, a rolling back of export controls that have been concertedly part of an effort for the U.S. to restrain China's technological development. Where do you expect the line to be drawn? Are we really about to give them access to things that can help them develop the advanced semiconductors that we have been purposefully trying to make sure they cannot do successfully?
Yeah, Kaylee and Joe, great to be with you. Look, this is an incredibly complex issue, and it underscores a really important point. The fact that we have become so dependent on elements like critical minerals and the permanent magnets we need for our commercial sector, our defense sector, so much so that we actually have to give up a really important national security concerns, including dual use items. And I really want to stress the definition of dual use. Dual use items that China is seeking us to relax our export controls on are various types of AI chips, various types of chips in general, aerospace engine technology. And these are dual use because, of course, they have commercial applications, but they have enormous military applications, so much so that the government has decided to restrict them in the first place. So can you imagine this scenario where, because of our import vulnerabilities due to China's supply chains, we actually have to give up some of our critical national security concerns? The Trump administration is going to try to keep the wall up as much as they can and not give in to some of these China's demands. But the Chinese are going to double down. It's going to be tariff reduction, export control, relaxation, and then potentially something about Taiwan, as China has signaled in the past.
This is where I start to get a bit confused, Nazak. It's great to have you back. If this is, in fact, a national security concern, why is it on the bargaining table?
You know, that's really because we are dependent on some critical supply chains from China that are also impacting our national security concerns. Rare earths that you all were just talking about, permanent magnets. Again, these are things that China controls exclusively the supply chain. And in order, I think some folks in the administration believe, in order to get our defense sector up and running, the commercial sector up and running, with these magnets that we need, we're going to have to give some things up. The other interesting aspect of this that makes it extraordinarily complicated is our import dependence is just goods from China. What China is seeking from us is actually the know-how and technology. That know-how and technology that I hope we don't give up to China, and we maintain our export controls, that's long lasting. Once you transfer technology to China, it's gone. You know, but China can always turn around and stop the exports of the things that we need, the magnets, the pharmaceuticals, to us at any time. And that's what I'm concerned about. Even if there's a handshake deal, even despite China's history of not adhering to deals, even if we get something, they can turn around tomorrow and block our access versus us having given up technology that now China can keep forever.
China, well, Nazak, one could listen to you and think that China is actually the one with all the leverage here. If they have a chokehold on this market that we need for our national security, if it's them that have the ability to just turn it on and off like a light switch, what hand does the U.S. really have?
I think the U.S., if they really want to play it strongly, they can and not give up too much. And the pharmaceutical sector, one of the sector we have the know-how to make the drugs. I don't think we're as vulnerable as some may think we are. And in terms of magnets, I mean, let's remember we have a huge magnet supply chain that's growing. We have light rare earths in California, heavy rare earths in Canada. A number of magnet producers have invested in the United States are growing. But let's also remember, we can reuse magnets. We can take magnets out of phones, out of autos, out of defense equipment, and basically remagnetize them and reuse them. And the reason I say all that is because, sure, it takes time to scale what we're building, our own domestic supply chain, but we're not at a loss. We can reuse what we currently have, and that gives us so much leverage to stay strong, to not give in to China's demands, because we're not as dependent as the Chinese like to think that we are.
Sounds like a good time to short magnets. Nazak, I wonder to what extent Jensen Huang will help to influence the outcome of this question, specifically over export controls and semiconductors. He's got the president's ear. We know they have a relationship. He's been to the White House. And he talked a lot just a couple of weeks ago about how these building blocks for AI should in fact be based on American systems, even if it's AI companies in China that are doing the work, that the American building blocks should be in place. If that's the case, we're about to see a loosening of export controls for the better, correct?
Well, we're in a situation where so many of our companies are now just developing and have been for a number of years so much revenue from China that cutting off access to that market could be pretty much short-term, in their view, catastrophic for them. At the same time, again, they're asking the U.S. government to continue the exports of dual-use items that are aiding and abetting Chinese military. Even if we, the United States, build massive data centers in China, the Chinese are using those data centers for AI capabilities that augment their military. And the way China plays is, if you build it in China, you have to transfer technology to China. To me, it's a high-risk proposition that we're continuing to transfer all of our technology to China when China just doubles down, pours more money into it to indigenize it, and more people and resources. We saw what happened with DeepSeek. We saw what's happened over the last 15 years. China has accelerated its growth in technology from virtually being a really sort of developing country, not technologically advanced at all, to the technological powerhouse that it is today. And that is because we've been transferring our technology. And I think it's really time for the Trump administration to, one, take a second look as whether we want to give up more, and two, remember that we're not as dependent as some think we are.
Well, so Nazak, when we consider the time here for these very complex issues to be fully worked out, I don't know the extent to which you expect there to be firm, tangible outcomes of this meeting in Geneva, but knowing we are up against a deadline in August here of this 90-day window in which tariff levels have been brought down from the astronomical highs with which they were, is that enough time for the U.S. and China to really get into the nuances of all of this different policy, or are we just going to have to keep buying ourselves more and more extensions?
I think the likelihood that they're going to get out with, they're going to leave with a handshake deal is very likely. I think we're going to end up reducing some of our export controls, maybe on chips, chip technology, AI chip technology, the commercial aircraft engines that we've recently prohibited the exports to China. And you know what? China's basically going to say, fine, you can have more magnets. But China is probably not going to allow our military sector to have magnets for our defense and weapon systems. And, what good is a handshake deal when we have a country like China that's systematically broken deals? WTO commitments, its bilateral, cybersecurity deal in 2015, phase one deal, the Geneva deal. So yes, I think from China's perspective, it's going to give in. After a little bit of acting tough, it'll give in a little bit. It'll say, fine, I'm going to license these things to you, but we're going to reduce our export controls. And I am confident that within a month, we're going to find ourselves in a very similar situation, not getting the things we need from China. And then it's going to be a really tough call for what the administration is going to do next.
Sounds like reciprocal tariffs are not going away anytime soon.
I think that they're going to stay. And look, they were having a real dire impact on the Chinese economy when they were in the high double digits and triple digits. And I think that if the Trump administration really wanted to bring China to its knees, it could have kept the tariffs on for slightly longer. Of course, that also adversely impacted American industries. I think we're going to be doing this song and dance for many, many months ahead until one of the countries capitulates.
Nazak, great to have you back. Nazak Nakhtar, National Security Practice Group leader, Wiley Rain, LLP, former Assistant Secretary for Industry and Analysis at the International Trade Administration. Always a great conversation. Kaylee, we'll find out maybe by the end of the day if we get a readout from either of these teams on what happened, but Anne-Marie says they're bringing in takeout. This may not end anytime soon.
Yeah, that's never a good sign if you're looking for something to wrap up quickly when they bring the extra nourishment in. But we'll continue to keep you updated on what's happening in London and what's happening in Los Angeles. That's where we turn to next as we consider President Trump deploying the National Guard without the say-so of California's Governor Gavin Newsom. We'll have more with our political panel next here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Nico, det funker, for jeg kommer til å trade med større kontrakter hele tiden, så det var bare beregningsfeil på fredag. Jeg visste ikke at det var sånn, så det funker fint det. Target I dag 44. Hvis vi treffer den, så bryter vi videre. Vi hadde target på 33. Vi gikk helt opp til 37,5. Men Trump prater nå med Kina, så det går litt alvor her. Men gull bør gå mye mer. Dollaren svekker seg. Tallene på fredag var ræva. Bondsene stiger. Så gull derfor gull går I dag. Det var derfor jeg kjøpte det på fredag også, etter at det falt. Så egentlig så burde gull gå mye mer. Mye mer. Siste på dollar nå 11,13 står det her.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Apple shares just turning negative. Tim Cook speaking at WWDC. We've got Apple unveiling a new operating system interface called Liquid.
Må bare hente Sahara, så kommer jeg tilbake. Jeg er fortsatt long gull.
Design update ever. Company also confirming plans to open up its AI models to outside app creators. But bottom line here, Apple shares are now trading lower, giving up earlier gains, down now by 1.1%.
Bryter vi 44, så er neste target på gull opp mot 60.
A lot more for us coming up in just a moment right here on Balance of Power. Again, Apple right now down 1.1%. This on a day when stocks are advancing. The S&P up 13, up 0.2%, with the Dow now up 61, up 0.1%, and NASDAQ higher by 0.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index holding on to a gain of 0.5%, with the 10-year at 4.47%. Spot gold 33.35 the ounce, up 7 tenths, and West Texas intermediate crude 0.4%, 64.83 a barrel. So stocks higher, Apple lower. Apple down 1.3%. Balance of Power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew, Haley Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Checking on the markets for us from New York. Meantime, we're checking on all things politics and policy for you from here in Washington. And a lot of that conversation today centers around what's happening in California, where the governor, Gavin Newsom, has threatened to sue the Trump administration after the weekend deployment of National Guard troops, a federalization of the National Guard that President Trump decided to move forward with without the permission of the state's governor. This in response to the protests that were seen getting violent over the weekend in and around Los Angeles over ICE raids. This is the first time, Joe, we've seen something like this in 60 years in the United States of America. The last time this happened was in 1965 when LBJ deployed National Guard troops in order to protect civil rights protesters itself.
Yeah, in a very, very different scenario.
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom writing on X, "We did not have a problem until Trump got involved."
10,500 på dollarn.
State sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Kaylee, we heard from Donald Trump today as well. He made a couple of brief remarks in the driveway, but then took to Truth Social for a pretty long post here, beginning with, "We made a great decision in sending the National Guard to deal with the violent, instigated riots in California." He says, "If we had not done so, Los Angeles would have been completely obliterated." Remembering, of course, this was isolated to a fairly small part of town. Let's assemble our political panel to talk about the fallout here. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, our Democratic analyst, Bloomberg politics contributor with the Center for the Study of the Presidency, Republican strategist Lisa Camuso Miller, former RNC communications director and host of the Friday Report podcast. Lisa, is Donald Trump right? We made a great decision in setting in the National Guard to deal with this?
You know, Joe, it's inconsistent with the way Republicans have always operated, right? They've always allowed the governors to be the senior executives in their state. And ultimately, that's what it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to work. So the fact that he went over Gavin Newsom's head and made that decision really shows that he's played politics here. Now, there's plenty of people that have points of view about how the governor has handled these kinds of circumstances, but we've rarely ever seen, as you said, it was LBJ that did this however many years ago. And so this alone has me concerned to some degree because it is consistent with traditional Republican policy and the way that we've operated previously. And it's the other thing is that it now has Americans pitted against Americans in a time when that is the last thing we need to see happening here. And so I don't know. I think LA's got enough problems as it is. The fires were just a minute ago, and here we go again with the president stepping into state politics at a time when I don't know. To me, it just seems like a little bit, I don't know, wrong path for me in my point of view.
Well, when we consider, though, the kind of way in which this changes the administration's messaging, Jeannie, we go from talking about Trump's fallout with Elon Musk and all of the kind of social media-driven frenzy around that to something that President Trump actually wants to be talking about, crime and immigration. Does this not work for him in changing the narrative? Is that not what he's trying to seize on?
Absolutely, it works for him. And that's why we've seen him all weekend truthing away about this. And of course, anybody who followed him closely on the campaign trail, he said he was going to do this. He said he will put in the National Guard. He will call them out regardless of whether he's asked. He even talked about sending in troops. So nobody should be surprised if that happens. It's not just going to happen in LA. It will be Chicago. It will be New York City. But let's not forget what undergirds this is Stephen Miller in May, his advisor, went to ICE and said, unless you get to a quota of 3,000 a day of people that you are going to deport, we will start firing people in ICE. And what that has meant is that ICE has had to go for what they describe as the low-hanging fruit. It is far easier to catch people who are law-abiding, who are going for their check-ins, who have ankle monitors on, who have alerted the government to where they are, rather than going for criminals, who are hiding, and it takes a lot more resources to catch. So one of the big questions Donald Trump needs to answer is why, after saying repeatedly they would go after criminals, isn't he doing that? And is he going after people's workers, friends, families, and neighbors? That's what set off the demonstrations in LA, and that's what's going to continue as they struggle to keep up with this quota that Miller has set.
President Trump was asked on his way out of the White House this morning, Lisa, about this idea of having the governor of California arrested. Gavin Newsom is daring Tom Homan, as we saw on cable news last night, to come and get him. He called Homan a tough guy. The president was asked, should he do it? Donald Trump, quote, I'd do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity. What would be the impact of a move like that?
I think it would change precedents for forever, Joe. I think that it's the kind of thing that the president seems to be happy to have these kinds of debates and these kinds of discussions and offer up these kinds of distractions. And I think your point is good. I think he wanted to get the discussion centered around immigration and crime and his toughness on those issues. And the fact that he is inciting a back and forth between himself and the biggest state in the nation is one that I think is concerning. And I think Jeannie's right. It should send a message to a lot of other big cities all across the country that they need to be mindful that this could be coming for them next.
Mm. Well, and of course, this isn't happening in a vacuum. It is also happening, to get back to the idea of the feud with Elon Musk, Jeannie, as the president is trying to get his one big, beautiful bill through Congress. And White House officials, administration officials, from the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, to the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, are being very quick to point out on social media today that that bill provides funding for 10,000 new ICE personnel, 5,000 new customs officers, 3,000 new Border Patrol agents. Does what we're seeing take place out in California actually make it easier for the president to make the case Republicans need to get this through quickly on those grounds?
Absolutely. I'm so happy you raised that, Kaylee, because this is one of the things that the president wants to do, is to use these pictures, and they are horrendous, and Democrats and Republicans need to speak out vehemently against any use of violence. He wants to use these pictures to say this is a key reason senators and representatives on the GOP side to support this bill. He keeps talking about an insurrection. He keeps talking about a crisis, and we do indeed have an immigration crisis. We've had one for decades. And he wants to use these pictures and this insecurity to give representatives and senators a cover to tell their constituents, I know there's some things in this bill you don't like, but we had to do this because we are in a crisis. So that is absolutely what they are using. And it is a good way to turn the page from thinking about debt and deficit and all the cuts to spending and the things needed for the most needy among us, and to focus on a crisis and get this bill through.
It would be a new level to see not National Guard troops, but actual members of the U.S. Marine Corps. Lisa, Pete Hegseth, Defense Secretary, issuing a statement to say if violence continues, active duty Marines at Camp Pendleton will also be mobilized. They are on high alert. I don't know what kind of alert that actually refers to in a case like this, but apparently 500 Marines have been earmarked by the Defense Secretary. You don't believe he would do that, do you?
I think anything's possible, Joe. I really do. And I think that this is a time when the administration seems empowered. They feel empowered, and they feel like there's an opportunity here to set a precedent and show an example about how it is that federal force can make changes in the states. And that's something that I think Jeannie's point is right, is that Republicans and Democrats need to be mindful of that, because that's precisely, it seems like, the direction that the administration is pointing towards at this time. And it's one that I think that, as I said, it is unprecedented, and it will set the course for action in lots of other states and cities all across the country.
All right, Lisa Camuso Miller and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, our political panel here on Balance of Power on this Monday as we watch a fourth day of tensions in LA. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. And of course, that's not the only thing we're watching in California today. As about 350 miles north of Los Angeles in Cupertino, California, another important event is taking place. The Apple Worldwide Developers Conference is underway, got going, at least the presentation of the new stuff got going earlier this hour, and shares are falling as it continues, down about 1.6% right now. So let's go out to Cupertino. That's where we find Bloomberg Technology co-host Ed Ludlow, who is joining us now on Balance of Power. So Ed, what are we learning at this conference?
Well, we're learning, if you look at the stock, this is a kind of sell the news moment, right? Because what we are getting from Apple at WWDC is kind of exactly what Bloomberg's Mark Gurman reported. It centers around a redesign of the OS interface called Liquid Glass. And what Apple hopes to do with this redesign is make all of its operating systems more in line with one another, but also reflect some of the work they've done with Vision Pro, their augmented VR, AR headset. Sell the news also in the fact that early in the presentation, what Apple said was that they will be talking about Siri, particularly like the consumer-facing element of Apple Intelligence, throughout the course of the year, but indicating they don't have anything of substance to say it today. And you'll be reading on the Bloomberg about how year-to-date this is a stock that's down 18%, right? But it's not on the AI story. So there's an element of disappointment here. We didn't get more. There was some AI news, though, and this is the developers conference, right? WWDC is for the developers, and what Apple said was it will allow third-party developers to build their software and their applications on top of in-device LLMs. That's a really big step when you consider the history of this company and how big a role developers have in the kind of value add of any technology company's ecosystem.
I do find it fascinating, Ed, that Apple is frequently punished for lack of, in the case of today, a big announcement about AI. But then the stock is rewarded when people start to freak out about a potential downturn in the AI spend and they see Apple as being on a safe island. But how would you describe the company's approach to AI right now?
Yeah, it's really interesting because the Bloomberg terminal can let you look back at history at periods of economic pressure or sort of volatility in marketplaces. And Apple has an entrenched market position. It has a very strong balance sheet. And quite a lot of the time, investors are sanguine about the direction of where they're going. The issue is that, you know, consumers' motivations are now driven by different things, and how they interact with AI, so to speak, is a big factor in when you decide what smartphone you're going to have or what laptop you're going to have. And the issue is you can get a very competitive offering from ChatGPT, owned by OpenAI, or Gemini, made by Google, and you can use it on your iPhone or on your MacBook. And Apple, therefore, on the services side of its business, on the software ecosystem, is getting a little bit squeezed out of its own game because of those competitive offerings. Hence, sell the news today, but they're also disappointment they didn't say more.
Always great to spend time with Ed Ludlow. Ed will be back as the headlines fly next hour on Business Week Daily with much more coming out of the Developers Conference. Bloomberg Tech co-host Ed Ludlow. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We're going to dig more into the legal basis for what we saw took place in L.A. over the weekend. Robert McWhirter, he's coming up next on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. An update for stocks, but Apple shares continue to decline. Apple right now down 1.2%. Apple falling while its AI-focused event underway at headquarters. WWDC 2025, Apple saying that Apple intelligence models are coming for developers, but Apple right now down 1.1%. The S&P higher by 17, up 0.3%, close to session highs. The Dow up 94, that is a gain of 0.2%. NASDAQ right now up 86, up 0.4. The NASDAQ 100 index up 0.4, and the Russell 2000 up by 0.9%. 10-year 4.47%, the 2-year 3.99%. Gold up 0.7%, 33.34 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude 65 even, now up by 0.7%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet live from New York with us here on Balance of Power, live from Washington, covering politics and the latest from the White House that we've heard from the protests and the violent clashes we saw with police, and in some cases, of course, the deployment of National Guard troops by President Trump, who's saying that this was a good idea. Taking to Truth Social, we made a great decision, he writes, in sending the National Guard to deal with the violent, instigated riots in California. Of course, Gavin Newsom, the governor, sees it very differently and is threatening to sue Donald Trump for going around him as the executive of the state of California and the commander-in-chief of those National Guard troops. This is something that came up in a fascinating interview earlier today with Andrew Cuomo, former New York governor, now running for mayor of New York City. Spent some time with Bloomberg's Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning on Bloomberg Radio. Let's listen.
This gets into President Trump's strategy, I believe. And look, first of all, on the immigration issue, he was very clear in his campaign. He believes it's an issue that works for him. During the campaign, he said he was going to deport criminals, dangerous criminals. And everybody said, yes, support dangerous criminals, of course. Now we're deporting 7-year-olds and we're disrupting families. And by the way, we're deporting people who shouldn't be deported. So that's a change. But this issue works for the president politically. The president is also very good, and I worked with the president in the first Trump administration, worked with euphemism. We had a lot of controversy, but this is a different tempo for him. Wayne Gretzky, skate to where the puck is going to be, not where it was. The Democrats have to adjust. They are skating to where the puck was. This immigration issue, in some ways, is a distraction from what Trump is really doing with cities, which is cutting the budget in a way that is so dramatic that you could really cause major difficulties for urban areas.
Governor Cuomo, pro tip, when you're going to talk a hockey, you're in a mayoral race. You pick Jean Rattel or someone like that with the New York Rangers. You don't go with Gretzky. Andrew Cuomo with us here as we look at this mayoral race. Okay, Robert Kuttner, no friend of yours, writing in American Prospect. He says, did Cuomo peak too soon? You've got the tensions of the primary. If you take the primary, the tensions of a general election with different independent candidates, and that is the present mayor in the back pocket of the president of the United States. And if we get LA, as Paul mentions, here, can you imagine this? I mean, I'll let you pick the geography, Governor Cuomo, but the present mayor of New York, can he protect the citizens of this city, given the relationship with the president after what we've seen in LA?
Short answer, no. And let's remember how extraordinary these issues, what's happening in LA. This is the exact reverse of what normally happens. Normally, it's the local government that makes the decision on how to handle an emergency and calls on the federal government. So a mayor or a governor would call on the federal government and say, I need help, please send the National Guard, or please send in additional federal help. I don't believe there's been a time where the president has sent in federal troops. You'd have to go back to like the 60s and President Johnson and Wallace, right? That's how far you have to go back. So this is Trump being Trump. This is Trump on this issue of immigration. I'm muscled. It's law and order. These cities, these Democrats, they're filled with illegals, and I'm going to come in, and I'm going to come in hot and heavy. He started in L.A. It will happen in New York. It will happen. He knows the formula, right? It happened in New Jersey.
Is this formula to go after you? I mean, this is anticipated.
His formula is to create chaos in the cities, and he is the voice of law and order. And you know, cities, all those Democrats, that's where all those illegal immigrants are, and he's going to come in and he's going to clean up. The flip side is, okay, create chaos in LA, create chaos in New York, create chaos in Chicago. Pretty soon, you create chaos in the nation, and that's bad for the economy.
The view from Andrew Cuomo speaking with Bloomberg's Tom Keene earlier today. There's, of course, Kayleigh, the legal side of this and the political side of this. We wanted to get into the legal aspect because the president is seizing on a component of the U.S. Code on Armed Services, Title 10. A provision that allows for the federal deployment of National Guard forces if there is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States.
Yeah, also states the president may call into federal service members or units of the National Guard of any state in such numbers he considers necessary to repel the invasion, suppress the rebellion, or execute those laws. Of course, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, does not agree that those conditions have been met right now, which is why he's threatening to sue this administration. But we want to get the take of a legal expert here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Robert McWhorter is with us. He's a constitutional lawyer, also practicing criminal defense and civil rights lawyer, founder of the law office of Robert McWhorter. Welcome back to the program, Robert. We appreciate it. As we understand that legalese, which you can interpret far better than I, did the president actually have grounds to send those troops in yesterday?
No, he did not have grounds. This is not an insurrection or anything like a true rebellion. I mean, the instance that's happened before was in 1965 when President Johnson sent in the National Guard in Alabama because Governor George Wallace made it very clear that he was going to allow the attack of civil rights, peaceful protesting civil rights workers, and it was a truly dangerous situation. That's the last time this happened, and nothing here is in comparison. In fact, the situation in the office. These are protesters.
Robert, if I could just jump in, if someone looks at the videos of what has happened in Los Angeles and sees some of these protesters, for example, throwing rocks at police officers, why would that not constitute a rebellion against an authority?
Yeah, a bunch of kids throwing rocks is not a rebellion. It is something that local police, and by their own statements, are perfectly fine handling. When protests, sadly, go bad, and certain elements do that, they have selective policing, prosecution, and they go get those kids or older adults that are committing violent acts like that, and they arrest them, allowing the peaceful protest to go forward. This has nothing to do with that. Local police were handling this situation just fine until Donald Trump put the National Guard in there. Really, the technical mechanism, the National Guard, he in a sense nationalized the National Guard using Title 10, and I don't think the authority extends. And if I may, the stark and shocking hypocrisy is when January 6th, 2021 happened, which was a clear attack of violent people with arms on the Capitol, he sat on his hands and did nothing. And yet, when you have some kids protesting his immigration policy, now he sends in the National Guard. That is the shocking hypocrisy going on here.
Well, of course, Gavin Newsom, Robert, is threatening to sue, and I expect that will happen at some point here when we actually see the court documents. We'll let everybody know. The president, on the other hand, is threatening to, or at least suggesting it would be a good idea to arrest the governor of California. Tom Homan, the border czar, suggested as much, and Gavin Newsom responded in a pretty remarkable moment on cable news last evening. Listen to the governor of California on MSNBC.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? And he knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off these poor people just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes, been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with.
Come after me, arrest me, Robert. I don't know if you'd take the governor's case, but would the administration have the grounds to do it?
I would take the governor's case in a heartbeat, and I would happily do it. In fact, I'd think about taking it pro bono, although I imagine he actually could afford to pay me. But it is an important case, and he has, I think, good grounds to say that what this is a violation of state sovereignty. And in fact, it tends to be the conservative Republicans that talk about the value of state sovereignty with federal overreach. And this is a perfect example of federal overreach. And I must say, too, when you compare this to 1965, there was a national consensus that had developed by 1965 that segregation and racial injustice was a national problem that President Johnson needed to intervene on. There is not a national consensus about Donald Trump's policies. In fact, Donald Trump does not have a mandate. He did not win. He is the duly elected president, but he didn't even win a majority. A majority is 51%, and he won 49.3% of the vote. So this is the key difference, I think, and this is what Gavin Newsom is basing his statement on.
Well, when we consider that the president still believes this is a winning issue for him, and he has far greater approval on issues like crime and immigration than others like the economy or his tariff policy for right now, Robert, it does raise the question of what happens if this continues to escalate, how it plays politically, but also the legal considerations around escalation. As we had the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, suggesting he would deploy active duty Marines from Camp Pendleton. Is there legal grounds for an active deployment of U.S. troops against, in some cases, U.S. citizens on U.S. soil? Can he use the same justification? Is there somewhere else that you would expect the administration to turn?
Well, the answer is no, and the specific statute is what's called the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878, which specifically says that you're not allowed to use U.S. military in a law enforcement role. And that was a statute that ended Reconstruction, and it was the southern states that wanted that statute passed. It is a wholly different thing when you have active military being proposed versus a National Guard, which technically is still under the state of California. They're the one who funds the National Guard, et cetera. Now, they are often incorporated into the national military in times of war or crisis, but that is not this. So this is a whole step of chest thumping that goes a step further, and it's all this kind of, making a big show. And by the way, the show is necessary for Donald Trump because if you actually look at his enforcement of immigration, he's failing. His numbers of deportations are way lower, about twice as low as what Joe Biden's numbers of deportations show. So there's all this energy being spent on these other things, but he's actually not doing the job that he promised the American people he would do.
Robert, there's a good chance this spreads to other cities or maybe continues in Los Angeles. God knows that these things can carry momentum. And we heard earlier Andrew Cuomo reacting to the idea of this taking place on the streets of New York or Chicago. If we're in for a summer like that, I know that we're talking about National Guard troops and the use of Marines and so forth. It's going to be the courts that finally handle this in the end, to adjudicate a finish here, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, I'll just note that the examples you just gave, I would be shocked if this ever happens in a so-called red state. Donald Trump is doing this only in the so-called blue states, although there's protests in red states that are the same going on other places. This is selective, and this is in a way to make political points and attack political enemies and attack political kind of groups that don't like Donald Trump. It is not about his enforcing immigration law. It's about him being a national reality show, and that's how he thinks he gets to stay in power and be elected.
I suspect we'll be able to talk again about this before it's over. Robert McWhirter, always a pleasure to spend some time. Robert, constitutional lawyer, practicing criminal defense, civil rights lawyer based in Maricopa County with the office of Robert McWhirter. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington, painting out of a couple of buckets here today. We've got the matter of the protests in L.A., Kaylee, as well as trade talks underway today between the U.S. and China. It's happening in London.
And we hope to know a lot more about this by the time we reconvene at 5 p.m. Eastern on the late edition of Balance of Power.
Yeah, as it stands right now, the principals that include the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and He Lifeng of China are still in the room trying to hammer out an agreement on export controls and rare earths. So we'll reconvene later this afternoon with the latest. But of course, in the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week Daily is straight ahead right here on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everyone. Yes, indeed. Carol Massar, Tim Stenivek, live here on Bloomberg Business Week. We're once again on the West Coast. We've got a special Cisco remote coming up your way tomorrow, but we're staying out here out west, although I got to say, our focus is, too, on the West Coast right now, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly is. Everything happening in Los Angeles. We're going to be covering that at the top of our show today. In addition to that,
Other things happening on the West Coast, a little north of Los Angeles in Cupertino. Mark Gurman is going to be joining us a little later. Before that, Ed Ludlow on everything happening at Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference.
And I got to say, we are also focusing on what's
Søren
going
bare
on
en gang,
across the Atlantic. We're focusing on some negotiations between U.S. and Chinese officials. Over in London, a lot of the discussions on rare earth minerals, so we're going to talk about that as well. First up, though, folks, let's get a check on that trade. Some small moves we're seeing when it comes to stocks and bonds. Let's head it on over to our New York headquarters and Charlie Pellett.
Thank you very much indeed. Good day from New York and from London to Los Angeles. We got you covered here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now. WWDC, though, underway, as you mentioned, in Cupertino. Apple shares are declining. We've got Apple now down by just about 0.6%. We'll update you from WWDC throughout the day here on Bloomberg. S&P right now up 18. That is a gain of 0.3%. The Dow up 98, higher by 0.2%. NASDAQ up 89 points, a gain now of 0.5%. The Russell 2000 higher by 0.9%, and our Mag 7 index trading higher by 0.7%. The 10-year yield 4.46%, with a 2-year 3.99%. Gold is up $23 the ounce. Spot gold at $33.33, a gain of 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude trading higher by 0.6%, $64.94 a barrel. And Bitcoin now rallying 2.1% at 108,451 on Bitcoin. Tesla has been hit by a pair of downgrades, underscoring mounting concerns on Wall Street about the electric vehicle maker's outlook following last week's clash between CEO Elon Musk and President Trump. Both Argus Research and Baird have cut the stock to equivalent of hold ratings, cementing Tesla's reputation as the least loved mega-cap stock among analysts. Tesla shares today, though, they're up by 1.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellett, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, along with Tim Stanovic, live here at our San Francisco bureau for Bloomberg News. We should remind everybody, I know you've been listening to Bloomberg very closely. Los Angeles is in its 4th day of unrest, with California Governor Gavin Newsom vowing to sue to block the Trump administration's deployment of National Guard troops in the city, really escalating a standoff that we've been watching throughout the weekend over immigration raids that sparked protests over the weekend. And so we are continuing to see this escalation and also this back and forth. It really is, Tim, it feels like a test between federal rights and powers and states' rights and powers.
And just today, President Donald Trump suggested that Gavin Newsom should be arrested over his response, and the governor vowing to sue the administration for deploying National Guard troops in the city. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's had his eye on being New York City mayor, joined Bloomberg Surveillance and the team there with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney a little earlier. He gave his take on President Trump sending in the National Guard over the weekend.
This is Trump being Trump. This is Trump on this issue of immigration. I'm muscled. It's law and order. These cities, these Democrats, they're filled with illegals, and I'm going to come in, and I'm going to come in hot and heavy. He started in L.A. It will happen in New York.
All right, that, of course, was former New York State Governor Andrew Cuomo, now running to be mayor in New York City. That was earlier with the surveillance team of Paul Sweeney and Tom Keene on Bloomberg Radio. We want to get a legal view on this because there continues to be back and forth. With us right now is, from Los Angeles, is Jessica Levinson. She's clinical professor of law and director of the Public Service Institute at Loyola Law School, and joining us on this Monday. So great to have you here with us, Professor Levinson. First of all, in terms of what President Trump did, was this decision within the law and purview of President Trump, and purview, really, to be fair, of any president?
Yes, and I appreciate you asking it that way, because the question is whether or not this federal law gives any president the power to federalize the National Guard. And the answer is, in my view, that this federal law is a broad grant of authority to a president. And that there's language that says a rebellion, or dangers of a rebellion, but it's not clearly defined. And essentially, the statute says when the normal channels don't work, when the normal law enforcement mechanisms don't work, then the president has the power to federalize the National Guard. We should be clear about what this does and doesn't mean. It does not mean that we are suspending something called posse comitatus, which means that the military it cannot act as a domestic law enforcement agency. That is still in effect. Right now, the National Guard can just act in a supporting role, can help to protect federal agents, can help to protect federal property. So I think at this point, the president is, regardless of your policy views, on pretty firm ground. The next question, whether or not if there's an escalation, the president has the power to kind of pull the cord and say, now I want to invoke the Insurrection Act. That is legally a harder challenge, a higher threshold for the president. And then I think there would be more vigorous challenges to the president's authority.
Professor Levinson, in your view, what was the moment that it became clear that local law enforcement could not handle the situation? And indeed, the switch was flipped that this would be a case, in your view, that would actually allow the National Guard to be deployed. What was it that you saw that happened?
Well, I want to be clear that I think there are plenty of people who disagree that that moment occurred. And I think there are critics of the president who say that moment didn't occur, that LAPD was getting things under control, and that we weren't in a situation that would give rise to the president having this power under this federal law, again, Title 10. And so I don't want to offer my particular perspective on whether or not we hit that moment as somebody who analyzes the law. What I'll say is we have a very big gulf of opinion. We have the governor and the mayor saying we were fine, we didn't need help. And then we have the president of the United States saying, yes, you did. And this is a situation that's rare because typically speaking, if the president does federalize the National Guard, it's because a governor and or local leaders have asked him to do so.
All right, so then we have on the flip side, again, like I kind of kicked this off, Professor Levinson, on this idea between federal powers and state powers, right? I feel like it's, in our fabric as a U.S., as our nation, right? Like there's always kind of, on some level, a little bit of battle between these two sides. California is suing the Trump administration over what has happened. We have seen the California governor, Gavin Newsom, come out on a post on X. So do they have any legal position or power? In our last hour, balance of power, I heard one lawyer saying, I'd love to take his case. I think it's a strong case. What do you think?
So what I think here is that Governor Newsom is going to argue that the president is infringing on state sovereignty and that under the 10th Amendment, which we all know from high school civics, reserves powers that are not given to the federal government, to the states and to the people. And I think that Governor Newsom is going to argue, first and foremost, you're infringing on state authority. Second, I think that he'll make the argument that the predicate facts, the prerequisites before you can federalize the National Guard under Title 10, that they're simply not there, that this isn't a rebellion. We're not seeing the danger of a rebellion. In my perspective, the federal law that the president is operating under is a very broad grant of authority to him. I know I said that before, I'm emphasizing that here. And so I do think that a challenge to his authority does face an uphill battle. I'm not putting my thumb on the scale of what I think is happening on the ground so much as what I think the language of the statute provides.
So I guess my question is about if this escalates, and I think that's a concern for a lot of people, Professor. You mentioned the idea of an insurrection and what that actually would look like, and then the Trump administration would have to face another question about the deployment. And I'm curious, what would, in your view, characterize an insurrection?
It's a really important question. And if you look at the Insurrection Act, this old act from the 1800s, it doesn't have bright line definitions. And that's fairly typical. What we're looking at in order to see if the president has the power to invoke the Insurrection Act is whether or not there is some sort of violent or unlawful upheaval, whether or not people have essentially taken to the streets. We're looking to similar questions that we are currently under Title 10, but we're looking to see if things are, for lack of a better way of describing it, appreciably worse. And again, we're looking for a situation where I think the assumption behind the statute is that the normal channels aren't panning out. So if the president does decide to use the Insurrection Act, that would be a significant escalation. It would, again, suspend posse comitatus, which we talked about briefly before, and it would allow, what does that mean? It would allow the National Guard to act as domestic law enforcement. It would allow the National Guard to do much more. They could, instead of acting as supporting cast members, essentially, they could instead help arrest, implement searches, seizures, etc. And that would be very different from what we're used to.
Hey, one last question very quickly, 30 seconds if I may. What's the difference? How do you know the difference between protest, which again is so much a part of what we do in the United States, versus insurrection? Is it very clear? Just quickly.
I think it's not clear. It's clear on the sides, right? So, and what we're seeing right now is a debate among our elected officials as to whether or not we're there yet.
All right. Going to leave it there. Listen, you covered so much important ground. Thank you so much. Jessica Levinson, professor of law and director of the Public Service Institute at Loyola Law School, joining us from Los Angeles. Tim?
Well, now that's certainly the domestic front. Let's go to the global front, and specifically the relationship between the U.S. and China. Because trade talks between the U.S. and China kicked off in London today, the U.S. signaled a willingness to remove restrictions on some tech exports in exchange for assurances that China's easing limits on rare earth shipments. The meeting began today just after 1 p.m. local time. It's expected to extend into the UK evening. It may restart on Tuesday if necessary. With a reminder of what's at stake in the red lines for both economies, back with us, we've got Gracelyn Bascarin, Director of the Critical Minerals Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. She joins us from Johannesburg, South Africa today. Gracelyn, good to have you back with us. We appreciate you taking the time. Why, in so many ways, is this coming down to so-called rare earth materials?
Thanks for having me. It's great to be back. I mean, first and foremost, rare earths are in everything. And we've seen that in the last couple of weeks as companies have not been able to secure the licenses they need. We have seen disruptions to manufacturing. We've seen it most visibly from the automotive sector. For example, Ford actually paused the manufacturing of its Explorer in Chicago because it didn't have these rare earths. But we have to remember they're in defense technologies, they're in cancer treatment, they're in MRI scanners, they're in just about everything electronic. So what we have is both this huge reliance, and really there's no significant processing capabilities that exist operational today, which means that we are wholly dependent on China for something that we need a lot of.
Gracelyn, Carol and I last Thursday here at the Bloomberg Technology Conference in San Francisco spoke to RJ Scaringe, the CEO of Rivian, the EV maker, and we asked him specifically about rare earths. And partly what he said, and he's been clear that he's working to lobby the Trump administration. His folks are communicating with them about the importance of rare earths. But he also told us, hey, necessity is essentially the mother of invention, and I'm confident that we're going to be able to do some of this stuff, at least in the near future, without rare earths. Do you think that's the case? Are we going to be able, from a technological standpoint, not to have to rely on rare earths for some of these things?
We are going to reduce our reliance. I mean, never underestimate the power of American innovation. We created a vaccine for a virus that we didn't know anything about a year and a half prior to that. So we will absolutely see, I think, a reduction in our reliance on them, number one, in terms of how much we need them. We're starting to create engines without them. However, that is a process. The second thing we're going to start to see is more capabilities come online outside of China. We saw, for example, that Lynas is now starting to produce small scale at its facility in Malaysia. The U.S. is kind of trying to warp speed our own facilities in California and Texas. So innovation is going to be a huge part of reducing our reliance and increasing our capabilities.
All right, but how quickly does all that happen? Because I think the other thing we followed up with him, RJ Scaringe, is that none of this is going to happen overnight, right? So how long does it take to kind of make the switch? And then in the meantime, how much are we still reliant on China, or how long will we probably be reliant on China?
I mean, we're going to be relying on China at some level, in my opinion, and I know opinions vary on this, for probably a few years in terms of being able to meet all of our capabilities. We have to remember this isn't just a problem of capital. In December 2023, China actually banned the export of processing technologies. And there were parts of the supply chain we actually realized we didn't even have the technical know-how in terms of how to do those midstream. So one is building the technical know-how, and that takes a bit of time. It's expensive. So realistically, even if we start to be able to get offtake by the end of the year through domestic capabilities and potentially through non-Chinese foreign sources, before we are comfortably reliant on non-Chinese capabilities for probably a few years.
Gracelyn, how much of this is an environmental story? To what extent is the processing of rare earths something that's done in China because other countries didn't want to deal with the environmental consequences of this?
The environment is no doubt one of the challenges that has limited other countries from developing the capabilities. You know, we use the term NIMBY, not in my backyard, because sometimes we don't want these things in our backyard, and we're very happy for them to be done far away. So that was certainly one component. The second thing I want to add to the environment component is generally the United States has deprioritized mining over the better part of several decades. Between the 1950s and the 1990s, the U.S. was actually the top rare earth producer in the world. We were the top uranium producer in the world. We had a Bureau of Mines that was responsible in government for coordinating all of our mining activities. We closed that in 1996. We ceded a lot of our advantages to China and Russia during this time, and that's how they really created a dominant position where the U.S. once was. So the environmental challenges certainly slow down permitting and some of these other dimensions of mining, but we also have to remember there was a broader government deprioritization of the agenda, which is how we found ourselves where we are today.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Was it because the government wasn't prioritizing? Was it because companies, you know, really concerned about the bottom line and profitability and making money that they said China can do it more cheaply and more easily for us? Is it because we didn't have the labor pool? Why was it that the U.S. went from being a leader to basically, you know, now it's China's the leader when it comes to rare earth minerals? What would you pin it on?
So if this was a multiple choice exam, all of the above, I hope, would be one option. But there's a few things, right? So when the government deprioritizes something, it creates a negative signal. As a result of government deprioritizing it and a lot of this moving offshore to China, Russia, Australia over time, then mine engineering programs have less, less need to produce mine engineers and other skilled labor for mining operations. So we have a huge workforce shortage here in the United States. Along with that, again, it is much cheaper to do it in China, where there are low environmental standards, where labor is much cheaper. If you go to a mine in Montana, you're not going to have a worker making under $120,000.
Right.
We don't have to pay a worker in China that same amount. So basically, the overall production costs fell too.
Gracelyn, thank you so much. Gracelyn Bascarin joining us. A headline crossing the Bloomberg: California suing for President Trump's National Guard use in LA unrest. So again, filing a lawsuit. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. As we have been reporting, California is suing the Trump administration for deploying the state's National Guard in Los Angeles to quell unrest over the president's immigration raids. The move, announced at a news conference moments ago, follows tensions over anti-deportation protests. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest developments out of Los Angeles. We're also monitoring trade developments in the United Kingdom. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest out of London. Right now, we do have the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. We are looking at a gain for the S&P 500 index, and it is now just within 2% of its February peak, driven by optimism over U.S.-China trade talks and resilient economic growth. Here's where we stand. The S&P up 19 at 6,020, a gain of 0.3%. The Dow up 119, up 0.3. NASDAQ up 88, up by 0.5%. Our Mag 7 index up 0.7%. The 10-year 4.47%. The 2-year 3.99%. Gold now up 0.8%. 33.36 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%. 65.18 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Charlie mentioning the headline, but worth repeating: California is suing the U.S. for Trump's use of a National Guard in L.A. unrest. California is suing the Trump administration for deploying the state's National Guard in Los Angeles to quell unrest over the president's immigration raid. The move, announced at a press conference on Monday, it follows tensions over anti-deportation protests. Demonstrators have clashed with law enforcement, sometimes violently, while Governor Gavin Newsom and President Donald Trump trade blame over the responsibility for restoring order. The lawsuit hasn't yet appeared on the court docket. We'll continue to bring you updates as we do get them.
All right, we are continuing to monitor that. We also continue to monitor different things that come out of the White House, and they certainly have made some comments when it comes to healthcare, pharmaceuticals in the United States, which is one of the reasons we want to really get to our next guest. GoodRx, I should say. They recently reported earnings. Just a little bit of background. Shares did jump after the drug pricing comparison software company. They did boost their guidance for adjusted EBITDA for the full year, following better than expected results for the first quarter. We did see analysts saying, some of them, that the EBITDA beat and raised as a good start to 2025 for the company. Let's get into the business and how White House policies are impacting GoodRx. Wendy Barnes is president and CEO of the company. She joins us from Charlotte, North Carolina. The company, by the way, a market cap of about 1.4 billion. Shares year to date are down about 12%. They're down more than 50%, though, in the past year. Wendy, good to have you here with us. There's a lot going on in your space. But I want to talk first and start with a new initiative that you guys have actually introduced today. It's called the Community Links Program. Why did you do this? What was the impetus for creating it?
Hi, Carol. Thanks for having me, and appreciate the question. So, I would say the company's been on a multi-year journey to best partner with retail pharmacies, with community pharmacies really being at the top of that list. And this is really the culmination of that work. And so what you've referenced, the GoodRx Community Link, is a portal by which community pharmacies, sometimes referred to as independent pharmacies, so think of those as really your non-chain pharmacies. They can be as small as a single pharmacy, or some community independent pharmacy owners have 50, 75, or 100 locations, but largely they're run independent of a broader management philosophy. And this is our effort to contract directly with these pharmacies in a cost-plus reimbursement mechanism manner. Look, it's not any new news to you or probably to your listeners that pharmacies continue to be under reimbursement pressure. And we believe that they are key partners in our broader mission to make medications more affordable and accessible for every American. And so this effort is really one in which we're trying to bolster reimbursement for those independent pharmacies such that they can work with us directly. And in addition to that, we're giving them access to 90-plus brand deals that we have secured with pharmaceutical manufacturers over the last 12 to 24 months, and those continue to grow, such that the reimbursement on those same drugs is favorable to those pharmacies. It's really no secret that pharmacies have long struggled to have a favorable margin profile on many brands that they fill. And this too gives access to those programs for those independent pharmacies.
Well, Wendy, anecdotally speaking, as the large pharmacies and the chains have come under pressure, whether it's over store closures or different things happening just in the space, we've all reported on what's happened in cities and the way that some of these pharmacies have closed down in certain cities. Are you seeing more people go to these independent pharmacies? I mean, anecdotally speaking, I can say that's certainly the way my family has changed its behavior, just thanks to availability and what pharmacies tend to actually have what we're looking for. But how have you seen that affect the overall landscape?
I don't know that we've seen a meaningful shift to independent from chain. I think there's still a pretty good mix of grocer versus independent versus chain, and candidly, you know, mail order / digital pharmacy. I think at the end of the day, what we see is in the 70 plus odd thousand pharmacy options that we have as consumers in the US, that as a consumer, you just really want to get your drugs on your own terms, whether it's mailed to your home with your preferred community pharmacist or at a chain or grocer. And we pride ourselves on working really with all pharmacies such that you can get your drugs when and where you desire to do so.
Do you see at all that the independent channel is shrinking? We've certainly seen it with some of the big pharmacy chains, right? We've talked about it. You've seen the headlines. But I'm just curious, when it comes to independents, Wendy, do you see any shrinkage in terms of the number of outlets that are out there, or no?
I will say in the numbers that we've looked at over the last couple of years, there is still a good number opening in any given month. I will say in our book, with the pharmacies that we work with, I haven't seen significant shrinkage, but I think there are certainly other data sources that would suggest that there are a number of independent and or community pharmacies that are closing and or selling their business to other owners. But in our particular book, it's held pretty steady.
How have independents traditionally reacted to the program at GoodRx? Because it's our understanding they've been a little skeptical about it. How do you make sure that they're embracing it rather than treating it with skepticism?
Sure. Well, I think, look, it's early days, to be clear, and we're going to be on a journey here. Communication is going to be the biggest part of this program, in addition to delivering what we said we intend to deliver, which is fair economics over the course of these contractual agreements as pharmacies agree to contract with us directly. And that, again, can all be conveyed through that portal that we stood up this morning. So for me, it's really going to be about how we deliver on the reimbursement mechanism through this partnership. And I think, the ongoing communication will support how the pharmacy community embraces this over time. We've certainly been sending out communications early on. We've been in dialogue with many independent pharmacy owners to speak through the program. But I think at the end of the day, it's really going to be the outcome of the program and the economics that we deliver that will prove it out over time.
Well, that's where I want to kind of just dig a little bit deeper, Wendy. For this to work for you guys, this new rollout, this Community Links program, the economics have to work right for the independent pharmacy. So I'm just curious what you can tell us how the economics are different for the pharmacy that directly contacts with GoodRx versus using maybe one of the pharmacy benefit managers, the PBMs, and their networks to dispense a prescription. What can you tell us more specifically about the economic advantage for independent pharmacies to use your route versus going to the PBMs?
Sure, happy to do so. So it's really, the agreement directly with us is rooted on a NADAC plus reimbursement. So NADAC is one of multiple benchmarks that is effectively a cost mechanism. It stands for National Average Drug Acquisition Cost. And we are negotiating with independent pharmacies to do this with that predicated as the baseline plus an amount that keeps them profitable on filling these claims. So that's really the precursor, if you will, and or the meat of how this agreement will work, which again provides favorable economics to these pharmacies. The distinction, Carol, as you called out, to perhaps doing it through a larger payer, when you think about how it works through, let's just say, a larger PBM, there are multiple patient pay / cash networks through which an independent pharmacy can participate. And when they're in that type of an algorithm, for lack of better description, typically it's going to search for not necessarily favorable margin for the pharmacy. And so there would be times in their previous arrangement, whereby they may not always have favorable economics to fill those prescriptions. And by contracting directly, we're putting terms and conditions in the agreement that allow them to have certainty around not only the reimbursement, but also access to drugs that they're not fulfilling today in patient pay programs. Again, that would be the list of brands that I mentioned that I believe are 90 plus at this point. So they're going to have certainty around how they're reimbursed in this direct engagement through us that they're not getting through their arrangements today.
Hey, Wendy, we're watching everything happening outside of Washington and coming out of Washington really closely. We're expected to hear from the president in just a few minutes. There's an event happening in the Oval Office that's about a kid account event scheduled. It was scheduled for 2 p.m. We understand the press pool has gathered. If the president starts to take questions, we will certainly go there. In the meantime, thinking about healthcare in the United States, it is inextricably bound to politics, and no question, if the what the president calls the big beautiful bill were to pass, we could see, at least according to the CBO, estimates of a dramatic increase in the number of uninsured, almost 8 million. What does that mean for your business, and how much of your business comes from Medicaid and uninsured people today?
So interestingly, of the users who access our pricing on any given day, roughly 90% actually have insurance today. So I think there's a bit of a misperception that the overwhelming number of consumers who use us, in fact, don't have insurance, which is not the case. Having said that, who does come and look for pricing through our different platforms is your consumer who's motivated to check for competitive pricing, whether they have insurance or not. And we continue to be the #1 platform to look for the best price deal that you can find on any particular medication. So as it pertains to what may or may not pass in the bill, whether it's inclusive of Medicaid cuts, which continue to be advanced, and or other cuts that would put pressure on your typical household income, what we do know is that those should produce tailwinds for us as a business for consumers, whether they're insured or not. But specifically as it relates to Medicaid cuts and the number of individuals that may fall out of coverage, we do believe that that presents an opportunity for us to continue to support any American that really is struggling to purchase their medications.
Wendy, just got 30 seconds. You know, the word that we all use to describe the environment right now is uncertain. There's a lot coming at certainly leaders and CEOs. Just in your industry too, you've got Rite Aid doing a bankruptcy. You know, I think about the macro within your business and just macro overall. Just got about 25 seconds. How do you look at the outlook, just quickly?
You know, the outlook, you're right. Turbulent is a fair description. Having said that, businesses that stay the course and have a mission that makes sense for the consumers in which we serve will continue to thrive. And our goal, of course, is getting medication affordably and effectively into the hands of every American who need it. And we believe we'll be in a position to take advantage.
Wendy Barnes, President and CEO of GoodRx, joining us here. Coming up, big day for Apple. We break it down.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at gains for the U.S. stock market. Back to work Monday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all pushing higher right now. S&P, by the way, just 2% away from a record. Higher by 14 right now at 6,014 on the S&P 500 index, a gain of 0.2%. We've got the Dow up 71 now, up 0.2 there. NASDAQ higher by 68 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain of 0.4%. Our Mag 7 index up 0.6%, while the 10-year currently yielding 4.47%, the 2-year 3.99%. Gold up $24 the ounce, 33.34, up 0.7%, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.2%. WTI right now at 65.35 a barrel. So stocks moving higher, driven by optimism over U.S.-China trade talks and resilient economic growth. Walmart's credit cards will once again be issued by Synchrony Financial as the world's largest retailer makes a renewed push into financial services. OnePay, that's a fintech backed by Walmart, picked Synchrony to issue both a co-branded card that can be used outside Walmart as well as a private label card that will be available just for purchases at the retailer. Right now, looking at shares of Walmart, they're down little change, down under 0.1%. Synchrony Financial up by 3.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, it's a big day for one of the world's largest market cap companies. We're talking about Apple holding, of course, its Worldwide Developers Conference at headquarters in Cupertino. Keynote was about 1.5 hours ago, and we've got a bunch of headlines and information on our live blog. Apple, what it did do is unveiled a new operating system interface. It's called Liquid Glass. Kind of sounds cool. And for the first time, that same interface will work across the company's products. Apple shares, though, investors not so impressed. Stock's down about 1.5%. So let's head out to the event, to the conference at the headquarters of Apple is Ed Ludlow, of course, co-host of Bloomberg Technology. Ed, good to have you here with us. You've been a busy dude. Week or so, busy day today. Tell us about today. Was it more about style rather than substance for Apple in terms of what you had to say?
Yes, but they would also argue that liquid glass and the updates to the interface across all operating systems is probably the biggest that they've done. It's interesting. The stock's off session lows, right, and it moved around. But I would go to kind of like the ticker and the moment that the keynote kind of started, and we swung from modestly positive territory down at 1 point to almost 2%. And you have to remember, this is Apple WWDC. It is a developers conference. A lot of what is announced is targeted at a group of people who are critically important.
Tenk på kampen her.
It was almost kind of like a sell the news kind of event, both because Mark Gurman already reported, we all know that, and also because expectations that Apple at some point is going to give us a lot more on AI. Those expectations weren't met clearly.
Hey, Ed, let's stick on the liquid glass portion of this. As you mentioned, we've been speaking with Mark Gurman for weeks leading up to this, and he had the news weeks ago that there would be this unified interface across devices. My question then and my question now, after it being unveiled, is there a learning curve here for consumers? We've seen mistakes that Apple's made in the past with redesigns. Apple Maps, a decade ago, certainly comes to mind there. But is this going to be a learning curve? Like, how different is this going to be as an experience? I mean, there are over 1 billion iOS users out there. They're going to have to get used to this.
No, så
a billion iOS users, but you have to think about it in the aggregate of people that use a broader Apple ecosystem. So a lot of Liquid Glass's inspiration comes from the work that Apple had done with Vision Pro. Literally the UI and UX of that experience using Vision Pro, the translucency of it. And so by making it uniform, having the same look across iPhone, Mac, iPadOS, and Vision Pro and Watch, it just makes you more familiar and I guess open to using the full hardware suite of products, let alone the software suite of products. But again, this is a stock that's been driven by trade headline, trade risk, tariff risk, pardon the expression. But it's a company who will tell you time and time again that they're just focused on iteration, design, executing on making things beautiful every year. And the problem is that last year, 2024, and indeed the year prior when they announced the Vision Pro, this event, the reason I'm here, all of us gathered at WWDC, there was much more of a clear, tangible news catalyst around it. This kind of goes back to what WWDC has always been, which has been for the people, the community that build for Apple, for the App Store, and for all of those devices.
So, okay, and that's, I guess,
Nå skal jeg slå til lyden
to
og høre
WWDC,
på
right?
fotballkampen her.
Is kind of talking to some of these developers, feeling the mood about what they are saying. So what are you hearing from them? These are the kind of insiders, right? So I'm just curious. Yeah.
We actually did get some AI news, and that piece of news was that Apple is going to open up its on-device LLMs, Apple's own work in proprietary models, to the developer community. The reason that that's a substantive piece of news is that's exactly how it works with OpenAI and Microsoft and Google and the Gemini teams. A lot of the success they've had in basically commercializing that technology is to say to developers, have at it. Here's the underlying model, use it to make whatever you want to do better. And that makes the iOS, as an example, more appealing. So that was a big step forward today. But to the outsider, the investor community, all of us that are consumers that have iPhones, there wasn't something there for us in that respect. And what was so interesting is that sort of drop in the stock at the start of the keynote, it actually coincided with Craig Federighi, the services software chief, saying, we will have a lot more to talk about with Siri later, you know, because this had nothing to do with that, the way that one as a consumer interacts with their phone right now.
Later? How much later? I mean, are investors and members of the developer community still waiting for a Siri that is as smart as some of these virtual assistants that we've seen from LLMs at this point?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, you know, I'm here at WWDC, but I still was following what Gurman was putting in the blog in real time, and he made the point at the end that Craig was kind of at pains to point out this is what is new with Apple Intelligence. Here are all of the things that Apple Intelligence can do, rather than you're going to have to wait till later in the year to get more functionality out of it. On the other hand, like one of the things we got today was live translation in the iMessage and call context, but also through AirPods, right? But I even get like a sense of deja vu, because when I was at Meta Connect last fall, you know, Mark Zuckerberg was there on stage with his Ray-Ban Metas demoing exactly the same thing. You know, the ability to live translate in a nation like America where many people are bilingual, it's awesome when you consider the number of people that use an iPhone and are on the iOS system or macOS or iPadOS, but it ain't that new, and all the other technology companies are doing it as well. And that's kind of the frustration. It's like, give me the all singing, all dancing version of Apple Intelligence, which we interact with through Siri principally, and that's the bit you're going to wait for. And I didn't answer your question, Tim, because they didn't say later in the year.
No,
that's it.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, look, it's a question that, you know, nobody really has an answer for, and maybe Apple doesn't even know at this point.
Well, wait, it's kind of like, hey, Siri, like, when are you going to get better?
Okay, let's not make everyone's phones freak out, Carol Massar. Hey, Ed, before we let you go, you've been to a lot of these events, and as you mentioned, this is one for the developer community, and Apple's App Store and what you can do on an Apple device would be nothing without the developer community.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to hear from any developers, to speak to anybody who's attending this, and just get an understanding for what the vibes are in 2025 when it comes to the developer community?
So literally, we had a guy called Paul Hudson on the show earlier. He is the creator of Hacking for Swift, Swift being the platform that many use to code for OS application and OS software. And kind of what we've gone over is exactly why he was excited that, you know, when you build for one of the Apple operating systems, you usually use an Apple tool to do so. And he's, you know, was pretty jazzed and excited. A lot of people look at Craig Federighi as like the man, the rock star, the silver fox of software. And on stage, you know, they got what they were asking for to some sense, that like having on-device LLM access is huge for a lot of developers. It just makes their life in doing something easier. But the root of your question is the most important bit. We have the App Store today for a reason. It is attractive to consumers, and there are lots of apps there that are made by third-party developers. You know, I'm trying to think of a great example that Apple didn't make and someone else did. But you get the idea, and that's why all of this kind of update today is tracked, because it adds value to the broader services and ecosystem offering that Apple has.
All right, basic metric. You've got Apple shares down 19% year to date. I look at something like Meta, it's actually up 19% year to date.
Yeah.
So what is it that the investment community really wants to see from Apple to give it some love?
So I'm actually just pulling ChatGPT up on my phone because I was talking to ChatGPT about this earlier. Fewer than 60% of analysts rate Apple a buy, the lowest among its big tech peers. Apple's AI efforts are seen as safe by analysts. Reminder, it trades at 27 times earnings, which is slightly off its historic high. The point is so far this year, it hasn't traded. I know it's just so much fun to like use this as a tool, you know, inputting data from the Bloomberg. But like, so far this year, that 19%, it has nothing to do really with the AI story. As you guys know, it's tariff risk, the relationship with the administration and the President of the United States. But the risk going into today, and what was almost confirmed in the early minutes of that keynote was, well, what if AI does become the key risk to the stock? Because investors lose patience and they say, we want to see something more tangible. It's a little unfair because I don't think we went into today thinking we would get anything like that. It was really clear what we were going to get. It was for the developer community, and we did get it.
Ed, we do have some extra time with you, which we're grateful for. And you're our guy in Cupertino. We're keeping the seats warm for you here in the San Francisco studio. Liquid glass. You know, one thing that Apple is trying to figure out, and I think it's fair to say every consumer tech company is trying to figure that out, is the form factor for the must-have device of the future. You've talked a lot about where Humane did not work. We've talked to you a lot about what we could see from Sam Altman and Johnny Ive.
Yes.
When it comes to what you saw with liquid glass, does it give any indication as to how Apple is thinking about this?
It does. Look, what Mark Gurman's reported is that the 17 generation of iPhone will have glass curved size with no sort of screen border, right? And liquid glass is a concept, the kind of translucency of it, the way that whatever's in the almost the foreground of your smartphone screen or iPad screen is not interrupted by what's popping up. We think that there will be some hardware iteration on that to come. But you do raise a really good point, which is why have liquid glass uniform across all devices? Because increasingly it's not the be all and end all, the thing that's in my right hand, a smartphone. It is that I take messages on my Apple Watch. Other smartwatches are available. I take, different platforms that I rely on OS for on my MacBook. Other laptops are available, etc. You know, it's just a way of making it more uniform. So I think that there's definitely acknowledgement there. Whether the iPhone 17 has the features that Mark reported, we shall wait and see. But there was certainly a nod to that during the keynote, even if they didn't explicitly say, oh, by the way, the next version of the iPhone is definitely going to leverage this liquid glass concept.
Great stuff. Ed, thank you so much. We know busy day, early day. Ed Ludlow, of course, co-host of Bloomberg Technology out there at Apple headquarters in Cupertino, California, of course, at the Worldwide Developers Conference. Shares of Apple, though, they are still down about 1.3%.
Should note, we are monitoring everything happening at the White House right now. We will bring you any news if the president does start to answer questions specifically about what's happening right now in Los Angeles. In the meantime, I'm Tim Stenovec along with Carol Massar. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. Alex, what's on your radar today?
Hey guys, always great to be on with you. We got to, of course, start with Tesla. We're all watching that stock after the very public blow up between CEO Elon Musk and President Donald Trump last week. It's actually up a little bit today. This comes even as it got two downgrades from firms on Wall Street. That's Baird and Argus Research. Of course, investors have been worried about the reputational damage that this political fallout has done for the company, and they were also worried about the fact that it might not deliver on its robo-taxi promises. Obviously, this is coming at a very difficult time for Tesla. Shares are down about 27% in 2025, making it the weakest performer of the so-called Magnificent Seven stocks. And they had, of course, rallied after the election and then peaked in December. And obviously, it's been a really difficult time for the company. Elon Musk had focused so much on his political endeavors in the White House and then had this very public fallout. The stock fell 14% on Thursday, was its worst day since 2023. And obviously now Wall Street is just trying to assess the long-term damage.
Yeah, what I find notable about this, oftentimes, Alex, when you see downgrades or double downgrades such as this, you'll see the stock react accordingly. It seems like a lot of this was baked into the stock, given that shares fell, close to 15% just last week. So it's almost like in this case, the analysts are catching up.
Yeah, sometimes, analyst downgrades are a contrarian indicator, Tim. And obviously, when we saw the kind of sell-off that we did, there are still people who are big believers in this company and who saw it as an opportunity to buy in. One of my sources, Dave Mazza, he's the CEO of Round Hill Investments, described it really well. Companies like Tesla, they don't trade on fundamentals, obviously. They trade on something he called a dream premium. And I think that's kind of what's happening here.
Safe to say one of the big dream, but maybe also reality premiums is all things with AI. And that leads us to Meta. You are watching Meta today, and it definitely has an AI connection here.
Yeah, we got to talk about this incredible scoop by our Bloomberg reporters here. Meta is in talks to make a multi-billion-dollar deal with startup Scale AI. It could exceed $10 billion in value. This is, of course, according to sources familiar with the discussions who chose not to be identified due to their proximity to the deal. And basically, Scale AI provides data labeling services. It helps companies train their machine learning models. So really, really big investment here for Meta. It also works with customers like Microsoft and OpenAI. The stock is actually flat today, not big moves across the equity market, so not reacting very much.
Yeah, this is a fascinating write-up by our team, including Seth Figerman and Rachel Metz. 28-year-old AI executive Alexander Wang, he went to Capitol Hill to tell policymakers what they needed to do to maintain U.S. dominance. And now Meta is set to throw Carol billions of dollars at this startup. It's pretty remarkable to see.
Yeah, they talk about, how they've evolved their business, increasingly relying on high-paid contractors with graduate degrees to improve AI systems, and has deepened its relationship with the U.S. government through defense deals. So Alex giving us some context as well. But it's interesting to see a very established company like Meta, but the AI grab, it's pretty intense. And when we're talking about maybe as much as $10 billion, that's some serious money. Let's get to, I think it's the number one gainer, it has been at points during the day in the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100, Warner Brothers Discovery. You're watching that one as well, Alex.
Yeah, this was some interesting news today. It is actually splitting into two independent companies, Global Networks and Streaming and Studios. Global Networks will include entertainment, sports, and cable television brands such as CNN, TNT, and TBS. And it'll hold a 20% stake in Streaming and Studios. And the separation is actually expected to be completed by mid-2026, allowing each company to pursue its own investment deals and kind of operate as separate entities. And this was meant to unshackle, its fast-growing streaming business from the legacy cable networks that perhaps aren't doing as well. Obviously, there's been this big move into streaming services, while cable news isn't necessarily as popular anymore. And analysts were generally positive on this deal. Benchmark said it was an aggressive buyer on this news. Firms like KeyBank Capital Markets and Vital Knowledge also said it was positive, but the details of the deal aren't necessarily clear yet. So that's something to watch for here.
I don't know. I'm old enough to remember when bigger was better just a few years ago. And then now you have a company such as Comcast spinning off its media divisions into a couple different companies and figuring out what that's going to look like, Alex. I mean, it seems to me, and we heard Paul Sweeney talk about this earlier on Bloomberg Intelligence, at the end of the day, you don't know what necessarily is going to happen when it comes to these stocks or the businesses, but a sure thing is that the bankers are having a payday.
Yeah, they certainly are.
In a situation such as this.
They certainly are. And it's also been pretty incredible to see these massive companies that brought us these very cable networks now all foraying into streaming services, and then consumers are all kind of getting those packaged up once again. So kind of an interesting shift here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What's old is new again. Like, I'm just waiting for then, like, there'll be the build out again.
I was going to say,
then...
3 years from now, everyone's getting back together, right?
Exactly. Alex Semenova there, back at Bloomberg headquarters. For more conversations, check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes on movers to the upside, to the downside. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Folks, we are continuing on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. If you're watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 1 hour away from the closing bell on Wall Street. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, live here on the West Coast.
It's lunchtime. 1 hour away from the closing bell, and it's noon here in California.
I'm always like, what time is it?
This is great.
It's noon right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look like you're ready for lunch.
I look like I'm just happy to be on the West Coast. You know how I am.
There's definitely a vibe
Carol
here.
had a nice California adventure over the weekend. I don't want to give away all the details, but maybe we'll have some time to talk about it.
Later on. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
it's
did
something
too.
that
you left a little bit, but you still stayed.
I think when I was a kid, every fifth grader got to do.
Seriously?
In my school district, at least, it was pretty cool.
Not a fifth grader, but man, I felt like a fifth grader.
It was really cool.
In awe. This country, man, the more you travel around it, you realize how beautiful it is. Maybe we'll talk about that later. Right now, though, we do have Wall Street pretty much glued to their screens. They have been watching some of those talks between the U.S. and China. That's happening over in London. It's rare earth minerals. It's a lot of things. It's an important relationship. We talk about it all the time, right, Tim? So we'll see what happens. But it may go into the wee hours. Maybe it will spill over into Tuesday before we get some kind of news out of it.
We're also monitoring everything happening in the White House right now. The president is speaking, and he's actually just now giving a shout out to David Solomon at Goldman Sachs. He's speaking right now about Trump accounts, and we'll get some details on those, and we'll take you to the White House if we start to hear the president answer any questions with regard to what is happening in Los Angeles. That is certainly on our radar. In our 4 o'clock hour, we're going to be checking in with the folks in our Los Angeles bureau about the latest there.
We just talked about Warner Brothers Discovery. We want to dig a little bit deeper into it. And we've got a guy who has really written the book on HBO, understands the media world and what it means. So we're going to get into this kind of build out, breakup of legacy media, where it's all going, and what's going to really win long term.
Also, on the U.S. and China, we got a great voice coming up. Dexter Tiff Roberts is going to be joining us in just a minute. All that and more coming up on Bloomberg Business Week over the next 2 hours. First up, though, a check on the day's trade and some top business stories. Here he is back in New York City, Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Indeed, lots going on, and we got you covered from London to Los Angeles. And just getting word out of London that U.S.-China talks in London will continue tomorrow. That from an official. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest. Stocks higher right now with the S&P just about at the best level of the session, up 18 at 6,018. That is a gain of 0.3%. The Dow up 101 points now, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 94. That's an advance of 0.5%. The Mag 7 index climbing higher by 0.8%. Apple, a notable exception, by the way. WWDC underway. Apple down 1.2%. The 10-year 4.48%. The 2-year 4.00%. Spot gold now higher by 0.7%. 33.34 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.2%. 65.37 for a barrel of WTI. So right now the S&P 500 index sitting at 6,019. But Lori Calvasina, head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets, told us this morning on Surveillance she's got an S&P target of 5730.
You know, when you look out longer term, my model for next year, when we sort of input consensus numbers on earnings, different macro variables, you know, there are a few different scenarios we run, but we can get to a range of 6,200 to 6,800. Right. So, you know, we don't feel doom and gloom, but we feel like for where we are right now in the macro backdrop that we have some decent visibility on, we feel like we're kind of fairly valued to a little bit over our skis.
Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets, and again, keeping it all in context, S&P 500 index at 6,019. Tesla hit with a pair of downgrades today from two firms, Argus Research and Baird. It underscores mounting concerns on Wall Street about the EV maker's outlook following last week's clash between CEO Elon Musk and President Trump. Tesla today higher by 2.3%. Recapping, S&P up 0.3%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, trade talks, as we just heard from Charlie, between the U.S. and China stretched on in London. The U.S. signaled a willingness to remove restrictions on some tech exports in exchange for assurances that China is easing limits on rare earth shipments. The meeting began just after 1 p.m. local time. It's expected to extend into the UK evening. It may restart on Tuesday, Carol, if necessary. We got a great voice on this.
We do indeed. Back with us, Dexter Tiff Roberts. He's non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Global China Hub. He's also author of Trade War, a weekly newsletter on China's economy. He's also professor of Chinese politics at the University of Montana. He's former Bloomberg Businessweek China bureau chief. He lived in Beijing for 2 decades, covering it all for Businessweek. And he's author of the 2020 book. We've talked to him about this, The Myth of Chinese Capitalism, The Worker, the Factory, and the Future of the World.
Sorry, we're out of time now with the interview.
But this is why you want to talk to him about China. He joins us from Missoula, Montana. Tiff, good to have you back with us. These negotiations between the U.S. and China, what for you is what you think we should all have on our radar here?
Well, it's all from the U.S. perspective. As we know, it's all about rare earth exports. We've got ourselves in a situation over a number of years where China absolutely dominates the production and the processing of these crucial rare earths that we need for almost everything. You name it, we need it. We need rare earths, smartphones. Electric vehicles, robotics, missile systems, defense needs as well.
Tiff, if that's the case, and we spoke to Gracelyn Baskren at CSIS a little earlier in our program. She joined us from South Africa, and we talked specifically about rare earths. But in the context of trade negotiations and who actually has the leverage, since for the U.S. this is all about rare earths, does that mean that China has the upper hand in your view?
Well, I actually do think China has a little bit more leverage than the U.S., but it's close. We had the numbers earlier this week. Chinese exports disappointed. We saw this dramatic, I think it was 34.5% drop in exports to the U.S. They've been doing a little bit better because they've been selling a lot to Southeast Asia, the EU, and Africa, but not well enough. So it's not like China's not hurting, but I do think on the U.S. side, there's these real fears about inflation if the trade war goes on. We saw the relatively weak job report, and we got something called the midterm elections coming up. And China, as we know, doesn't have any midterm elections ahead.
Well, I love that you went there. And I was going to ask you, Tiff, what about, what is it about the grand kind of Chinese experiment and mission that has happened under President Xi? As you said, there's no midterms. He's pretty well entrenched and ensconced in his position. But what is it about his mission, his great experiment and, kind of goal in creating the Chinese economy that we look at today? What about it works? What doesn't?
Well, first of all, I would just say that grand goal that it's clear Xi Jinping has and has been, vocalized and publicized more often in Chinese than English, but they're very clear that they want China to play a dominant role in global supply chains, as they already do, but they want to strengthen that at the high end, and they want to dominate advanced technology. So first of all, that grand goal that we see out of Beijing, unfortunately, is in direct conflict with what we would like to see in the U.S. So I guess I just say at the outset, we may get some agreements. I think we will out of London, but I'm really skeptical that they're going to last long term for that reason. There's a real difference of opinions, if you will, about who's going to lead in advanced tech and supply chains globally.
Tiff, this is almost an impossible question for any single person to answer, but I think you can probably give as good of a view into this as anybody else. For the last few months, Carol and I have been trying to figure out what exactly is happening on the ground when it comes to the Chinese economy. To what extent is the Chinese economy ahead of the U.S. when it comes to electric vehicles, when it comes to robotics, when it comes to AI? Because over the last few years, what we've learned is that there's, yes, been a property crisis. The consumer is under pressure. There's a debt crisis, certainly, as well, we've reported on extensively. So how would you characterize the Chinese consumer, the Chinese economy, and where the strengths and weaknesses are right now?
Well, there's a real, you've just hit upon it, Tim. There's this real dichotomy. We have seen tremendous success in areas like electric vehicles. There's no question now that they are doing far better than we are and leading the world in terms of affordable and very good electric vehicles. And I saw that last year when I rode in some as well when I was in China. We saw, obviously areas like smartphones. Apple fell out of the top 5 brands in the China market. So there's huge success there. Robotics, again, very, very impressive. Obviously with AI, we saw with the Sputnik moment, as people referred to it, with DeepSeek, an absolutely impressive large language, LLM. So that's the one side. On the other side, you have, you mentioned, you have a very weak consumer market. You have an overhang continuing from the real estate market, which has been so important to the economy, and then also the pandemic. They've really never recovered from it. So we saw both those cited by the OECD earlier this week when they downgraded their forecast for Chinese growth, I think to 4.6% for next year. It's not clear what China's strategy is at this point to actually reverse that and bring confidence back, not just to the household, but also to the private sector as well.
Tiff, what I find really interesting is basically you've got the 2 largest economies in the world wanting to stay or be number 1, right? And what's interesting is I feel like the U.S. is kind of trying to put limitations on the China or telling European allies what you can or can't sell to China. And, it's like, and yet we don't want China to put any restrictions on us. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. And I think a big part of it will be where allies fall. And so what kind of carving up of the world will we see? And who do you expect will ally themselves with China, who with the United States? And does Donald Trump make it better or worse for the U.S. developing the alliances that it really needs?
Well, wonderful and very important question, Carol. If you'd asked me 6 months ago, before January 20th, I think we could see some pretty solid allies in Europe, among some of our real close partners in Asia, Japan, South Korea, Australia. Since January 20th, since the tariffs, the beautiful tariffs that have been, imposed and threatened over 50 times, by the way, over 50 different tariffs and adjustments to tariff policy coming out of Washington. I think our alliances are feeling, I'm afraid, a little bit, our allies and our alliances are a bit frayed. So, the other thing I just want to mention, China hasn't been sitting still at all. They are very aware, the U.S. has been aware as well, about this almost existential tech and supply chain rivalry between the 2 countries. They've spent the recent years really sort of redirecting the countries, their investment focus. So we see, for example, just take a basic agricultural product. We've seen how they made tremendous strides in lessening their reliance on American soybeans and instead buy the majority now from Brazil. We've seen that across the board. So there's been a real growth. There's been a real growth in exports, Chinese exports, and investment into what we call the global South, and a lessening of the reduction of the relationship between the U.S. and to a lesser degree with the EU. Although the EU is very much in play now. I think China sees that as a real potential ally that they can scoop up.
All right. So if I can just follow just real quickly, Tiff. So then do you see China allying with a bunch of European nations, and who ultimately is the U.S. ally? Is it Russia? Like, just carve it up for me, if you would.
Well, I certainly hope that's not what happens. I don't think we should be allying with Russia. And Russia, of course, is a pretty insignificant. I mean, it's not insignificant, but economically and in terms of trade, it's a relatively small player, unlike the EU, obviously. So, I'm hopeful that we've seen some new pragmatism, if you will. I hope coming out of Washington, there's been a willingness to try to renegotiate some of these initial tariff threats. that were imposed by Washington. So I would hope we'll see, come first of all out of London again, although I'm not sure how long that can stick, but some progress in cooling tensions, and then moving on to some of our other partners. Obviously, there's been the talks with India as well. So I guess I'm not giving you a great straight answer, Carol, but so much is changing so fast.
Yeah.
I do think, just finish with one thought on that. I do think that Trump has made it clear, we know this, of course, that he perceives himself as a deal maker. He wants to cut deals. And he, if necessary, will reduce those tariffs and try to create a better relationship with countries, starting right now in London with China.
Tiff, we've talked a lot about this with other people. We haven't heard your take on it, but we know the president, and he's been public about this. He said he doesn't care if iPhones are made in India. He wants them to be made here in the US. He doesn't want them in China. He doesn't want them to be made in India, as Apple has diversified its supply chain. Given what you know about iPhone production, do you believe it's realistic for us to think that Apple could actually build iPhones in the US?
If we want to spend, $5,000 per iPhone, no, I don't think so. I think if he were able to convince iPhone to do that, it's going to hurt all of us. It's certainly going to hurt us, the consumers, in much higher prices. There's no reason for Apple to do that. And even as Apple has fallen out of the top 5 places in the China market, China is an important market for Apple. India is an important market going forward. So there's no reason for Apple to do that. Electric vehicles, that's an interesting tidbit that Trump threw up on the election trail, I think in Iowa, where he talked about welcoming Chinese electric vehicle makers into the U.S. That makes sense. It would be a big step.
You think that could happen? You think we could see that? You think we could see that in the next couple of years?
Definitely a possibility. Trump has indicated he would be open to that.
That would destroy U.S. automakers, no?
Yeah, if maybe take a leaf from the old China model and say we get 50% or 51% of a joint venture, and you have to work with our companies. This is sounds a little crazy, but that's what China did, and it worked very well for them. Maybe the U.S. could try something like that. And Trump, again, he has indicated that he might be open to that. The idea that you would have, big Chinese factories in the U.S. And creating American jobs. Certainly, that's what Europe is doing right now.
All right, we got to leave it there. Hey, Tiff, thank you so much. Good to get some thoughts from you on this situation. Of course, we're going to continue to monitor those talks over in London between U.S. and Chinese officials, which, as we've been talking, could go into the evening as well as into tomorrow. Of course, Tiff Roberts, professor of Chinese politics at the University of Montana, former Bloomberg Businessweek China bureau chief, and also the author of The Myth of Chinese Capitalism. You're listening and watching Bloomberg. We talk about
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. U.S.-China talks in London will continue tomorrow. That word from an official. Traders are glued to their screens amid commercial talks between the U.S. and China. That has been driving stocks higher. Right now, we do have the S&P 500 index very close to session highs, showing a gain now of 13 points at 6,013, up 0.2%. The Dow up 72, up 0.2. NASDAQ up 80. That is a gain of 0.4%. Our Mag 7 index up 0.7%, with the 10-year currently yielding 4.48%, the 2-year 4.00% on the 2-year. Spot gold up $23 the ounce at $33.33, up 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.2%, $65.33 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. From New York to Washington, D.C. we go to the White House, where President Trump is taking questions in the state dining room. Let's listen in.
And we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order. You had a disaster happening, and they now admit it was a disaster. I watched the chief yesterday, who was a good man, by the way. And he said, well,
Trump felt it.
We're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening. So we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city burn down, didn't want water to be sent down to him. I sent billions of gallons of water. I wanted to do it in the first term. He wouldn't do it over, I don't know, they have environmental reasons, but there were no environmental reasons. I think it's just a political philosophy. But it's lucky for the people in Los Angeles and in California that we did what we did. We got it just in time. It's still simmering a little bit, but not very much. Yep.
And what crime has he committed that would warrant his arrest? What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
A crime has he committed?
Yeah, to warrant his arrest, as you had
I think his
suggested earlier.
primary crime is running for governor, because he's done such a bad job. What he's done to that state is like what Biden did to this country. And that's pretty bad. It's the wrong philosophy. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space in schools. They're taking up your hospital. And in many cases, they're criminals. And we have to do something about it. And we're doing something about it. I want to thank the incredible patriots of ICE and Tom Homan, who has been incredible, and Kristi Noem, likewise incredible. The job they're doing. And it's like an unforced error. There was no reason for this. 21 million people were allowed into our country, and many of those people were criminals. And it's a shame. It's a shame. But we're getting them out. And I will say, I think it's a 95-5 issue, just like so many other issues, 95-5. And the Democrats lost an election in a landslide because they're on the wrong side of the issues. I mean, it's not even conceivable that somebody would do the kind of things that he did. And then, you talk about projects. They want to build a train going from San Francisco to L.A., and it's costing hundreds of billions of dollars more than they thought it was going to cost. It's not even believable. To Brad and to people sitting here, would you believe that a train, it was going to cost X dollars, and it might be 100 times X?
Would have paid for this for about 50 million American children.
You're right.
50 million American children instead of a 3-mile train track that never got built.
We could have put Lincoln in charge with no experience. He would have done a good job. I guarantee you that. All right, please, Peter.
Mr. President, have you gotten an update from your negotiating?
Thank you, President Trump. So it seems like Gavin Newsom likes the attention that he's getting right now from you.
Yeah,
it seems like he does. If you look at recent history, somebody who was running for president, you, who got arrested and had a mugshot, you could make the argument that politically that wound up helping you. Are you worried at all at this moment that talking about him getting arrested could be helpful to his political prospects? Because a lot of people think he wants to be sitting right where you are.
Well, in my case, it was a witch hunt, and everybody knew it. And I was able to explain that during the process. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. And it was a total witch hunt. It's proven to be a witch hunt, and you see what's happened. In his case, it really is very obvious. You look at what's happened between the fires. I could name 10 things right now. We talk about the trains. We talk about all of the costs in California. You talk about all of the people that are flowing and destroying life for everyone else. So no, I don't think it's going to help him. I think it's actually very bad for him.
And right around the time that we were walking in here, the governor and the state attorney general said that they're going to sue you for sending the National Guard, and they're saying there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. The president is trying to manufacture chaos and crisis on the ground for his own political ends. Federalizing the California National Guard is an abuse of the president's authority under law.
Well, you know, it's interesting. You watched the same clips as I did. Cars burning all over the place, people rioting. And by the way, we stopped it. We were able to make it much better, but it still looked pretty bad. And in watching clips last night, people were saying this is really a big problem. And until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down.
Nico skulle være 100% sikker, så kan du ta gevinst da.
And the night before that.
Så du ikke skal ta noe sånn spesiell risk, så kan du begynne på nytt i morgen. Men jeg tror gull skal videre oppover.
I don't want to see happen what happened
Du vet aldri hva som
so
skjer
many
over
times in
natta.
this country. I
Det
watched
ser du på Nasdaq.
Minneapolis burn. I watched, look at what happened in so many different parts of California. You take a look at what happened in San Diego. There's so many different places where we let it burn. We want to be politically correct. We wanted to be nice. We want to be nice to the criminal. And what you're doing is destroying the fabric of our life in this country. No, we did the right thing. We've been given credit by people that I would least suspect. Why I would say that
Jeg sa det at jeg tror gull skal videre opp, men jeg ble tatt gevinsten og så begynte på nytt i morgen. For vi tjener penger hver dag. Det over natta vi driter oss ut. For da vet vi ikke hva som skjer.
I think Gavin in his own way is probably happy I got involved. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
What do you make of the fact that he says, you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, that's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. A civil war would happen if you left it to people like him. And I liked him. You know, I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him. But he's grossly incompetent. Okay.
Negotiators in London. Have you gotten any?
We are doing well with China. China's not easy, just like your home country is not easy there. I think we're doing very well. They're over there now. I'm only getting good reports. It's a little early, but they'll be calling in soon. In fact, probably when I get back, I'll have my first call from them. We want to open up China. And if we don't open up China, maybe we won't do anything, but we want to open up China. It'll be a great thing for China, a great thing for the rest of the world.
Lift export controls when it comes to China? Did you give your negotiators any sort of limitations?
We're going to see. Look, China has been ripping off the United States for many years. Nobody charged them 10 cents. No president had the courage to charge China for whatever reason. They didn't want to do it. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I put on tariffs on China when I got in first term. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I did it again, but I did it for a lot of others. If you look at the stats, the deficit last month was cut in half. Everybody was shocked. I wasn't shocked. I think a lot of the people at this table weren't, because they saw the billions of dollars that were pouring in, and the tariffs hadn't even started yet, just about. They were in cars. They were in some countries at a very minor level. And we cut the deficit in half, and it was a big story a couple of days ago. They said, I don't believe, one of the announcers on a business network went wild, said, I can't believe these numbers. Those numbers are good. The numbers are going to be very good. I think we're going to have a great 4 years. You know, we had the greatest economy in history during my 4 years. I think this one's going to blow it away. Yeah.
Mr. President,
Go ahead,
do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class.
Do you
That's
think
my primary recommendation for
Was
her.
she kidnapped by Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
And secondly, are you going to
Is
get...
that what she said? She was kidnapped by
did say
Israel?
that, yes, sir. Are you going to get rid of the Tesla and the Starlink service that you have here at the White House?
No, I haven't heard that. I mean, I may move the Tesla around a little bit, but I don't think we'll be doing that with Starlink. It's a good service.
Where are you going to move it to? Move it around, what do you mean?
I have a lot of locations.
Actually, about the Tesla.
I had so many locations, I don't know what to do with them all.
About the Tesla, did you ever see Elon Musk get physical with the Treasury Secretary?
No, I didn't.
And I tried to
They
ask.
did have an argument, but I didn't see I didn't see a lot of physicality there.
And there was this New York Times report that he did not want to talk about, Elon Musk, that alleged that he, towards the end of his time in the White House, was blurring the lines between recreational use of drugs and medicinal. Do you think he ever had drugs here at the White House?
I really don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well. Very well, actually. Yeah.
About aid in Gaza, you mentioned now the flotilla. Do you have a response at all about Israel intercepting this boat? And can you give us an update on what's happening to the entry of aid into Gaza right now? We've had people being shot by Israeli forces who are trying to get aid from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Yes.
Gaza right now is in the midst of a massive negotiation between us and Hamas and Israel, and Iran actually is involved. And we'll see what's going to happen with Gaza. We want to get the hostages back. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, please, in the back.
I can go back to California briefly. You had said yesterday when asked by reporters that it was not an insurrection taking place, but then on Truth Social a bit later, you had said they were insurrectionists. After what you've seen
You're
now...
talking about in L.A.?
Yes, sir, in L.A.
I wouldn't call it quite an insurrection, but it could have led to an insurrection. I mean, that was a lot of harm that was going on last night. I watched it very closely. And it was amazing that the job that the National Guard did. And by the way, the police were working very hard also. But, you know, the police are given instructions to be politically correct. I said, no, you don't have to be politically correct. You have to do the job.
And on Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon? I know some...
Which one?
On Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think that. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me, and maybe he was already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it. Well, I don't want to say that, but I would imagine he'd want to talk to me.
You were supposed to get a counter
Yeah, please.
proposal. You were supposed to get a counter proposal from Iran today. Have you gotten that proposal? And what is the main impediment?
We have a meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday.
And what's the main impediment to getting a deal?
Well, they're just asking for things that you can't do. They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You know what that is. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there. I hate to say that, because the alternative is a very, very dire one. But they're not there. They have given us their thoughts on the deal, and I said, it's just not acceptable.
Topic for Prime Minister Netanyahu today when you spoke?
I would say, yeah. I don't know what else. I can talk about the weather.
Well, you can talk about Lebanon also, sir.
Pretty much
The Lebanon.
That's the main topic.
Lebanon is a ceasefire in Lebanon.
Lebanon
yes.
also, yeah. We do.
What about Lebanon, sir?
Well, Lebanon's working very hard. They have a great new ambassador that I put there. Man, I know very well. He's very smart. I didn't even know he was Lebanese. And I said, why would you want Lebanon? He said, I was born there. I love it. I love the people. I said, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon. There are some ambassadorships that are wonderful. There are some that are dangerous. I said, Michel, his name is. It's a he, Michel, very elegant man. And I said, why would you want this? And he said, because I love my country and I love those people. I said, it's very dangerous. He goes, I don't care. This is not a man that lived on danger. He's a very successful man from here. And he wanted to be the ambassador despite probably a very dangerous situation he's going into. You see what's going on. But I had great respect for that. He loves that country. He loves it. He was born there. He loves the country, yeah.
Mr. President, you've got a big, beautiful parade coming up on Saturday.
We do.
What's your biggest expectations for that? Then I've got a second question in regards to Gavin Newsom. Go ahead and talk about the big, beautiful parade.
It's such a, thank you, Brian. It's such a I think, important moment for this country. 2 weeks ago, I was calling people and back and forth with leaders, including President Putin, including French president, including lots of different people. And all of them said, we're celebrating victory in World War II.
Luki,
And
det han sier
so,
er
isn't that amazing? We're the only one that wasn't celebrating, and we're the one that won the war. Now, Russia did help. They did lose 51 million people, in all fairness. People would say, oh, he's sticking up for Russia. No, they lost 51 million people. And, we can't forget that. But France was celebrating. And, as you know, Hitler made a speech at the Eiffel Tower. But when I spoke to President Macron, he said, oh, we are celebrating the great victory of World War II. And I think that's great that he was doing it. But we're the one that won it, and we weren't celebrating. I said to myself, isn't that crazy? And I think it's time for us to celebrate a little bit. We've had a lot of victories. We won 2 world wars, and then we go out and change the name of the forts where we won the wars. You go out, we win world wars from Fort Robert E. Lee, from Fort Bragg, from all the different forts. And what do? We change the name of the forts because we want to be politically correct. So a lot of them we changed them back. You probably noticed Fort Bragg and others. But I think it's a time to celebrate our military. We've rebuilt our military largely. Little low on ammunition. That's because it goes out very fast to other countries, one in particular. But we'll get that back very quickly. But we have a military the likes of which nobody has. Nobody comes close. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. There's no military like our military. We showed that with ISIS. I was told by the television generals it would take 4 years to win, and we did it in 3 weeks. And it was headed by General Raisin Kane, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's great. Just left him. No. I think it's time that we celebrate. And I sort of have to laugh at these people. Well, you're going to spend a lot of money. A lot of that money is being paid for by me and people that make donations. I don't know if you know that. A lot of it won't even come out of the military. I think I can say that, Susie, right? We have people putting up money to do it. Not that it's necessary, because I think it's a great expenditure. We have mini tanks. We have all sorts of new ones and very old ones, old from World War I and World War II. It's really a celebration of the Army. So the Army is a year older than the country. So next year we celebrate 250 years, but we're celebrating the Army on Flag Day. And it's not my birthday. It is my birthday, but I'm not celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating Flag Day. It happens to be the same day, so I take a little heat. But Flag Day is the appropriate date. And we're celebrating 250 years of the Army, a great service. And remember, think of it. We won so much. We won World War I, World War II, so much else. And then we became politically correct. But I can only tell you that I was told that ISIS would take anywhere from 4 to 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. You were there, you watched, right? We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody can beat us. As long as we have our right leadership, nobody can beat us. If we have stupid people running it, like you had in Afghanistan, when you look at that, first of all, Afghanistan should have been an easy
før det var litt sånn i går. Det kan være fint av de som gjør det. Jeg har ikke hele tiden.
Hakker det nå også?
Ja.
Hva faen kan det være for noe?
Hvordan er nettet dette?
Det er bra nett.
Ser du på den nederste linja på Windows-linja?
And that's what we're doing. So it's on June 14th, and it's going to be a parade the likes of which I don't know if we've ever had a parade like that. It's going to be incredible. We have
Army
airplanes flying over the top. We have tanks all over the place. So we have thousands and thousands of soldiers going to bravely march down the streets.
Hvis ikke så er det kontaktfeil.
And we're going to celebrate our country.
You spoke of leadership, and real quickly, speaking of Gavin Newsom, is he the right leader for California, considering how massive their economy is and all these U.S. investments coming in? Is he the right governor and leader for the future of California and for
I don't
U.S.
think
investments?
he is. I mean, I think he's done a terrible job. And, you know, he's a guy, I always got along with him. You look at his past statements about me. I was a great president. I always took care of California, you know, all that. But I'm just talking on results. You look, you know, here's the advantage of beautiful weather, maybe the best weather of any state when you think about it. Beautiful weather, beautiful ocean, beautiful everything. You have all the advantages, and he didn't take advantage of that. And he's let people come in by the millions who are overrunning your hospitals, your education system, and your police. Your police are being overrun. Look at what's happened. He should only be happy I sent in the military, because if I didn't send them in, you would have had a problem there, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, please. Thank you, Brian, very much.
On supersonic flight.
Supersonic?
Yes, sir. I know you just signed an executive order on it. Do you want to see a supersonic Air Force One in the next 10 years or so?
Oh, well, I don't care too much about that, but I would like to see, you know, if you think about it, flight, the word flight's an interesting word, but it's probably the only category where we've actually gone backwards, because we used to have the Concorde, and we could fly to London, Brad, very quickly and nicely. And today it takes you 2 times and 3 times as long. It's the only thing where we've regressed. By the way, the Concorde, to my way of thinking, to this day, Michael, because you're very much into aesthetics, I know, but to this day was one of the most beautiful pieces of art I've ever seen. It was a piece of art, the beauty of the Concorde. It was the most beautiful plane, but it was you know, got you there in half the time. Now you spend a lot of time, and there's no reason for it. Because, you know, they have the sonic boom. It's not a huge problem, but they have the sonic boom thing pretty well figured out. The technology changes, the change in the skin, the change in weight, all of the other things. There's no reason why we shouldn't do great. So we are making it possible for them to do supersonic and get us back on the track. I mean, think of it, 30 years ago, we actually had planes that flew much faster than we do now. It took you half the time to get to a location. So we've regressed, and we're going to progress. Okay?
Mr. President?
Sort of an amazing thing, isn't it, though? We've gone backwards. On Wall Street, they haven't done that. If Goldman Sachs was like that, you wouldn't have Goldman Sachs anymore.
Mr. President, are you planning to deploy Marines? Are you planning to deploy Marines in California to address the situation in Los Angeles? Are you going to deploy Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control. I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail, because, look, personally, it should have never been built, because you can fly there for $2, and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive, you could do lots of different things. You know, if they did a study, if you gave every passenger the finest limousine service in the history of our world, the most expensive chauffeur-driven, white-glove limousine service back and forth, we would have saved billions of dollars as opposed to building this monstrosity that's going up. And I've never seen anything. You know, I've seen cost overruns. I'm a person, I've always done well on cost overruns. I don't have them. But I will tell you, I have never seen cost overruns. You see them where they're 20% more, 50%, 100% more. These are thousands of percent. Nobody even knows. They have no idea. And it was supposed to be from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Well, they just made it way outside of Los Angeles, where it's stopping in the middle of, I don't want to say nowhere, because I happen to like one of those little cities very much, but it's way short of the destination. And our government is saying, you know, why are we involved in this thing? It's been handled so badly. Before him, but he really blew it. So, you know, all right, one more question.
Speak to any of the discussions that were had there and the purpose of that retreat, your time at Camp David.
What?
Your time at Camp David, can you speak to what discussions were had there and the purpose of that retreat?
Well, I don't want to speak to discussions. I mean, I told you what we were there for a little bit. We had discussions on many topics. We had a group of people, a large group of people, including generals and admirals and lots of others. And all I can say is our country's in great shape. We're in great shape economically. The bill that Mike and Jason and all the people are working on is going to be, I think, amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had in this country. It's going to do things that you wouldn't believe. We're going to, I have a very simple phrase. We ran an election on very simple words: make America great again. That's what we're doing. We're making it great. We're making it safe. We're making it beautiful. And we're making it very wealthy again. Wealth is okay. You need wealth to take care of lots of other people. We have to make our country better. It has to heal from 4 years of abuse. Our country was abused badly by a very incompetent person and a group of people that weren't incompetent, but they were radical left lunatics. And they ran the country with an auto pen. And I hope that law enforcement's looking at that very seriously. That's like a takeover of our country in a certain way, because this guy had no idea what he was doing. You saw that during the debate. You saw that in other cases. I mean, he had no idea. I saw it years ago. By the way, 40 years ago, he had no. He was bad 40 years ago. That's what he's talking about. And they always like to say age, but it's not age. I know people 88, 89, 92.
No, kjøp nedi der.
Bernie Marcus, who just passed away, was 95. I spoke to him a year before. He was 100%. It's not age. It's something else. But whatever it is, you can't have that in this country. The damage he's done to this country is unbelievable. But the good news is we've got much of it fixed already, and the rest of it will happen. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. President Trump live at the White House in the state dining room, wrapping up a Q&A session with reporters. In the meantime, a redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal. You see it right there at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching us on YouTube or Bloomberg Originals, 500 Marines have been mobilized to respond to the LA protest. That is on CNN. We did hear the president, who was asked if he would deploy Marines to California. He said, quote, "We'll have to see," though CNN now reporting that 500 Marines have been mobilized to respond to those LA protests. The president also saying he would bring in more National Guard if needed in Los Angeles. He also said he wouldn't call it quite an insurrection. He was asked specifically about Governor Gavin Newsom, and he said that he is not the right leader for California, though he did also later say, "We think we have it under control in California." In the meantime, California is suing the Trump administration for deploying the state's National Guard in Los Angeles to quell unrest over the president's immigration raids. With more and an update on the California lawsuit, we bring in Bloomberg News legal reporter Malathi Nayak. She joins us here in our San Francisco bureau. Malathi, what do we know about this lawsuit?
So the lawsuit hasn't been officially filed yet, but it is coming sometime this afternoon, according to the Attorney General of California, Rob Bonta. So we're waiting for it to drop, but we know so far that the main argument California is making is that the part of the U.S. code that Trump is using to send National Guard troops out to California, according to California, that sort of use of the law is unconstitutional and unlawful. So what they're saying is, if there is some sort of an invasion or some sort of a rebellion or a situation where, local authorities don't have the capabilities to handle such a situation, it's only then when the National Guard can be sent in. And they're saying in this particular instance, Trump is abusing his authority.
Malti, we are reminding everyone of a headline that just crossed the Bloomberg, and this is coming from CNN, that 500 Marines have been mobilized to respond to the LA protests. This is coming after we just came off of a live press conference at the White House, and the president was asked about the use of Marines, and he said, "We'll have to see." So timing is kind of interesting here. Again, this is reporting from CNN, and we're continuing to monitor that. But Marines being sent into a state, what do we know about that? Is that an escalation? Is that allowed by the United States? Give us some context. And I'm just curious, again, on a legal level, whether or not the president is allowed to do this.
Yeah, in this particular situation, at least when you look at California's argument, what they're saying is that, there are certain conditions when you can actually get to that level, or where some sort of where a reaction to a certain sort of insurrection or sort of issues on the ground can be responded to at a certain level. But in this case, what they're saying here in California is that those conditions haven't been met, and that, local troops and folks on the ground are enough to sort of respond to what's going on. So if you saw the original order, I think they were planning to send at least 2,000 troops out in the next 60 days. And the AG confirmed that so far there's 300 or so on the ground. And he said that he won't be surprised if they send in more in coming weeks, because there is a 60-day period that the order has. So yeah, we'll have to see how things unfold. But this is sort of an unprecedented or sort of, unusual or rare sort of situation where this law is being used to sort of respond to a situation in this way. We have seen the National Guard, for instance, which serves both federal and state interests, respond during emergencies like hurricanes or like, the COVID-19 pandemic response. So yeah, this is sort of an interesting situation unfolding, and we'll have to see, once this suit is filed and there are arguments made in court, we'll have to see what finally happens in terms of, some of, whether this whether this law is vague or not. Those sort of questions will sort of be answered in court.
All right, we're talking with Malti Nayak. She is Bloomberg News legal reporter right here in our San Francisco, where Tim and I are as well. Having said that, there's a lot going on between California specifically and the White House. California is suing the Trump administration for deploying the state's National Guard in LA. We know that I think it's day 4 in terms of kind of the tense situation that we are seeing in LA specifically. Again, the protests were over some of the president's immigration raids that have been going on. So this is going back and forth. Malti, what I want to ask you specifically is, who California is suing? Is it the government? Give me an idea of exactly what we know about this lawsuit.
Got it. So it looks like the Department of Defense is going to be the defendant here. So, because it was the Department of Defense that sent out the troops, to the ground. So it'll be a suit against the Trump administration, specifically the Department of Defense. And the suit actually, so far we know that the suit will be filed later in the afternoon, and we'll definitely see more details. But we know as of now that the Department of Defense is the defendant.
Malti, what happens if the state of California actually prevails in this? And look, I don't want us to play it out too much in terms of a potential constitutional crisis or the administration not necessarily following what the courts say, but I think it's fair to say we have seen that happen in the past, that the courts haven't necessarily had the same amount of power with this administration that courts in previous administrations have had.
Got it. Yeah, they are filing this case in California federal court, in the Northern District, I believe, where there are judges who are pretty experienced in sort of dealing with these sort of, state law versus federal law issues. And I think, what we'll see first is California, after the suit, will file some sort of a temporary relief or an injunction to sort of immediately block this this order from, and then potentially we could see maybe some of the troops or that order will then lead to the Trump administration potentially having to withdraw some of these troops. So yeah, we'll have to wait for that first step in terms of the suit being filed. Also, the sort of first fight in which California will seek some sort of temporary relief in the form of an injunction. And once we have that, we'll know what will unfold here. But it looks like, this is sort of a very rare situation. We'll have to see how it will play out in court. But, the AG of California today at a press conference with reporters seemed pretty confident that the argument they're making is strong. And that's, that this particular move is an abuse of power because it's unconstitutional and unlawful, and because the conditions to sort of deliver a response at this level, at this sort of escalated level, those conditions are met. And that's what California's AG Rob Bonta and Newsom, Governor Gavin Newsom are arguing.
And just to clarify, Malti, the case has not been filed yet, correct?
That's right. We're expecting it to come down anytime. So yeah, we're definitely keeping an eye out to sort of learn more about the arguments. But we know so far from the press conference and details shared by California officials this morning that it's coming, and that this is going to be a big fight. We've already seen, I think this is going to be the 24th suit, by California against the Trump administration in 19 weeks. So this is going to be a big one, just given the way the situation is unfolding in LA on the ground currently.
All right, really appreciate the update. Bloomberg News legal reporter Malti Nayak joining us right here in San Francisco. All right, folks, we are just about 3.5 minutes away from the closing bell. We've got stocks just off their best levels of the session. So we've been watching the trade here a little bit higher, just up about 0.2% on the S&P 500. It's just about a 10-point gain. Looking at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, call it flat on the day percentage-wise, a gain of about 36 points. NASDAQ 100 just up about 0.2%, again, up about 47 points. So higher on the day, but there's a lot kind of brewing and simmering behind all of that.
Hey, like what's going on between the U.S. and China? Trade talks between the U.S. and China will continue into a second day. This according to a U.S. official. The two sides are looking to ease tensions over shipments of tech and rare earth elements. Here's what the president said to reporters earlier. We are doing well with China. I'm only getting good reports. All right, stay tuned because coming up next, we are going to be joined by our TV team for our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals to count you down to the close. Bloomberg's The Closing Bell starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick alongside Alex Steele taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast that starts right now. Scarlet Fu back in the TV studio. Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, they're not in the radio booth. They're somewhere out in the wilds of, I don't know, where are you? Are you both in the same building?
San Francisco, look at the bridge.
San Francisco, you got a bridge. But are you together or what's happening here? Anyway, welcome to our audience.
I got a bridge behind me. Carol's got a tower behind her. So, but we are just, this is the magic of TV, guys.
The magic
of steps away from me.
They're like right next to each other. They're like you and me right now.
We're right next to the magic of TV. No, we're in different rooms.
It's pretty amazing.
Don't get in my head. What do you make of the, I don't know which one of you wants to pick up here. What do you make of this rally, quote unquote?
It's not much of a rally. Like, you look at the S&P 500, I feel like as many names are up as are down. But if you're a member of the semiconductor world, you're doing pretty well. The SOX is up about 2%, and I think just nearly all of the names that are in that index, guys, are higher today. 29 of 30 names are actually showing some gains here.
I'm squarely focused on what's going on between the U.S. and China in London. We are reporting that trade talks are going to continue on Tuesday. The president just moments ago said, we're doing well with China. China's not easy, but I'm only getting good reports.
Yeah, the fact that discussions are continuing into tomorrow is a good sign, and there haven't been any real negative headlines. The other story, of course, we're keeping an eye on is what's going on with Apple and the Worldwide Developers Conference. Not too far from where you and Carol are, Tim, but no real surprises out of that event today.
Yeah. A lot more style than substance, right?
There you go.
All right. As we get the closing bells here in New York, we'll get to some of the individual movers in a second. Apple closing out the day lower. The Dow Jones Industrial Average relatively unchanged on the day. It takes a while for these numbers to settle, but it looks like it's going to move lower by less than 10 points on the day. The S&P 500 higher by less than 10 points on the day, about 5 points higher than where it started, and that is a gain of about 1/10%. The NASDAQ up about 0.3% on the day. And let's take a look at the Russell 2000. A gain for the Russell 2000 of about 12 points, or about 0.6%.
All right, looking at the S&P 500, guys, as I mentioned earlier, kind of an even split. A few more names to the upside, Scarlett. 261 names in the S&P 500 actually gaining ground today, 239 to the downside.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP, which looks at the 11 sectors in the S&P 500. Pretty even split there as well. 6 sectors in the red. The biggest laggards here are utilities and financials, each down about 0.5% to 0.6%. Staples also lower by 0.25%. And the outperformer of the day is consumer discretionary, really led by the auto-related stocks, up more than 1%. Materials and tech are also just finishing up in the green.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual gainers. I mentioned that semiconductors really outperforming as a whole and as a group today. What's interesting is there's a name we don't talk a lot about, tickers ENTG and Entegris. And we saw this one being the top gainer in the...
Jeg vil ikke trene Nasdaq I hele tatt, Selv om jeg tror den skal ned. Den går bare ned selv når de 3 store faller. Jeg bare holder seg langt unna. Jeg tror gull skal rett opp igjen. Du short nå, eller? Du har ikke short gull nå? Den kan smelle rett opp igjen. Ja. Skal vi se på renten nå, om de stiger. Oi, ja. Ja, det var ikke så mye action I dag, men gull gikk jo bra da, det var planen vår. Nasdaq gidder jeg ikke å kommentere. Det flytter seg bare når Trump prater. Det skulle egentlig være fokus på Kina I dag og samtale om USA, men det blir ikke ferdig. Det blir ikke ferdig før I morgen. Så det kommer sikkert ikke til å skje så mye før I morgen. Og da kommer Trump til å si It's all perfect, beautiful, the deal is beautiful, best deal ever. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Jeg så lei han kameraten min. Det har ingenting med aksjer å gjøre. Det har ikke en dritt med noen ting å gjøre. Så da lurer jeg på om jeg er bare long gull her. Jeg får ikke kjøpt noe mer heller, for jeg må ut av det gamle for å kjøpe nye, ellers så blir mange skvisa. Så jeg får ikke kjøpt noe her heller. Da logger jeg meg på sånn rett etter 12, så ser jeg hvordan dette her bærer seg videre. Jeg har ikke så mye å si egentlig, jeg bare så lei hele Trump-greiene at jeg...
Det var like greit å ta.
Ja, hva skal jeg si for noe?
Trenger ikke jeg da.
Det går liksom ikke an å si noe. Det går I hvert fall vår vei, så får vi se etterpå. Da snakkes vi etterpå. Ha det.
Da står Åland 1-0 til Norge.